AWS, since its launch back in 2006, has been creating giant waves in the cloud market, from finance and media to entertainment, energy, and even manufacturing. AWS 200 plus services power the global tech industries. Even last year, in 2024, AWS kept its spot at the top with a solid 31% in the market share. With such a strong market share, it's no surprise that we have over 55,000 job openings available for AWS within the Indian market. However, according to Misha Yuchenko, author of Cracking the Amazon Interview, only 20% of the candidates who reach to the last round receive job offers, which means that only 1 out of 5 candidates reaching the last round is able to land a job. But why? One answer: skill gap. A skill gap is the gap between the skills employers expect from their employees and the skills employees actually have. So if you want to win the AWS job race, you have to close that gap. But how? That's where the video comes in. Our team of industry experts who have worked at Amazon before have put together this AWS full course, which is specifically designed to address the skills that employers are demanding right now. If you watch this video all the way till the end, I can guarantee you will be ready to start applying for entry-level AWS Cloud Engineer positions. But before we get started, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss out on any updates from us.
AWS was introduced in 2006, and since then, they have been the largest player in the public cloud market. According to Forbes, AWS grew $4.3 billion revenue just in the second quarter of 2021. The top 3 companies who offer cloud services in terms of market share are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. AWS by itself covers 32% of the public cloud market share. So what exactly is AWS? Amazon Web Services, or AWS, is a cloud service provider owned by Amazon. It offers cloud services in compute, storage, database, content delivery, networking, and other domains. Most of the offerings from AWS are infrastructure as a service offerings, but it also offers PaaS service such as Elastic Beanstalk and Lambda, which are popular and highly used services. AWS offers you all the necessary tools you would need to set up your IT infrastructure without paying any upfront. For example, Netflix, the world's biggest premium video streaming service, is completely hosted on AWS for its application needs. The world's largest e-commerce company, Amazon, is also hosted on the AWS infrastructure itself. When you see such big players in the respective fields rely on AWS for their infrastructure needs, you as an individual user can trust and be inclined towards AWS for your cloud needs. AWS offers a wide range of services that can be categorized into the following. We have compute and network services, storage and content delivery services, security and identity services, database services, analytics services, application services, and management tools. Now we have few applications of AWS. What are they? Let's look into it. The first one we have is storage and backup. That's Amazon's cloud storage is an easily accessible and useful services for business. Next we have enterprise IT. That's Amazon Cloud Services offer the ideal solution to enterprise IT's time-consuming pace. Mobile, web, and social applications. AWS can launch and scale various applications like mobile applications and SaaS applications. Big data. AWS and big data work well with each other to come up with the power and infrastructure necessary to meet the needs of high-end intelligent software. Websites can be hosted on AWS Cloud. It is also good for hosting CDNs and DNS and domains. In gaming, AWS makes gaming applications easily available to the worldwide gaming network and provides gamers the best experience in online gaming across the globe. Now, how much salary does an AWS engineer earns? In India, it earns on an average basis 7 to 13 lakhs per annum, while in USA on an average basis, he or she can earn $137,000. The reason why Amazon is so huge is because of AWS along with its retail arm. The cloud service has a very high revenue and is growing rapidly. Now, did you know that AWS IaaS Cloud is 10 times greater than the 14 competitors of AWS combined? Now, this speaks volumes about the strong capabilities that this service possesses.
So now let's start making our mini project with AWS. So for that, obviously we'll need a prompt. You can go to my GitHub page over here and click on prompts. And there are 3 different prompts that you can see here. We'll take the first prompt and we'll read it while I paste it here. Now, assume as though I'm completely new to AWS. So could you provide the list of the basic AWS services that I can start with as a beginner? Also, can you let me know the projects that I can build using these services from the basic ideas to advanced ones? So now what I'm asking ChatGPT to do is, like I said before, there are a lot of AWS services, so you don't need to know all of them. If you're a beginner, then obviously there are some basic services that you must know of, such as your EC2 is there, S3 is there, RDS is there. So you need to know about these services. So that's what I'm asking ChatGPT to list me out the basic services. Then we'll use these basic services to create a very simple, very mini project. Now, depending on your expertise, you can either create a beginner project or you can just directly jump onto the advanced projects. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay. Absolutely. AWS is a vast ecosystem, but as a beginner, you should start with the core services that will give you a solid foundation. Here's my starter pack. So I have EC2, S3, IAM, RDS, DynamoDB, Lambda, CloudFront, SNS, SQS. That's already a lot. CloudFormation, CloudWatch, VPC, Route 53, Elastic Beanstalk, and Autoscaling. So there are 15 services that AWS has listed out for me, which as a beginner, I should be aware about. So the projects that I get to build. Now, obviously you have 2 options here. Either you can start copying them one by one, paste it on YouTube or on any other online education platform and try to learn them one by one. Or if you get a hands-on project, if you actually apply these services, you would understand how they work. And this will help these services stay in your mind for a long time as compared to just going through the documentation or reading a couple of bunch of theories or definitions about these services. Now let's look at the mini projects that we have. We can make a static website hosting, which is very simple using S3 and CloudFront. You can make a personal blog. You can make a simple file storage and sharing app using S3 and IAM. Or you can make a basic serverless function that responds with hello world when triggered via API gateway. You can make a monitoring dashboard with set up an alarm that triggers an SNS notification when an EC2 instance goes down. Okay. Then we have intermediate projects, which is more complicated, using a URL shortener, Lambda, DynamoDB API gateway, image processing, chat application, serverless, to-do, multi-tier web app. Okay, let's do one thing. If you're not an absolute beginner, if you have some basic idea about AWS, then I would recommend you to select any of these projects. Don't directly jump to the advanced projects until you have a solid base of knowledge. But if you're just starting out, but you have a basic understanding of cloud, then it will be better to integrate databases with it. Because if you have done programming in any particular language before, you'd know that when you start integrating databases, it can get kind of complicated and hard for you and difficult for you. So if you're an absolute beginner, then my advice is to not start with a database. So let's ask ChatGPT for that. Can you give me the list of projects without integrating a database? The reason why I'm asking ChatGPT to not give me a database is because if you integrate a database, then the thing is, if you're an absolute beginner, then I am assuming that you must not have much knowledge about AWS's interface in general, and you must not have worked with any service to begin with. So when you are integrating a database, even if you go through documentations, there are certain things that you will have to fix on your own. And if you have absolutely no idea about the interface, no idea about the services whatsoever, then how can you fix the errors? That's why I'm saying don't use a database if you're a complete beginner. But if you have some experience, then you can go with databases. Okay, so we still have static web hosting, personal, serverless, hello, and simple send notification. Image resizer, we have serverless. Okay, let's try doing this one, serverless URL shortener. Now the next prompt that we have is, let's build a project. So copy that, paste it here. Now let's build your project name. Why did I write name? It's not supposed to be that. It's name. Okay. Let me save that. All right. It's name. Okay. So guide me through the step-by-step configuration. You have to say this step-by-step through every minute configuration, because sometimes ChatGPT has a tendency to just omit certain changes and it would just assume that you know it. And then once you start configuring it in the AWS interface, you would actually get confused. So that's why I have written that step-by-step, guide me through every minute configuration. Also make sure to give names of whatever services we are going to be creating with the AWS service. Now this is the important part. Also tell me why and how we'll be using these AWS services here. It's very crucial for you to understand why you are using a certain AWS service, because the ultimate goal of me to be helping you build these projects is why and when to use an AWS service. So we'll ask ChatGPT so that you can get a better understanding about it. You can select any of these projects from here. I think I selected this one. Serverless, no, not this one. Serverless URL shortener. There are 3 services we'll be using: Lambda, API Gateway, and S3. Okay. So replace this with the project that you have choose. And there we go. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Okay. So without using a database, let's build a step-by-step. Okay. So a serverless URL shortener is pretty much self-explanatory, the name, but still, a user submits a long URL. AWS Lambda generates a short URL and stores it in an S3 file. So when someone visits the short URL, Lambda redirects them to the original URL. API Gateway handles the API request for shortening and redirection. Okay, that is a lot of work. Let's see how and if we can get this done. AWS Lambda it runs a serverless backend, handles URL shortening and redirection. Okay. So AWS Lambda runs a serverless backend. S3 stores the mapping of short URLs to long URLs in a JSON file. Okay. API Gateway exposes IAM, and CloudFront is also there now. IAM manages, we need permissions obviously. CloudFront is optional, speeds up. Okay, we're not making a global application, so I don't think we need CloudFront as of now. Let's take an S3 bucket first. S3 bucket. Then what? Go to the AWS S3 console, create a bucket, set the bucket name serverless. Okay. Yeah. Create a bucket. Now one thing you need to make sure is that bucket name should be unique globally, not just for you, for everybody. It should be a unique name that nobody has ever chosen before. So I'll just put a couple of numbers so that it becomes that. I don't think uncheck block all public access will restrict access via uncheck block all public access. Uncheck block all public access. Okay. We'll create the bucket. Fine, if you say so. Create bucket. Okay. I acknowledge that. Okay, fine. That's okay. Next what? Create a JSON file. Since we're not using databases, we'll store the URL in the JSON file. Create a JSON file urls.json with an empty object. I'll need to create just this. Okay. I'm not quite sure where this is going, but what was the name of this thing? urls.json. Okay. Now you have a JSON file. Upload it to the serverless URL shortener. Upload it here. Let's upload. Upload. Add file. Okay. There's my URLs file. Nothing else, right? Yeah. Upload it. That's it. Okay. Let's just upload it. It's uploading. Create an AWS Lambda function. Okay. Let's create an AWS Lambda function. Function name is URL shortener function. Copy that. Author from scratch. What's the runtime? Runtime is Python 3.9. Okay, I'll keep Python 3.9, which is not there. Create a new role with basic Lambda permissions. Okay, let's see. Create. Do we have Lambda? Ah, there. That's it. My role name. Lambda role. I hope that's correct. Grant Lambda access to S3. Update IAM for go to IAM console role. Okay, now we need to go to role. Still creating. Okay, let's wait for this to get created. Okay, it's done. Let's go to IAM. And what? Search for this role. What was the name? Lambda role. Okay. Roles. There it is. Find the role assigned. Click attach policy. Create inline policy. Okay. How do I do policy? Should I do it here? Modify permission. I don't think it's a permission. It's more like a policy. Can I not edit it directly? Attach policy. Oh wait, no, it was not attach policy. It was create inline policy. Yeah, leave. Create inline policy. Now this. See, this is what I'm telling you. Sometimes it gives you stuff and you can only do it if you are actually familiar with AWS's interface. If not, you will get confused. So, okay. Next. Now what policy name? URL shortener S3 policy and save it. And create it. Okay. Go to Lambda code, paste this code there. Do I need to replace something? Everything is same. Click deploy. Okay. There's the code in Lambda. Paste it here. Deploy. Is it deploying? Yeah. Successfully updated. Next. Create API gateway. Create API, HTTP, API. Okay. API gateway. HTTP. Okay. API name is this one. Next. What is this? Create post endpoint. Create route. Method is post. I can't. How do I do this? Configuration routes is optional. Review and create. Oh, routes. I can't. API gateway uses routes to. Okay. Instead, can we use REST API instead of HTTP API? Because it's a lot more simpler than this. Okay. Let's go back. Let's create a REST API. Where is it? Build. Okay. URL shortener. That's it. See, I told you this is much more easier. Step 2. Create the shorten URL endpoint. In the API gateway, create resource, shorten. Okay. We need to create a resource. Create resource. This one. Do I need to allow course? I don't think so. But let's do it anyways. Actions, create method, select post. Okay. Actions. Where is actions? What am I supposed to do? Oh, I need to create a method. Okay. A post method. Integration type lambda function. Okay. Integration type lambda function. And I'm checking in this thing also. Create method. Click save and then okay. Click create the redirected endpoint. Actions, create resource. We already did. Short code. Okay. I need to create another resource as well. Okay. Is it supposed to be like... No. It's supposed to be like this. Click actions, create method, get. In here I need to create a method get. integration type and everything. Lambda function is, there's only one lambda function, redirect function. Did we create a redirect function? I didn't see though. It's only URL shortener. There is no redirect function. Oh, it is there. There is a redirect one also. Okay, wait. We need to create another one, which is redirect function. Python. Do we need any role? Create another lambda function. I suppose they're not talking anything about the roles and stuff. So create function. Let's wait for it to get created. Yeah. We have the code. Let's paste it here. Deploy. It's deployed. Okay. Okay. We were here when we are supposed to create a method, a get method, lambda proxy integration. Now we should have a redirect one also. Create method. Now what? Click save and then okay. Actions, deploy API, deployment stages, prod. Okay. Deploy API, it should be prod, deploy. Copy the invoke URL which looks like this. Shorten a URL, post/shorten. What am I supposed to do? Redirect a short URL. I didn't understand what this is happening. Send a post request. Acha. Okay, got it. That's our invoke URL. So I need to, okay, let's open Postman for this. I need to send a post request to this and hope it shortens the link. Okay, we need some link also, right? We'll take GitHub link. Let me create a new one. We're gonna make a post request to this link. It should be /shorten, okay? And the body should include a URL and we should get a shorted URL. Okay, let's see. So I will take this and put it here. It's okay. Now let's see. And we're getting bad gateway. Let's see what went wrong. The dreaded internal server error. Something broke, but I'm not telling you why. Yeah, it is very annoying. Something broke, but I'm not going to tell you why. Don't worry, let's fix it. Okay, check the CloudWatch. This is what I was trying to tell you. If something goes wrong, CloudWatch is your buddy. Now let's hope that CloudWatch has saved our logs. CloudWatch automatically saves logs sometimes. So let's hope that it has done it so that we'll know what went wrong. Missing permission for S3. If the error is access denied, you forgot to give lambda serverless URL shortened, it is there. I don't think we gave this. We didn't give this permission. Let's see. Log groups. Yes, it is there. Okay, thank God it's there. Let's take that and I don't know what failed, but let's just copy the whole thing. Paste it here. Now tell me what's wrong. Your issue. The S3 bucket does not exist. Oh, wait. I know. We changed the name of the S3 bucket. God. And we didn't upload it. We didn't change it. Yes, we must have used it here somewhere. Serverless URL, not this one. That's the name of my bucket. There. Ah, that's the issue. It's still referencing, but your actual bucket is this one. Serverless URL shortener bucket. Which function is referencing to that? There. Let's update it there. We have another lambda function. Let's just take that one also. That was, okay, this one. We have deployed it. Okay. You are also referencing the same bucket. There you go. Okay, let's deploy it. Nothing else, right? Okay, let's see. Again. Nope, still not working. Let's go back and see now what's wrong. Let me just copy paste this. Still we're not getting it. I don't know why I checked this. Bucket does exist. Click the region. Why are you creating so much problem, bucket? It's the same thing. Hard code to bucket name for debugging. Modify your lambda function to print the bucket name before calling S3. Oh yeah, good job. Which one is this shortener? Okay. Hard code. Which lambda function am I supposed to change? You're supposed to change the URL shortener. Okay. This one. Okay. Now I know what's wrong. IAM role policy problem. Where is IAM role? Lambda role. Okay, I'll have to open it. Add permission, attach policy. It will be S3 full access, which we didn't give. Add permission. Okay. Send it again. Still not working. Now we have the permission issue. The error is clear. Okay. I am yes, S3 read only access. I have to redeploy it again. Okay. I did attach it, S3 full access. Okay, I'll just redeploy it again, both of them. Deploy it. Are you not deploying? No changes to deploy. No changes to deploy. It's not deployed. Okay. I don't think we got the response. Were we not supposed to get a response? I just got this. But you're getting an yeah, why? Obviously it's empty. Check the file. Let's go see. Can I open this? No. How do I open? Oh. It's empty. You can add a sample. Why do I need to do this? Okay, let's do one thing. Let's re-upload this file. Can I edit this here? I'll have to re-upload it. But why? Update your Lambda function to log the retrieved data from S3 and the should my urls.json file contain data? What am I doing? Contain data. Isn't it supposed to store the shortened URL on its own? You're absolutely right. Okay, fine. Initial state should be this. Checks the Lambda function receives a URL. It checks file in the S3, retrieves any existing URL. It generates a shortened version. Okay. Is empty. It will work as long as the function is designed to start with an empty object. Make sure your Lambda function is properly updating. Which Lambda function is this? URL shortener. Okay, so this is your URL shortener. Let's update it again. Deploy it. Okay, now let's try to send it. Starting indices must be integers, not strings. Okay, that's a very weird thing to get. Okay. Finally, we have our shortened URL and hopefully it should be updated in the S3 bucket as well. Let's go. Let me just reload it and then let's go check it out. Open it. Oh, you saved it? Okay, that's also not bad. All right, there you go. And apparently in the beginning, let's go to the start. Okay, so in the testing part, ChatGPT had said that send a post request and we should get this response. And if we open this, we should get redirected to that. Okay, so now if I try to copy this URL, apparently, if I open this, I'm supposed to be redirected to this, right? So according to you, if I open this shortened URL, I should be redirected to the original URL. Open the shortened URL in Google Chrome. Let me add that also. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Good catch. While the code is generating, it doesn't actually handle the redirect part. We've only covered the process of generating and storing, but we haven't set up any actual redirection logic. Okay. You'll need to create another API gateway. Okay, so right now, if I just, so as of now, if I just give any URL, it will get shortened, but it won't be able to, I mean, okay, fine, won't be able to do it. So we'll need to configure another API lambda for this. So as of now, if we give it any particular code, say if I give it this particular prompt, it will give me the shortened version. Now you have the code over here for how to implement the redirect logic as well. And I would leave it up to you guys to implement the redirect logic. Meanwhile, I will share this whole chat with you guys. Is it exported? I'll upload it to my GitHub page so that you guys can take it from there. There it is. Download data export. I suppose that should be here. I will upload this file to my GitHub and you guys can access it from there. Now additionally, there are a couple more prompts that we were missing. We've done the second one and let's look at our last prompt. Now that I have a thorough knowledge of the basic AWS services, let's move on to the more advanced sections of AWS. Tell me about the advanced projects that I can build using AWS Cloud. Similarly, the same way as you did with your AWS basic projects, you can still go around and make advanced projects as well. And here we have a bunch of them: scalable real-time data processing, Kindnesses plus Lambda, Route 53 S3 EC2, SageMaker again, Lambda API gateway, and also try integrating databases here. And the most important thing I would ask you guys to do is document your every step. So right now we made the application, but I didn't document it. But I would highly recommend you guys to document it. Like every single time you're like, okay, I had to attach this particular policy, I forgot about it, or I updated the bucket name, but I forgot to change it later. If you kind of document it, or even if you write it down using a pen and paper, it would actually help you a lot with your brain processing, with your understanding. It will largely benefit you. So please try incorporating that. And similarly, we have a bunch of other project ideas that you guys can do. And I'll just add this one also to the advanced projects. Oh no, I don't have to share this. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll export this one also. I'll just export the whole thing together. Confirm export. And I should get another email. Yeah. I'll download that. Go to the folder. I don't want this one or this one. Not this one. I'll extract it here. Okay, I need to convert this HTML document to PDF. I'll convert this file. Download it and upload a file here. There. Let me see how that looks. Okay, so you get the entire chat over here. I've uploaded this on GitHub and you can take it from there. Alright, now that was it for the hands-on part.
Today in this session, I will tell you guys which certification to choose if you are from a particular background, right? So you can expect by the end of this session that you will know which certification is exactly for you. So without wasting any time, let's go ahead and start off with this session with the first topic, which is why should you go ahead and choose AWS certifications. So guys, you choose AWS certifications for better job prospects in the AWS domain. So whenever you have, let's say you're working in the IT industry and you know AWS till some extent, but getting an AWS job basically nowadays requires you to have an AWS certification. The reason for that is how hiring managers, or that is how HRs who are recruiters basically differentiate you from a non-AWS professional. So the way People, shortlist resumes on Naukri or any other job portal these days is by typing in keywords. So they type in AWS certified to basically filter out people who know AWS. So why do you need certifications? You need certifications to have better job prospects in the AWS domain. Second thing is, you might be in a comfortable place right now and you might be thinking what to do next, right? So skilling yourself up with the cloud domain or an AWS cloud provider such as AWS would do wonders to your career if you want to go ahead and become an architect at some time in your career, right? Or let's say you want to become a CTO in some time in your career. So with certifications, with the right certification and the right technologies, you can expect a better career growth. Third thing is for staying up to date. Now I have a lot of friends and I know a lot of people who must be among you also, who basically get certified just to stay up to date with all the technologies which are working in the world right now. It might be that you don't want to do a career change. It might be that you are an expert in that technology, but just to be up to date with all the technologies which are being used in the IT industry right now, just to be up to date with it, you do the AWS certification. And apart from that, also, guys, if we talk about cloud technology, if we talk about to the extent to which cloud is being used these days, I guess each and every IT professional or a person who works in the software industry should go ahead and learn cloud. And the reason for that is most of our technologies that we are using today is going to be on the cloud. If not today, it will be there tomorrow, right? So you need to learn about each and every cloud provider, understand its pros and cons in order to become a professional who understands which application should be deployed on which cloud, and so that when you become an architect you can also suggest it to companies. Having said that, now what is the AWS certification exactly, right? So we have discussed why it should be done, but what is it and how can you achieve it? Let's go ahead and discuss that. So an AWS certification is basically it's a certificate that you get from Amazon, right? So Amazon certifies you that in their technology you are basically proficient enough to that level of certification. Now, when I say level of certification, there are various levels in AWS. You have associate, you have professional, you have specialty certifications. But let's not get into that as of now. We'll do that later. But basically, what AWS certifies you is that you are proficient in their technology up to the level of the exam that you are giving, right? And there are various roles also to which they provide certification for. For example, they provide for architect, they provide for developers, they provide for system admins as well, right? So based on your profile, based on your experience, they give you a certification that yes, based on your job profile, you can do all the work that you do in your company, in your profile on AWS as well. That's what they certify you for, right? And for getting a certification, what you have to do is you have to write an exam. So AWS, how it certifies you is by giving you an exam, and if you are able to pass that exam, they certified you with their certificate. And what they tell you in that certificate, like I said, is that you are proficient in that particular profile. Now, what are the different categories of AWS certification, or what are the different profiles which AWS basically tests you on, right? So you have first level 1. So level 1 is a foundational certification, and this foundational certification is basically very generic. So it will be like, can you use AWS? If you say yes, then this foundational certification is something that you should be able to crack. Okay, foundational certification does not test you on specific services. It tests a generic awareness of the AWS ecosystem, and if you're good with that, you can go ahead and do the foundational certification. Now this certification is optional, right? Because most of the people that I know, they don't actually go for the foundational certification. But let's say you are a person who is from the support background, or if you are a person who is uh, let's say looking for a job where they are asking for an AWS certification, but you don't know much about AWS. So you can try your hand at the foundational certification, which will not ask you much. It will just ask you about general awareness, which is required while you're working with AWS. Now this is level 1. Now you go ahead, and there is level 2 also, which is basically the associate certification. Now this is where the game starts, right? Now this is a certification that you will need to be certified in before you can go to level 3. Passing level 1 is not mandatory. You can skip foundational certification, but if you want to go step by step also, and you are new to AWS and you want to start learning it, I'd recommend you go ahead with the foundational certification, so you also get an idea what are the types of questions which are basically asked. Now, when you reach to level 2, then we are basically talking about associate certifications. Now, what are associate certifications? Associate certifications basically tell you that you are proficient enough to do a particular job of the specific certification that you're doing. For example, like I said, in associate you have three kind of certifications. You have solutions architect, you have developer, and then you have system administrator. So all these three certifications, any of which that you get certified in, AWS certifies that you are perfect fit for that particular job that you get certified on. It could be a solutions architect, could be a sysops, or could be a developer certification. But the game does not end here, right? So this is an associate certification where someone says probably a junior architect or a junior developer or a junior admin you can become. But let's say you are already working in AWS, you have this kind of experience. Now you want to go ahead in the career as well when you talk about AWS. So there's level 3. Now level 3 are professional certifications. Now professional certifications are for people who know AWS already, who are working in a job profile which involves AWS skills, but now you want to go to the next level. You want to become probably an architect of a company or a CTO of a company, or probably you want to head the cloud team. So in that case, you will be basically focusing on the professional certification, and the kind of profiles that we have in professional certifications are two. One is the DevOps engineer profile, and second is the solutions architect professional profile, right? So as the name suggests, if you want to become probably become a team lead of a DevOps team, you can go ahead and get yourself certified in DevOps engineer certification. Or let's say you want to become a head architect, or let's say you want to become an architect of the all the software components which are there in a company or a team, then you can actually target the professional certification. Now I would like to reiterate what I said over here. Now when I say you want to become a architect of a company, right, and you want to glance at what all each software component is doing and how it should be structured, right? Only having a professional certification will not guarantee you that job. You also need to have the required experience which is required for that particular certification. For example, you would need around 5 to 10 years of experience in the technology domain, so that you understand each and every technology perfectly, right? But with a professional certification, you also get a nod from AWS that yes, this guy has the required experience to become an architect, especially in the AWS domain. Then after this you have level 4 also, which is basically the specialty certification. Now this specialty certification is a little different from the associate and professional certification. Specialty focuses on a uh, particular domain inside AWS as well. For example, it could be just big data services, or it could be just networking services. So which services you want to, or it could be also security services that you want to get your specialty on. So for example, you have cyber security engineers, right? You have computer network engineers. So if you are a person who's a network engineer and who wants to pursue his network profile, and he just wants to be inside network only, AWS offers you a certification where you can show off your skills in networking on the AWS domain by doing a specialty certification of a network engineer as well. Similarly, you have it for big data. Similarly, you have it for security as well, right? Moving along, so these were the levels of certifications that you can do, right? So I told you foundational is an optional certification that you can do. Then you have the associate certification. If you don't do an associate certification, you cannot move on to professional. So this is a prerequisite which is there. right? And then you have professional certifications, which are basically for a better career growth once you are an associate. And then you finally have the specialty certification, which are for hardcore people in a specific domain, for example big data, networking, security, etc. Now let's go ahead and talk about the types of AWS certification. So now we have defined the levels of AWS certification. Now let's discuss the types. So let's say you're a guy, and the first thing that you would be doing when you start off with AWS is you would go ahead and do the foundational certification. But like I said, it's optional. If you want to do, you can go ahead. This particular certification will probably give you tech support roles, or yeah. So it is good for tech support roles who are newly budding into the cloud domain. This is good for the foundational certification is for that. But let's say if you are aiming higher, you can go ahead and do associate certifications, wherein you have certified solutions architect, certified developer, certified sysops administrator. So as a certification point of view, these do not have any prerequisites, right? But in order to crack these certifications, I would suggest that you need to have some IT background, right, or some Linux knowledge, to basically, because these certifications are hands-on based. These are not theoretical certifications, right? So if you have done hands-on only, then you would be able to answer the questions that the exam is going to ask in these kind of certifications, right? So if you're not doing any hands-on, and if you're just reading books, you're just reading about services, these certifications will actually not be cracked. So you need a hands-on exposure in all the services that you're learning, and then only you can touch or crack these associate certifications. And these certifications basically serve as a prerequisite to the professional certifications. For example, let's say if you want to become a DevOps engineer, you want to become a professional DevOps engineer, then either of these three associate certifications you can have. Either you should be an associate solutions architect, or a developer associate, or a sysops associate. Sysops is nothing but system administrator. So if you are a sysops associate, only then you can go ahead and do the DevOps engineer profile. Now, if you want to become a solutions architect professional, the only prerequisite is, and the only thing which will work is, the certified solutions architect associate. So let's say you are a certified developer. You cannot appear for a professional certified solutions architect certification, because the prereq for that is that you need to be a certified solutions architect associate. Only then you can apply for certified solutions architect professional certification, right? But if you want to become a DevOps engineer, any of these three will work. Similarly, when you move along, you have specialty certifications as well. Now, these again don't have any prereqs, right? But then, let's say if you are from the big data domain and you want to implement it on AWS, so you should be specialized in all the big data services which are there in AWS, and this is the exam which is going to test you on that. Similarly, we have advanced networking, and then we have security. So if you're good with networking and also the networking services in AWS, you can opt for going to this particular certification. Or let's say you are in the security domain and you're good with the security services in AWS, you can go ahead and opt for this specialty certification, right? So these are all the different certifications. Now let's go ahead and do a deep dive into each of these certifications by first discussing which certification is for you, right? So which certification is for you in case of foundational? So a foundational guy would basically be a guy who is an entry level professional into the AWS domain, right? And if you want to apply for tech support jobs, then this kind of certification will help you. The second kind of certification is the associate certification, and there are no prerequisites for this kind of certification. Like I said, if you want, you can skip foundational, and it basically tells the recruiter that whatever profile you got the certification in, that is solutions architect, developer, or administrator, you're proficient in becoming one, right? And because you have cracked it, it will also guarantee that you also have had hands-on exposure to all the services which were basically asked in the exam, right? So this is what associate certification is for, and this will basically be targeted by people. uh, let's say if you are if you want to become an architect in the future, then you should go for solutions architect, right? If you are already a developer and you want to still continue as a developer, then you should opt for the developer certification. Now what it will test you on is, let's say you develop an app, right? So let's say the data that you are basically, you're asking for some images in that app. So if those images have to be stored on AWS, you will have to use the required SDKs so that you can upload it on the AWS infrastructure. Now, AWS developer certification basically checks your knowledge on these SDKs that are involved, right? And if you are able to use those SDKs, then you can get the AWS certified developer certification. Similarly, a sysops administrator should know how to administer an architecture which has already been developed, right? How to maintain it, how to do routine maintenance tasks. So of all these things you're proficient in the AWS services, you can become a sysops administrator. Now, there might be some friends over here of mine who are neither an administrator nor a developer, nor are they an architect, and they want to basically switch to the AWS domain and want to become a cloud professional in the future. So for you guys, I would recommend the solutions architect profile, because that does not expect you to do coding, that does not expect you to know hardcore Linux, but what it basically would expect you to know, and that you will learn while you're learning for that certification, is how to design architectures, resilient architectures for applications that are developed by your company, right? How to deploy them on AWS is something that you will be learning. So for those people, I would recommend the solutions architect certification. So we were talking about the associate level. So for associate level, there are no prerequisites, like I said. You can go ahead and apply for the associate certification for these three profiles: solutions architect, developers, and sysops administrators, based on the criteria that I just told you, right? Then the next certification that you have is the developer certification. So developer certification, like I said, it will check your debugging skills, it will check your SDK knowledge, right? There are no prerequisites to this, but this should basically be opted by people who are already developers and are wanting to develop on AWS service and would like to get certified in these, right? The third kind of certification that you have is the sysops administrator certification. Now these are for people who are already administrators, right, and now want to skill up their skills by moving on to the AWS domain, right? So this will check your skills of doing maintenance tasks, this will check your Linux skills, and if you're good with them, you would be able to crack this certification. The next role that we have is the professional uh, role in these certifications, right? So you have the AWS certified solutions architect professional. The prereq for this is that you should have the associate level solutions architect certifications, otherwise you will not be able to appear for this kind of a certification exam, right? And this should be done by people who are either junior architects in a company, or people who have the architect certification, are architects, but still want to have a certification so that next time when they do a job change, then they can have more credibility in their resume. So this should be basically opted for those kind of people, right? So if you are already an associate solutions architect, go ahead, become a professional solutions architect. You can read about how to become one by going through the exam guide, which I will also talk about in a little while, right? Now the second kind of professional certification that we have is the AWS certified DevOps professional certification, which basically asks for a prerequisite of either being a developer or a sysops admin or a solutions architect. And this should be done by people who are basically looking out as a DevOps engineer, who want to become a DevOps engineer in a particular company, right? And DevOps engineer obviously is a very senior profile. You can expect a CTC of around starting from 10 to even 30 lakhs per annum in the DevOps engineer domain, right? So if you want to become a profile like that, and obviously the CTC you get is based on how much you know, right? But the gateway to that is by having this certification, which is the DevOps Engineer Professional Certification by AWS. Okay. The next kind of certifications are the specialty certifications. For example, you have the Big Data Specialist, which will basically check your knowledge on big data and how to solve the problem of big data using AWS services. And as a part of prerequisites for this, you can either have a cloud practitioner certification or any associate level certification, right? So there is no prerequisites as such, but if you are a cloud practitioner, so that will help you in becoming a specialist, because a practitioner would basically certify that you have a general awareness of the AWS services, and then once you have that, you can actually apply for specialist certification, so that you don't have to get into all the services that AWS has to offer in terms of, so that you don't have to go ahead and uh, get into all the big data certifications, right? Or all these solutions architect services you don't have to know, you just have to know the specific big data services which are there. And as a cloud practitioner, you just have to know about on the generic awareness of AWS. Okay, so this is about the specialist certification of big data. Second one that you have is a network specialist. Now, in this again, you just have to have the cloud practitioner service certification, right? And once you have the cloud practitioner certification, you just have to know the services that are required as a network engineer in AWS. You don't have to know all the services, right? So if you want to become a network specialist, just get to know, or just get to appear for the cloud practitioner exam, and then move on to your specialist certification. Similarly, when we talk about the security specialist certification, you just have to appear for the cloud practitioner, and then just show off your skills of your security domain in the AWS services, and only then you can go ahead and become a security specialist guy in AWS. Okay. Now, moving forward, guys. Now I've just told you about how you can go ahead and appear for certifications. Now let me just go ahead and tell you guys how you can know what all to prepare for in a certification. So just uh, type in AWS certifications on Google. The simple search will basically give you results like these, right? Now just go to the AWS certification page, and here you can see you have an option of scheduling an exam, and then you have an option of preparing for an exam. So let's say you are done with the preparation, you can go ahead and schedule an exam, and you can pick a date that you want to appear for. Since now you want to prepare for an exam, let's go down, and these are the services which are there, right? So as you can see in specialist, they have also added now Alexa skill builder and machine learning specialty, which is good. So this I think is recently added now, which again basically points to, if you're a machine learning engineer and want to become AWS certified in all the machine learning services that AWS offers, you can go for this certification. And let's say if you so Amazon has its own device, which is the Alexa device. It's an IoT device. So if you're building skills for that, and you are in a job profile wherein you just develop Alexa skills, so for that also you can get a certification in the specialty domain. Okay, coming back to the point. Now let's say you want to become an AWS Solutions Architect Associate, right? So just click on over here. You will get this tab, and over here you will get the option of download the exam guide. So either you can so obviously you will download the exam guide, which will basically be this, right? And the second thing you can also do is you can also have a look at the sample questions which will be asked in the exam, right? So this is how the exam guide looks like. So you have the recommended AWS knowledge. So here you can find out all the things that you have to learn in order to crack this exam, right? Also, you also get a breakup of all the things that you have to learn and how much of it will be asked in the exam. For example, how to design resilient architectures, 34% of your questions would be about that. Performant architectures, 24% of your questions would be about that, right? So all these domains you will have to learn, and what to learn on all these domains, these are the things which are mentioned over here, right? Now looking at these, you will not understand as to what exactly are the services that you should target. There are 130 plus services in AWS, but which one should you target in order to crack this exam? You will not get an idea from here. So for that, we have done the homework for you. So let me just go to Intellipaat.com, right? And before going on, now this is true for each and every certification which is there. For example, let's so I just was talking about solutions architect. Let's talk about sysops administrator. So I'll click here, You'll get a sysops page listed here. Then again, you'll have to download the exam guide. Now this is the required skills for becoming a sysops administrator. These are the domains, right? And in these domains, these are the things that you have to learn. But you will not know exactly which services to target. So what you can do is, you can just go ahead, go to intellipaat.com, go to AWS, let's say, solutions architect, right? Just search for this particular course, and then over there we have mentioned our course content, right? Let's say this is the solutions architect course. So this is the course content that we basically offer, right? And these will basically give you an idea about specifically what you have to learn. For example, we have listed, we're teaching you EC2 in the first module, then we're teaching you about storage volumes, then we're teaching you about auto scaling, load balancing, VPC, S3, and then databases, then management and application services, IAM, right? And then about configuration management using Opsworks and CloudTrail. So if you go through these, you will get to know exactly the services that you have to learn, and that would be it for the certification that you want to crack. Similarly, we also offer a course on sysops. We also offer a course on developer. You can just go ahead, check out the skills, and those are all the things that you want to learn. Now, for some of you who think you need help in us learning you these things, making you learn these things, you can also have an option of enrolling in a course with us. So you can go ahead, enroll in a course with us, and we have industry professionals who are already AWS certified, who are working as architects, working as developers, working as system administrators, who are going to teach you, right? These are not trainers, these are already people who are working as professionals in top MNCs, and these are the trainers that we hire who are going to teach you their skills that they have learned throughout the experience that they have, right? And we come in by controlling the course content over here, right? So this is the course content that we have created, which the trainers will be teaching you from, and that is how you will get prepared for your certification exam. We also conduct mock interviews. We also give out your resumes to companies that we are tied up with, so that you get the right job opportunities that you are looking out for.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
Great. So, and today we'll jump into the technical part. But before technical part, let's just understand little bit introduction. Okay, what is cloud computing, right? And here I'm not going to give you any, definitions. I'm not going to read any PPT and I'll give you definition from there. We will understand real world example. Okay, we will understand real world scenario, right? So computing. There is a college student. Okay, there is a college student that wants to start a social media website. Now let's say the code is ready, the website is ready, everything is ready. Now what is that one thing that this college student need to host? What is that one thing to make this website live? Yes. Okay, structure correct. They require a server. What is a server? A server is a computer, okay, on which this website will, okay, a server is a computer on which the website will be hosted. So they need a server on which this website will be hosted. But remember, we are talking about a college student. So let's say this college student can afford only one server, or let's say two server. Okay, we also need to understand our client. Okay, let's say our client can afford only two servers. Now, initially, when this product is launched, initially there are only, let's say, 100 users. So can I say two servers are more than enough to handle? Yes, two servers are to handle 100 users. But this is only in the beginning. Over a period of time, this number of this 100 user might increase to 100,000. Now what? Okay, it will increase to 100. Can I say now this two server will get overwhelmed and they will definitely, yes, obviously your two server will definitely fail because they cannot handle you. Okay. Now what this user can do, what this college student, see, I'll tell you what is the solution during such scenario. The solution that we require is called as data, right? So if you are building a product, okay, a web application where you know you are going to get traffic from, let's say you will get global audience, you will get traffic in millions, or let's say 100,000 users traffic you will get. Now in such cases you require data center. What is data center? Data center are these places that are filled with thousands. Okay, so no matter how much users are getting added, no matter how much requests you are getting, everything can be handled by this data center. All the requests can be handled by this, right? Now, coming here, if we have thousands of server, so obviously it can handle hundreds of server. But what is the problem with this? See, when we talk about cloud computing, what you guys need to 7 years ago, 8 years ago, or even when cloud computing was very new, what people used to do, where their server used to, where their database, what is on-prem? On-prem is their local data center, physical local data center, right? Every company used to have their own specific data center, their local data center, and in that local data center, that company used to. But remember, again, I'm telling you, here we are talking about a college student. Can a college student afford thousands of? The answer, right? So now what I will do, we will understand what is cloud computing. But before we jump to the cloud computing, I will tell you the problems of traditional. Okay, traditional computing means the what we used to have before cloud computing. Okay, where we used to have our own local data center. I will talk. Okay, traditional computing. The very first problem, all of you guys will agree that there's a huge capital expenditure. Okay, the very first problem is there is a huge capital expenditure in. This is the very first problem. What is the second problem? This is the first problem. What is the second problem? Can I say second problem is the problem of real estate? Now, why real estate? Nowadays, when we talk about IT, we never talk about real estate. But this used to be a very big problem, in the local data center. At that time, if we wanted to start, let's say you, me, all of us are a developer, all of us are colleagues, and let's say it's 2010. Okay, and if we wanted to start our own, let's say we used to buy our own server, but where we buying server is not the only thing. Where you will keep your server, you need to buy a dedicated space, or you need to at least rent out a dedicated space where all of your server will be hosted. This is not the problem in today's world, because in today's world everything is virtual because of cloud computing. But this used to be a very big problem in the so I hope you get my point. This is not today's problem, but this used to be problem with traditional computing. Now third point. Okay, the third point is the problem of operation and maintenance cost. And there's a lot of security is also required in that area. Wherever you have your data center, you need to provide your cyber security, you need to provide your physical security. So a lot of things are involved there, that if you are starting your own startup, you cannot afford to get into. Now, third reason is operation and maintenance cost. If you have a data center, you need to constantly provide them electricity, you need to constantly provide them system, You need to take every now and then some hardware. So there's a lot of operations as well as maintenance cost is involved, and you need to worry about. So not just cost, but cost plus efforts. Both of them. Okay, cost plus effort. This is the third problem. What is the fourth problem? I would say there's a lot of time. Okay, back in the days in the data center era, if you want to set up your own data center, it used to take many months, not days, not weeks. It used to take many months for everything to get set up. For you to order your server will come from some other part of the world or some other place. Those server will be delivered to you. Then you will hire system admins who will set up those server. All of this process used to take many. Okay, so time is money, and by that time your competitor might steal your might steal all of your users, your order. Okay, so the time that is required is a lot. And one more point I will add, the point of scalability. Okay, see, today we are saying that we have 1,000 server can handle 100,000 user. Okay, what if tomorrow your number of user increases to 1 million or 2 million? Can this 1,000 server handle that? Tomorrow if you suddenly get 2 million user, let's say your application got viral, you are getting 2 millions or millions of user requests. Can your 1,000 server handle that? No. Sorry, you'll have to add more. After that, again, users will increase, again, you will add server. And we know that adding server takes. Okay, but what if our number of users are constantly going down? Now what? Our number of users are going down. Then you guys know we already paid for server. So can I say that server, cost will go? So you see, in traditional computing, scalability is not at all. So these are the problem with your problem. These are the real world example I'm taking. Nothing tech. All right. Now I will tell you solutions. I will tell you solution and I will tell you how cloud computing solved all of the cloud computing. Okay. How it solved the problem of huge capital cost. It solved the problem of huge capital cost by pay per usage. Okay. You might have per usage. Pay per usage is basically renting. See, let's say for my office project. Okay. For my office project, I'm moving to for a project work for let's say 6 months. Now, do you think I should buy a apartment for my 6 month journey? Should I buy a right? The very first and honest reason is I don't have that much money. Okay. London is one of the most costliest place in the world, city in the world. I don't have that much money. Second and more logical reason is it doesn't make sense. Okay, if you're going somewhere for temporary period, why you will buy an apartment there, right? It doesn't make sense. That's the logical reason. So what we do, we can rent out an apartment, and you guys agree that renting out an apartment is 1,000 times cheaper than buying. Okay, the same thing is same concept is there on cloud. In cloud, you don't need to buy any server. You buy nothing. You don't buy any server. You simply rent. Okay, you rent out. Correct. And when you rent out the server, obviously it is 1,000 times cheaper. So this is how cloud solved the problem of huge capital. Okay, this is how cloud solved this first problem. Second, how cloud solved the second problem, the problem of real estate. Cloud solved the second problem because everything that you get on cloud is virtual in nature. See, whether you want server, whether you want database, whether you want storage, whatever you want, everything that you get on cloud is virtual. Okay. Now you tell me, Google Drive is also virtual storage. Do you need a place to store Google Drive? No, you don't. You don't need any place. Similarly, okay, similarly, whatever you do on cloud, everything you can do, for none of it you need to buy a place. Okay, so everything that you get on cloud is virtual, and because of that you don't need to buy any real estate. So you understand that cloud solved two big, okay, because of this virtualization only, we don't need to pay, I mean we don't need to buy the complete thing, and both of these reasons are the one that reduce, because of which our cost is reduced. Okay, so this is the second reason. Now third part. Now see, a we are getting everything virtual. There has to be some place in the world where there will be a, okay, even though we are getting it virtually, AWS will have some physical server. Some, now you tell me whose responsibility will it be? Operations and maintenance and all the management. Whose responsibility will it be? Will it be my responsibility who is using all these resources virtually, or it will be AWS responsibility that have all of this server? Whose responsibility? Of course, it will be AWS responsibility. The company, the vendor that is providing you this physical server and then in the form of virtual server, they are the one who is responsible for all the maintenance and operation. So it is AWS responsibility, or I would say vendor responsibility. Okay, now the fourth point. That was the third point. See, in the fourth point, the time that is required, here I will simply tell you the time that is today. I will show it. Okay, the time that is required here, right? You can create a server in AWS within a minute. Within 10-20 seconds, you can get your server. That's how fast it is. Because see, you need to understand, AWS have everything already ready. You just need to, you know, create things. You just need to provide what you want, and you will get it. So time that is required is very, very less. Now the last point. See, there can be more point, but we will not get into each and every point. I will tell you major point. The last point is scalability. So here I will simply tell you that AWS provides, okay, cloud provides scalability, auto scalability, auto scaling. Right? What is auto scaling? In simple language, when the load increases on your website, let's say your website is hosted on AWS. When the load increases on cloud, will add more and more server behind. And when the load decreases on your website, cloud will remove all the extra. So that whenever load increases, you have enough server, and whenever the load, your extra server point everyone. So these are the reason why businesses are moving. Okay, these are the reason why businesses are moving to cloud. This is the reason why there is so much requirement of cloud in the market. There's so much requirement of cloud engineer. So guys, that was introduction to cloud computing. We haven't saw any PPT. Now we will get into the actual AWS. Okay, we will understand the actual technical service. See, if I show you, this is the AWS console, what you see on your screen. This is the AWS UI from where we are going to work. Okay, from where you will work in any real world project. Okay, so this is AWS console. Here you will find all the services. Okay, so this is your AWS console, and here you will find all the services. See, simple logic. Whatever we can do in local data center, okay, whatever we can do in our local data center, everything can be done on it. Okay, so if you are a data engineer like me, I can do data engineering work without cloud, and I can do it on cloud. If you are a DevOps engineer, you can do DevOps work without cloud, or you can do DevOps work. Okay, no matter in which domain you are working, you're a database administrator, you're in cyber security, everything can be done on. Okay, so now let's start with, and we in our course we are going to cover many services. See, here I'll show you. On the left side, you see all of this category. For example, I am a data engineer. So I work with this analytical service. Here you see there are different services. And cloud is nothing but collection of services. Okay, cloud is nothing but collection of services. Here you see all of these are analytic services. Right? Like this, if you're a database administrator, these are all the database services. If you are into networking, then these are all the networking services. So we are going to understand many services across different domains. Okay, we will understand different services from different domains. Now, the very first service that we are going to start with is EC2. Okay, Elastic Compute. Okay, this is the service that we are going to understand first. Why? Why EC2? Okay, why we are starting with EC2? Because EC2 is the fundamental. Okay, see, EC2, why we are starting with this? Because EC2 is a fundamental. Yeah, see, generally nowadays, Ankit, what happens? If someone is getting into DevOps, they don't just work with DevOps, they work with either AWS DevOps or they work with Azure DevOps. Because as I said, nowadays every domain is operating on cloud. But before you understand AWS cloud, AWS DevOps, you need to understand AWS cloud first. That's the reason we need to first learn AWS. Then only we can jump into AWS DevOps or AWS data engineering. Before that, we need to understand AWS. Okay. Now see, EC2 is the fundamental service. No matter what is your profile, whether you are a data engineer, whether you're a DevOps engineer, whether you are a web developer, everyone uses EC2 because it is such a fundamental service, right? So we will understand this. But right now, if you look at your screen, you see it's very complex. There are so many things on your screen. And trust me, when it comes to UI, AWS or Amazon is very bad. Their UI is never friendly. Okay, so ignore everything that you see on your screen right now. Okay, just follow on what I'm going to show you, and I guarantee you. Okay, now see, ignore everything that you see on your screen. You will not understand it. Just look at this. Launch instance. What is the meaning? Instance means server. Okay, instance means when I click here on launch, it will show. Okay, it will show me a page where I need to provide some values, and I will get my server. On your screen, you can see there is a page where there are different values. There is an entire form. Our task, our job as a cloud engineer is to provide our values in this form, and we will get, right? So here, first of all, I will EC2 demo, right? What is this? This is the name of the server. Okay, this is the name of the server. But along with name, here we can add what is tag? Tag is nothing but key value. Okay, tag is nothing but key value pair. So here I can provide a key, let's say, for example, who is the owner? Who is the owner of this EC2? Here I will add a value called as Pratik. So you see, tag is nothing but key value pair. This is the key, this is the value. Okay, and it can be anything. Okay, tag is there for your convenience. It can be anything. You can provide whatever you want. Why do we provide tags? We provide tags because when we are working on a project, there can be hundreds of server. Okay, how you will identify your server? For example, here I will add one more tag. I will add a tag, let's say purpose. What is the purpose of this EC2? The purpose of this EC2 is training. So you see, we provide tags so that we can identify our server. Tags are there only for your convenience. Is it okay if I don't? Yes. It is totally fine if you don't provide any tags. Totally okay. You will not get. Okay, very good. So here we provided tags. After that, you see the next thing is AMI, Amazon Machine Image. Now, what is AMI? Guys, when we talk about Can I say the two most important thing in a server is software and hardware? Correct. Can I say in a server, that is a computer, a software is represented its can I say operating system is the main software? Very good. So AMI is nothing but operating system. So if you want a Linux operating system, then select Linux AMI. If you want a Windows operating system, then select Windows AMI. If you want a macOS operating system, then select macOS AMI. So AMI in EC2 is simply the operating system. Whatever AMI you select, you will get that particular operating system. Now here, a simple use. I have a MacBook, but let's say tomorrow I need a Windows laptop. There is a task that I need to do. Let's say there is a 1 hour task I need to do, and that can only be done in Windows laptop. Now, do you think I need to go and buy a Windows laptop for a 1 hour of task? Don't you think I can simply create a EC2 for 1 hour? I will pay for that 1 hour of money and I will also be done with my task. Don't you think that will save a lot of money? Okay, I can simply create a Windows EC2 and I can do my task. I don't need to go and buy a new Windows laptop. So AMI is nothing but very good. Okay, but is it only operating system? Because see, here I'll show you. Here I'll click to browse more AMI. See, here in Quick Start AMI, you get many AMIs. You get around 45 AMI from AWS side. And you will see this AMIs will range from many different operating systems. Okay, most of the operating systems are available here. But is AMI only operating system? No. It is operating system, but AMI can be even more than operating system. Okay, for example, if you go with this AMI, you will get a simple Windows. But if you go with this AMI, you will get Windows machine, but along with that Windows machine, you will also get SQL Server. So there are some AMI that comes with extra, correct? So AMI is not only operating system, AMI is operating system, but in some AMI there can be addition. Okay. After this, you see here, these are the quick start AMI. These are the AMI provided by AWS. But then you see there is something called as marketplace here. What is marketplace? Here I will tell you a simple analogy. Guys, do you know Microsoft provided Word software for desktop user in the form of Word? Okay. But can I say in today's time, today, I can get the same Word software in my Android phone. I can get the same Word software in my iPhone also, right? If I want the same software on my Android, where I will go, very good. If I want the same software in my iPhone, I will go to. Okay. Similarly, now today we don't have our own data center. Today we are working on AWS data center. Now, how you will get the same software on AWS? That's the question. If I want the same software, how I will get it? Can I say I will have to go to this marketplace? Just like there is a Google Play Store, just like there is a Apple App Store, there is a AWS Market. Okay. So on AWS Marketplace, you will find name of many big enterprises like Cisco that are selling their. How do see? If I need a Cisco, how I will get it? I don't have my own. Okay, your data center is there in AWS physical data center. You are using their data center. So how I will get the same? You get it. You get the same software in the form of AWS Marketplace. Do you still need to pay money? Of course, yes. Do you still need to buy the license? Yes. But the way you are getting that, right? Like in the older days, we used to get our software in the form of CDs. We used to install them. But now every software you get on usage basis. This is AWS Marketplace. Now AWS Marketplace is the place where companies sell, right? So community AMI. Community AMI is the place where developer upload their AMI for free. If marketplace is the place where enterprises upload their AMI, community AMI is a place where developer like you and me, we can upload our own AMI for free. It's clear. And here you see my AMI. Now guys, think about it. We have 6,000 plus AMI in marketplace. We have 500 plus AMI in community AMI. We have 45 kickstart AMI. Even after having so many AMI, why anybody will create? Can I say for our need? For our custom, it's very easy. But why we create a tomorrow if I need a tool in my team, if tomorrow if I need a common OS or common tool, I can create it once and I can use it every day. Or I can create it and I can give it to my okay. So this is AMI. Now in AMI, what I will do, I will go with this Amazon Linux 2023 AMI. Why this one? Because this is one of the most commonly. Okay, great. So I will show you a separate demo on. Okay, very good. So here I'll go with Amazon Linux 2023 AMI. So this was the AMI, that was software part. Now comes the hardware. Now in EC2, here you see we have something called as instance type. Instance type is called as, is basically the hardware of, alright. Here instance type represents the hardware. And when we say hardware, what do we mean? Hardware is the CPU and RAM memory, or even, okay. So here if I click on now you see there are more than 900, okay. And right now again you see so many things on your screen, okay. There are many things on your screen. Ignore all of that. Whatever you see on your screen, ignore everything. Just pay attention on this CPU and this memory. Pay attention on, right? Here you see this will define how much CPU or how many CPU your server is going to have, and this define how much RAM memory your server, right? This two columns is your main configuration. Now you tell me, if you look at this list, don't you think many of this instance type, they have similar CPU and RAM memory? Don't you think many of them have almost similar CPU, similar RAM memory? Here comes a very big question. The question is how to select an instance type for our requirement. Okay, there are so many options. There are 900 plus. See, here I will give you a process. I will tell you few steps. Okay, I will give you a process. I will give you few steps that will help you understand how to select an instance type for you. See, the very first thing you should do is to understand what is your, okay. The very first thing we do is to understand what kind of workload, okay, what kind of workload we are dealing, right? Are you working on a workload where there's a lot of competition, or are you working on a workload where a lot of RAM memory? What kind of workload you're dealing with? So see, here we have few, okay. Here is the general purpose workload. What is general purpose workload? General purpose workload is that workload where a combination of CPU, RAM memory, you require a combination of CPU, right? Here in general purpose, you require everything in balance. You require CPU, RAM memory, and nets. Nothing. Or are you working on compute optimized use cases where there's a lot of CPU power is required, where there's a lot of CPU computation required? Compute optimized are those workload where a lot of CPU is required. Memory optimized are those workload where a lot of memory is required. Accelerated computing are those workload where a lot of GPU. Sorry, this is your task. First, identify what is your workload type. Once you identify what is your workload type, after that, we need to, like, let's say we decided that we are going to work with a lot of computation. Okay, we are working on compute heavy workload. So here you see there are different C4, C5A, C71, all of these different instance. Okay, here you see whatever you see on your screen here, C7G, C7I, C6G, all of this, they are called as instance family. Okay, so once you understand your workload, then you see there are different instance family and they are basically different hardware. For example, C4 family provides you Intel hardware. But if you C5 is also Intel. If I go to C6G, C6G is AWS hardware, Graviton. If I go to C7I, this is also in. Yeah. If I go to C7A, you see it's a AMD. Okay, this is AMD hardware. So as you can see, the hardware, the instance type you have here, different instance type have different hardware. Okay, different instance type have, right? So what you can do when you're working on a project, and especially if you're a tech lead or someone who decide all of this thing, you will know what kind of workload you're dealing with. Once you identify that, you will go to this documentation and you will have to select which hardware you require. Do you require 3.7 gigahertz, or do you require more, or do you require less? Do you require fourth generation AMD hardware or second generation or third generation? So you need to decide all of this thing, right? So the very first thing is decide your workload. Then based on your hardware, whether you want Intel hardware, whether you want AMD hardware, based on the hardware required, decide what kind of instance family you will go with. Let's say for our use case is training. Okay, we don't require any. Okay, we don't require anything special. So what we will do? We will go with general purpose. And in general purpose, let's say we will go with T2 family. Require T2 family instance family. Now in T2 family, you see it is divided into T2 nano, T2 micro, small, medium, large, X large, 2X large. So T2 family, T2 instance family is divided into, and all of these types, they are called as instance type. All of these types, they have different CPU and RAM. Okay, all of them have different CPU and RAM memory. So T2 nano will give you one CPU and 500 MB RAM. But T2 large will give you two CPU and 8 GB. You get my point? Instance family in turns divided in. So you understand the process. You don't need to start from how much CPU or RAM I require. No, you don't need to start from there. You need to start with what is my workload. Okay, my workload is general purpose. So I'm going with, let's say, T2 micro. I thought that this T2 micro hardware is good enough. Nowadays it's very simple. Nowadays ChatGPT can give you such answer very quickly. But back in the days before ChatGPT, we used to read through this documentation and we used to. Okay, so let's say I decide that I will go with T2 family. Now in T2 family, I can decide. Now I need to decide how much CPU and RAM I require, because based on that, I will select instance type. So T2 is the family, but nano, micro, small, these are the types. These are called as instance. Our instance, whatever we create, is specific to region. And region, I will come to region, the instance type. Instance types, as you can see, there are 900 plus. You will never need to customize them. You get them in all shape and sizes. Okay, but they are pre-configured, so we can't change them. In our this example, I'm going to get T2 micro. Why I will get? Because T2 micro is free tier clear. So here we define AMI, that is operating system of our EC2, and here we define the hardware of EC2, that is CPU and RAM. These two are the most important thing when it comes to EC2. Okay, now there are other things also remaining. We will understand them as well. But these two are the most important thing. Okay, AMI is your software and instance type is your. Okay, now here you see, next thing we key pair. What key pair is your password. Guys, see, let's understand this in simple language. In our laptop, all of us have, right? Only when we provide that password, then only we get access to the laptop. Similarly, don't you think there should be a password facility for your EC2 as well? Because EC2 is what? EC2 is also computer. EC2 is also a machine. Don't you think there should be a password involved? Yes, there should be a password. So key pair is the password of your EC2. Got it? Now here when I click on create key pair, here I can provide the name of the key pair. Now what is key pair? Key pair is just a file. Okay, key pair is just a file that is downloaded in our laptop. Okay, this file will be downloaded in our laptop. And whenever we try to access our EC2, and I will show you this, I will show all of this to you practically. Whenever we try to access EC2, we will have to select. If we have key pair, good, we will get access to our EC2. But if you don't have key pair, right? Now see, here I will create a key pair EC2 KP. What is today's date? Today's date is 7 June. 7 June. Okay, now you see these are the two algorithms, RSA algorithm and ED algorithm. You can select whatever algorithm you want. Okay, both the algorithm provide same security, so you can go with any one of them. I will go with RSA algorithm. All right, I will go with RSA. Okay, and here is the format. Now here also you can select whatever format you want. We will go with .pem. Okay, now you see when I click on create key pair, this key pair will be downloaded in my laptop. When I click on create key pair, this key pair will be downloaded in my laptop. Can you see when I clicked on this download symbol, here my key pair is this is the key. Okay, this key pair is downloaded in my laptop. Got the concept, guys? I will show you practically how to connect with EC2, and when we connect with EC2, how to provide key pair. The theory concept that key pair is your password. Key pair is a file that you need to provide whenever you are trying to access EC2 CD. Now, obviously, if you are talking about will be there, network topic, right? What is security group? Security group is a firewall. Now, firewall, I hope firewall, security that blocks any kind of okay. Let's say your website is hosted on AWS server. Now, of course, want any random request from anywhere. You want to allow only accepted, only requests that are let's say within your organization. Any other request coming from any other. So firewall will block that traffic. Firewall will block unwanted. Okay, so security group is the firewall. If security group is the firewall, security group is the firewall for EC2, firewall around EC2, and security group is mandatory. You cannot have a EC2 without security. Not possible. You cannot have a EC2 without. Okay, and one default nature of security group that you need to understand is security group. So security group, basically, the default nature of security group is that it will block everything. By default, security group blocks any kind of any kind of incoming traffic is blocked by security group. But here you see allow SSH traffic, allow HTTP traffic. When we select this, then this traffic will be allowed, right? So here we are creating a Linux server. So that's why it is mandatory for us to allow this SSH traffic. Because I just told you, by default, security group will block any kind of income. Okay, by default, security group will block any kind of income. Okay, only what you select here, only that. Whatever you select here, only that concept. Here I am selecting this, so my security group will allow my SSH request. And here I can select allow from my IP. So here you see my IP address. It will detect IP address. And now request coming from only from my. But can I say here if I select anywhere, that is this 0.0.0.0/0, if anywhere, whether request comes from my laptop or it comes from your laptop, from everywhere, So if I select allow SS traffic, then request will will allow from anywhere from your laptop. Okay, so here we are done with network, and the next thing is storage. Now do not worry about storage. Here you see GP3, GP2, IO1, IO2. All of this part we will see tomorrow. Okay, storage part I will come, right? Right now, all you need to understand is here you can add more, right? The more volume you add, the more storage you will get, right? But even if you don't add more volume, you can individually scale, increase or decrease this one volume. This is your root volume. You can increase or decrease this root volume. You can increase or decrease, right? We will go with the default value of 8 GB. You cannot go B, because understand this is the root volume. And in root volume, you cannot go below 8 GB because that is the minimum. See, in root volume is that place where your operating system, okay, root volume is that place where your operating system, right? So minimum 8 GB is, so this maximum is around 16 byte. But understand, if you go above 30 GB, it will money. Below 30 GB of cost. Okay, if you go above 30 GB, then it will. So here you see, I will go with 8 GB in storage. Okay. See, you can create, there is no limitation there, how many instances you can create. But how long the EC2 will be running, there is a limitation on this link. You will see, you will get all. Okay, here on this list, you will get whatever number of create. All of them together can run for maximum 750 hours. Not okay, all of them can run for maximum 750 hours. Not all right. So if you create one server, that one server can run maximum 750 hours. But if you are Prasad, then all those three server can run for maximum 250 hours. Beyond that also they can run, but then it will be out. Then it will cost you money. Understand, free tier does not mean everything is free. Free tier means some part up to certain limitation things are free. That okay. So we will go with this. So here we are done with our form. And the last thing is here we can define our number. If you define 1, you will get 1 server. If you define 10, you will get 10 server. If you define 1000, you will get 1 server. Okay, obviously we require server. And with that, I will launch. Okay, everybody pay attention. You will see within a minute, my server. Okay, our server is ready. If I go to instances, and you can see demo. Our first server is okay. Our first it is okay. So as you guys can see, within 10 or 15, right now our server is ready. Our server is created. Next question is how to connect with this server. How to connect? Okay, now for connection there are two ways to connect with it. Okay, there are more ways, but mainly 2 ways. The very first approach is the easiest one. Okay, how to connect with this EC2? Simply select this server, click on, okay, click on this connect button, and here you see this is the method called as EC2 instance connect. This method is called as EC2 instance connect, right? And now you see here there is a, I will click on this connect button, and you will see this will open my EC2 right inside. Okay, right inside my browser, it will open my EC2. Now here this is the simplest method to connect with EC2. Okay, this method, that is EC2 instance connect, this method will open your EC2 right with, okay, it will open your server right in. Now here guys, what to do after this? Okay, we created the server. Now we can access the server. Now what? Here inside this server, what you do now depends. Okay, what you do inside this depends on your profile. If you are a data engineer, you will do data engineering work. If you are a web developer, you will do web development. If you are a tester, okay, what you do here will depends on your job profile. As a cloud engineer, you need to understand how to create the server, and Ravi already gave the answer. Don't you think something earlier I told okay? Earlier I told you that key pair is the key pair is the password. So whenever we try to connect with EC2, it should ask us the key pair. But did I provide it? Guys, pay attention. I connected with EC2 from this console. I mean, the connect button was right here. Okay. So can I say for this method of EC2 instance connect, anyone who is using this method, anyone who is, can I say that person is already logged into the account? Can I say that person is already logged in? Yes. Now, if a person is already logged inside the AWS, does that person need does that person need to see here in this case, whenever you use this method connect method, it will not ask you key pair because of this basic fact that since anyone who is using this method, the person is already logged into the account, so it will not ask that person to log in, right? But now I will show you a second method where we will log in from where I will log in from outside of AWS account, basically from my local machine, from my okay and in that method you will see I will have to provide key, because whenever we log in from outside there, of course we are not already logged in, so we need to provide CMS CLI. Now here I will go inside downloads folder because that is the place where my key pair is downloaded. Right now here I'm going to run a SSH command. Okay, this SSH command will give us access to, okay, so here let me show you the command first. Okay, I will give you template. Okay, I will give you I will give you template of that command. See, the SSH command is this. Then you provide -i. Here you need to provide space, but I'm providing tab because just to show you clearly. SSH-i. Then we provide our key pair. Okay, then we provide our key pair. Okay, then we provide our username. Okay, then we provide @ symbol, and then we provide IP address of our server. Okay, we provide IP address of our server. Right? This is the you have to do is to simply put the value here in this. Okay. Now, before we run SSH, we need to, like the file that we downloaded, we need to provide some permission for that file. Okay, whenever you download any file and you want to use that file, you need to change permission. There is a command called chmod. Okay, so here I will provide that command chmod 400. Using this command, we are going to change the permission of, okay, and when we run this command, it will ask us our password. It will ask the password of, okay, we provided the password. Now the command. Sorry, we are ready to run. Okay, so here I will type the SSH command, SSH-i, then provide the, okay, then provide the username, and the default username is EC2-user. This is the default username whenever you create a, okay, then @ symbol, okay, and the final thing is IP address of our server. So select your server and here you will see all the detail. And from this detail, I will simply copy paste this public IP. Okay, I will copy this. and now I will enter, and you should see we will get access to our EC2 server. Yes, I want to continue. And there you see, we got access. Okay, now let me show you Windows EC2. One thing you will notice now that when we created Linux server, it took us a lot of time to create that Linux server. Okay, but now when we will create Windows server, you will see it will be created very quickly. So I will go to EC2. Here I'll click create new server. Because if you try that, see, in Windows laptop you don't need to change it. When you work from Windows laptop, simply run your PowerShell as an administrator. Okay, in your Windows laptop you don't need to change it. But in Linux or MacBook, the file permission is different. Whenever we download any new file, the file permissions are different. So there it is required to change. But in Windows laptop, just simply run PowerShell as an administrator. You will not. All right. Now see, creating Windows server, now that you understand how to create. Now creating Windows server is very easy. All you have to do is to simply select. Okay, simply select Windows AMI. That's it. You want Linux server, select Linux AMI. You want Windows server, select Windows AMI. That's okay. Then you see here, if I go down, now you see T2 micro is no longer available. We have T3 micro. Why T2 micro is not available? T3. Okay, because see, all of you guys will agree that Windows server, Windows operating system is more heavy than Linux. Windows operating system is more heavy than Linux operating system, because in Windows operating system you have the entire UI and everything. Correct? So T2 micro is not capable of hosting Windows AMI. T2 micro is not capable of hosting Windows machine with Windows operating. Okay, that's why here whenever you create Windows AMI, T3, right? After this key pair I will select. Okay, I will select the same. Okay, should we create another key pair to use? Ideally, to use different key pair for different server, but it is okay. If you want, you can use the same key pair for multiple servers. Okay, so we'll go with the same key pair. Now, do you notice any? You see, instead of SSH traffic, we have RDP. Okay, so if you want to work with Linux server, SSH protocol is required. But if you want to work with Windows server, RDP protocol is required. Remote desktop. Very good. And one more change you will see here, instead of 8 GB, now we have 30 GB. Again, the reason is simple, because we are working with Windows EC2. And Windows EC2 is obviously, so it requires more. 30 GB is required for minimum required for Windows server. If you try to go below 30 GB, you will get the error, just like how we got error when we tried to go below 8 GB on. Okay, so you see, we just selected Windows AMI. Okay, do you understand this fact, everyone? Understanding EC2 for the first time, creating our first server took us more than 1 hour, but creating second server it got so easily. In few minutes we are done with our, because all we did is to select different AMI. All right, so our server is ready. Now, how to connect with Windows server? Because in Windows server the method is very simple. See, I'll show you. See, select your Windows server, click on connect button. Okay, click on connect button, and here you see RDP client. Okay, here you will see it will ask you to download remote desktop file. Okay, we need to download this remote desktop file, and here you will see it will be downloaded. Okay, now here is your, but what about password? You guys know, password in Windows EC2. For Windows EC2, we need to upload the we need text password. So here you see, you have to provide password. So here you see get password. Click on this get password, and here we will have to upload. What it will do is, it here when we upload our here when we upload our key pair will be converted into a text password. So look at this. Here I'll upload key pair. I will provide my key pair here. Okay, I provided key pair here from my laptop. And when I click on decrypt password, here you see decrypt password. When I click on decrypt password, it will convert my key pair into password. Look at this. This is the password I got. Everybody understood how to convert your key pair into password? Here you will see get password method button. Click on that button, upload your key pair, and your key pair will be converted. Now here is your username, that is administrator, and here is your password. Simply execute that file. Okay, that file. Okay, I will execute this file. Okay, you see Windows EC2 RDB file. I will run this file. Let me share my screen. I'll show you how. Can you see the screen? When I executed that file, here my EC2 address. Okay, here is my username, and here I will simply copy paste my password. Look at this. Hope you're understanding. Now what I will do, here I will continue. Now when I click on continue, just wait and watch now. Can you guys see in my MacBook, a Windows server is getting started? We create server yesterday. Where are this server? As you can see, based on what is the concept of cloud computing, now we understand that these are the virtual server. Now we understand that these are the virtual resources. Okay, we know that both of these are correct. Where they are, where are they stored physically? Where they are hosted physically? Okay, see, even though I'm getting this server virtually, but here you see there is something called as United States, North Virginia. Okay, so physical hardware of this two server is coming from where? The physical hardware of this two server is coming from North Virginia. So this simply means that in North Virginia, there is a physical data center. Okay, in North Virginia, there is a physical data center where this virtual machines are being hosted. Okay, so this concept, all of this names you can see here, North Virginia, Ohio, Oregon, Mumbai, all of this thing that you see here, they are called as regions. Okay, all of them are called as regions. Right? What is region? Region is just a geographical, just a location, nothing else. Okay, North Virginia's region. But region is made up of, so let's say this is the region. Okay, this is the region. Region is made up of availability zones. Okay, region is made up of availability zone. What is availability zone? Availability zone means data center. Okay, availability zone means data center. This basically means that in North Virginia, there are these different data center. Okay, inside one region, there can be multiple data center. So if I created a server, there is a chance that my server is hosted in this data center. There is a chance that it is hosted in this data center or this. Okay. So if we are creating server, or let's say in cloud, when we upload our data goes to this data center. So whatever you see here, this North Virginia, Mumbai, these are just a location. They are called as region. But a region is made up of data center called as availability zones. Okay, so this is the concept of region and AZ. AZ means first method was EC2 instance connect. Another method was SSH method, SSH command method. So this is the concept of region and AC, right? Now we work in one region at a time. That's why I created this server, because if you see, if I let's say go to Mumbai, now here you will not see the server. See, there is no server here because our servers are created in North Virginia region. So at a time you can work only in one region. Okay, you cannot do half of the work in one region, another half of the work. I hope that is clear. Now, if here a question comes to mind, if there are so many regions, okay, and there are 16 more regions, if there are so many regions, then which nearest and most secured zone? See, all of them are secured, but you are correct with the part that nearest. See, a logic is very simple. Let's say my development team is in Mumbai. Okay, my development team is in Mumbai. We are working from Mumbai, and we are developing a app that is targeting Australian. Okay, then which data center we should work with? Should I should my team work in Mumbai data center, Mumbai region, or they should select Sydney region? Which one? We will select Sydney region. Why? Very easy. Performance matters. Okay, if my customers are physically closer, to my data center, right, then they will get better performance. Do you agree with this? See, developer distance does not matter. It is okay that developers are not the users. Developers are developing the app. For them, this performance does not matter. Performance matters for customer. If your customer, okay, if your customers are closer to your data center, then obviously they will get better performance, because closer the distance, lesser the lesser the latency, and better the. Okay, so we will always go with the region which is close. Your next, okay, Pratik, if I had customer from Australia, then I will go with Sydney region. But what if I have customer from all over the world? What if I have a global audience? Then which region to go with? In that case, we will go with North Virginia or Ohio region. Because North Virginia region and Ohio, see, North Virginia is anyway by a default region. North Virginia region and Ohio region, these are the main US region. Whenever AWS releases any new services, whenever AWS releases any new feature, they release those new services and feature in North Virginia and Ohio. Okay, so and slowly they release those services and feature in other part of the world. So if you always want latest update from AWS, then you can go with North Virginia and Ohio. These two are the preferred regions. Okay, so if you have a global audience, we always go with North Virginia or sometimes. Okay, so yesterday we created this server and I showed you I did yesterday. But if you select this and here you go to instate, yesterday if you remember, I clicked on this terminate instance, that is delete. When we click on this, our server is deleted. Okay, and deleted means what? It is permanently deleted. Once you delete your server, you will, right? Here we clicked on terminate. So this here you can see it is shutting down, and in few seconds you will see let it get done. You will see terminate message here. But even after termination, you will still see the server here for some time. Do not worry, just because it is there, it will not cost you money. As long as this is terminated, okay, it will be there for few minutes. After that, it will be removed. But do not worry, it is not costing you any money. But this is a permanent delete option. Obviously, if you delete something, it will not cost you money. But if I stop this, okay, what happens when you see, if a server is terminated, there is nothing can be done about it. We'll have to create a new server. But if a server is stopped, that server can always, okay, if a server is stopped, that server can be, right? So what do you think? When it is stopped, here you can see added again. But when it is stopped, do you think it is? Yes, it is not working, but it is still there in the cloud. This server is still assigned to you. So even though it is in stop state, it is still assigned to you and you can start it whenever you want. So of course it will not cost you that much money, but still it will be costing you some amount, right? When your server is in stop state, it is still costing you money. Because the answer is simple. See, you rented out an apartment, okay? But you are not living in that apartment for 3 months. Now, does it mean just because you're not living there for 3 months, you don't need to provide the money? You don't need to pay the money? You don't need to pay the rent? No, right? That's your lookout. Whether you are living in that place or not. If you rented out an apartment, you'll have to pay the rent. So stop server is like that. It is stopped, but it is still assigned to you, and you can start it whenever you want. So some, some a bit of money it will still. Okay, so here you see it can be started again. Okay, very soon you will see the server. See, it is in pending state now. Now it will be in running state. See, it is running. So a stop server can always be started again. Right? So let me terminate this. And now I will create a new server. Okay, so now we will get into EC2 storage. Okay, so here I will provide the name EC2-EBS. Okay, see, regarding EC2 storage, what you need. This is the EC2. Okay, EC2 have a internal storage. Okay, it have a root volume. It have an internal storage. Okay, this yesterday we saw that there was a root volume called as EBS, elastic block storage, and the same root volume can also be attached externally. Okay, so if you remember yesterday when I was creating the EC2, at that time, so I will proceed without keypad today. At that time, you see this 8 GB. Okay, this is the root volume. So this root volume is nothing but this EBS that is attached to the server. And we can add external EBS. So here if I click on, let's say, add one more volume. Now this is your external EBS, but this is the root volume which is attached to the server. Now you tell me everyone, let's say this EC2 stores some data in this root volume and the same EC2 stores some data in this volume. Data from our root volume, can I say if my EC2 gets deleted, data from my root volume will also get deleted? But data from external volume should not get deleted. Do you agree? Seems this is a EC2 and this is an internal EBS. Okay, so this is the root volume. Okay, this is the internal volume which is attached to my EBS. And here is the external EBS which is attached over a network. Now you tell me what I'm trying to say. This EC2 stores some data in internal EBS. This EC2 stores some data in external EBS. If my EC2 goes down, can I say data from my internal EBS is also, but data from external EBS should still be there? Do you agree? Right? Because if the server goes down, obviously the storage attached to that server will obviously go down. But the storage which is not attached to it, which is connected over a network, nothing will happen to that storage. So when we create EC2, this root volume you see here, this root volume is the internal storage, and the storage that we attach separately, like this one, this is the external. Okay, this is the external volume, right? So I will create this server. Let me create this one. Okay, so here you see, I will go to the server. Here I will give the filter instance state is equal to running. Okay, so you see this is the server. If I select this server, if I go to storage, now you see I have bought the storage. This first storage is the root volume that comes with our server, and this is the external volume. Okay, now if I want to add more storage separately, can I do it? Or we can add storage only while creating? Yes, we can add, but edit. Very simple. So this is my server. Okay, and this is, we are covering EBS. This storage is called as EBS. EBS is a storage of EC2 and it stands for elastic storage. Okay. Now EBS is not some different AWS service. Okay, EBS is not some separate service. EBS is the part of EC2. So on the left side, you will see Elastic Block Store. So if I go here you will see Elastic Block Store. This is the EBS. And whatever EBS that you can see on my screen right now, these are the EBS that are currently there in my account. Out of these two EBS, these two, okay, look at this. These two are the EBS that are attached to my server. You remember this server I just created, EC2 and EBS. So these two servers, these two EBS are attached to my EC2, right? Okay. So this other two storage here, you see those other two storage, their volume state is available. Available means what? They are not attached to any server. Here you see these two servers are in use. Why? Because they are attached to my server. Okay, let me show you that server. Here you see, if I select this server, look at the name of the server, EC2-EBS. These two volumes are attached to EC2-EBS. Okay, look at their name, dev SDB, dev XVDA. If I go to this server and if I select its storage, here you see the same name, dev SDB, dev XVDA. So these are the two volumes that are attached to my server. That is why it is showing in use. But other two server, this first one and this last one, they are available. Available means what? They are not attached to any server, so they can be attached to some new server. Okay, but I will delete them. I do not need them right now. So I will delete both of those storage. Okay, and I will create a new one. So how to create a new storage and attach it to my existing server? Because we just saw that while creating server, okay, while creating server at that time, we can attach more storage. Okay, but if my server is already created, then how to attach storage to it? Very simple. See, here we will click on create volume. Okay, now look at this page. Just like yesterday we saw EC2 page, we provided the value. We'll come to snapshot after some time. Okay, we'll come to snapshot. We'll go step by step. First, we'll understand few other things. Then snapshot part will cover. Like yesterday, while creating EC2 also, there were many things that we provided. So while creating EBS also, there are many things we need to provide. And by the end of it, we'll get our storage. Okay. Here is the size of your storage. So this is the part where you define the storage of your EBS. And look at the range. The minimum value can be 1 GB and the maximum value can be 16 terabyte. So here we understand one thing. Okay. Here we understand one thing, that EBS, okay, have maximum 16 terabyte of we are covering. Okay, the storage is minimum 1 GB, maximum 16. Okay, here is the size 100 GB. Here I can select, let's say, 4 GB. Of course, I don't need 100 GB. I will not go with it. I'll go with 4 GB. Right, so this will decide the storage of my volume. Okay, storage of my EBS. Then you see here of it. IOPS means input, simple language. IOPS define how quickly you can read and write data from storage. That's the simple meaning. Okay. So here you see we are getting somewhere around 100 slash back to this point. But IOPS define how good your storage will perform. Then you see here availability zone. Okay, here I'll select AZ1D. Okay, here you see snapshot ID. Ignore it. We'll cover this soon. Here I will give a name. Name will be, let's say, EBS demo. Okay, and I will create this volume. Okay, I will create this volume. You see, all I did is selected some storage, a 4 GB storage. Okay, and I'm going with all the rest of the default value. So here I will create the. So you see my volume is created. And if I go here, check it. So you can see it is available. Available means what? Available means it is not attached to any server as of now. And we can attach it to. Okay, it is available. Now what I can do is I can select this EBS. How to attach to my server? Very simple. Select the EBS, click on action. Here is the attach volume. When we click on attach volume, here is the instance, just click on this and it will show you your running server. So you see in my account right now, there is only one server, EC2-EBS. Same server I can see here, EC2-EBS. So I will select this server. Here I will select the device name. You can take any device name, whatever you want. Okay, it doesn't matter. You can go with any one of them. So I will select this SDC. So this is the device name. So you see, I clicked on attach volume. I selected my server. I selected my device name. And now I can attach it. But before I attach it, let me show you. I will go back to that server. You see, our server had only two. Okay. Here you see, there are only two volumes. But the moment I click on attach volume, okay, the moment I clicked on attach volume here, if I come back here, can you see the third storage is also added, 4 GB SDC? Can you guys see the third volume is added? This is how you can attach the volume even after server. But let me show you the same example again. I will create one more volume. Okay, for this volume also, let's say we go with 4 GB. Okay, and let us go with the same value, 100 out of 300. Here I will add a tag, name EBS2, and I will create this volume. Okay, here I create one. All right. Why its name is not reflecting? Its name should be there. Okay, no problem. Let me give it the name again. Okay. Now here I'll click on action. I will again attach it to my existing server. I'll click on attach volume. And here you see it is saying no matching running or stop server. Why do you think earlier it detected the server? Then why it's not detecting it anyone? Because answer is in front of you, good Balaji. Different availability zone. Sorry, when I created it first time, I changed the. What happens is I'll tell you the logic. Okay, so this is the region. There are multiple AZ in a region. Now let's say in this region I have my. Okay, in this region I have my EC2. Okay, now one more EC2 we have. Let's say in this region, in this AZ, sorry, one EC2 in this AZ, another EC2 in this AZ. Now in this AZ, if I have a EBS, then this EBS can only be attached to this server in this AZ. Okay, but this EBS cannot be attached to this EC2. Why? Why it can only be attached to this server? Because EBS have that limitation, right? You can also write down their EBS have mainly two limitations. The very first limitation of EBS is that EBS can only connect with the server from same availability. Okay, if your EBS is in one AZ and your server is in another AZ, then they cannot be connected. Your EBS can only be connected to the server from same AZ. That's the first limitation. Second limitation is within the same AZ. Okay, within the same AZ, your server can be connected with. Sorry, your EBS can be connected with multiple. Sorry, within the same AZ, your EBS can only connect with one server at a time. It cannot be connected with down this. Okay, EBS have two limitations. First limitation is EBS can only connect with EC2 from the same availability zone, from the same. Okay, and even in the same AZ, it can only connect with one EC2 at a time. Okay, EBS can only connect with one EC2 at a time. It cannot be connected with multiple EC2. And this is a very big limitation. So that was EC2, that was EBS. EBS have two limitation, and we will see their solution as well. Okay, EBS have there is a solution in AWS for this two limitation of EBS. Okay, we will see that solution clear. Now what I'll do is I will go and delete this EBS. Okay, I will delete. And by the way, this EBS, this EBS demo, which is attached to my server, if I click on action and try to attach it to another server, you see attach volume option. Come on, guys, why it is not available? Because it is already attached to another. So that's why to one more server. And okay, here you can see the practical proof as well. So whenever you want to attach EBS to another server, you will have to detach it first from one server and then attach it here. So I will delete this EBS. We don't need this one anymore. I will delete this one. Okay. So let me create a new volume. Now, a very amazing thing that you need to understand about AWS cloud or any cloud for that matter is here you see there is an encryption option. Okay. This you need to understand, in cloud, everything that you get. See, you need to understand this one very beautiful example here, right? EBS is a volume, EBS is a storage, correct? EBS is a storage. Now, in this storage, what happens is we want it to be secure. We want EBS volume to be secure. We want it to be encrypted. Okay, we want this storage to be encrypted. Now, all you have to do is to select this option, and you're done. Okay, all you have to do is to select this option, and you're done. Okay, select the default key that you get here. If you select this one option, encryption is done. Okay, encryption is done. If you upload any data, the data will be automatically encrypted. You don't need to do any encryption. You don't need to maintain any encryption key, nothing. And when you download the data, your data will be automatically decrypted. You don't need to do any decryption. You don't need to maintain any key. In AWS, this feature is basically, it is called as managed service. The meaning of managed service is simple, that everything will be handled or everything will be managed for you from AWS. All right. So we are going to cover another very, very, very important service from your AWS course, that is IAM. Okay, extremely important, right? Especially for people like you who are into getting into DevOps. So for DevOps people, this is very important service. Okay, now what is IAM? So see, this is my account. Okay, on your screen you can see my AWS account. Now let's say I have a project, and for that I need some developers. Okay, let's say I want you guys to work with me in my AWS account. Okay, I want you guys to work with me in my AWS account. So how we can make sure of it? How we can make it possible? Am I going to share my username and email address and password with you? No, that is not at all secure. Okay, sharing your credentials with other. So how we can allow other people to work with us in our AWS account? By creating their user. Okay, so IAM, which stands for identity and access management. Okay, IAM is the AWS service that allows us to create users in our account. Okay, so whenever, let's say, new employees joins a company. Okay, whenever new employees joins a company, you want them to work. Of course, you want to create their AWS account. Otherwise, how they will work in your AWS account, right? So if you want to allow other people to work with you in your AWS account, you need to create their IAM users. Okay. Now, not just you can create their users, you can also define what they can do and what they cannot do. Okay, you cannot not just create their user, You can also define what they can do and what they cannot do. Both the things you can define, right? Now I will show you. See, there is not much theory here. Okay, IAM is a very practical service. So I will show you a practical directly. So first of all, we will see how to create an IAM user. Okay, now we are going to create IAM user, but before that, we already have a root user. What is root user? So for example, in my account, whenever I log into my AWS account, I use an email address to log into my account. You guys also have your email address to log into your account, correct? So this email address that you use to log into your account, that email address is basically your root user. Okay, the email address that you used to create your AWS account, that is your root user. And what is root user? Root user is the god of the account. Okay, root user can do anything. Root user can delete the entire account. Root user have no root user have all the access, all the privilege. Okay, it is like an admin, but here I'll tell you, here in IAM, admin is a different user. Admin is less powerful than root user. Root user have everything. Root user can delete the entire account. Okay, that is why in real world project, what is recommended is, see, for our practice, it is okay if you use root user. That is totally fine. But in real world project, you will never see the root user. Okay, because a company that have their AWS account, once they create a account and they have a root user, using root user, they will create admin user, and using admin user, they will manage everything. They will not use root user. Okay, why? Because what if your root user credential got compromised? What if somebody got access to your root user credential? Then your entire account is in danger. Okay, so it is not recommended to use root user for your day-to-day activity in a real world AWS account. For our practice, it is fine, but in a real world AWS account, it is not recommended, right? So always remember, email address that you use to log into your account, or simply the email address that you use to create your AWS account, that email address is the root user. Root user have all the access. Root user can do anything. But obviously we cannot, and root user is only one. You can create multiple admin user. You can create multiple admin user, but root user is always the one. Always only one user. No replacement of that. Okay. Now what I will do, I will create an IAM user. Okay. Now let's move forward. Now I will show you the practical. Okay. Now I will create an IAM user. Okay. So for that, here you see, I will go to the users. Who is the one? The owner of the account. Owner of the account is nothing but the root user. So the person who owns the account, obviously he is the one who will use it because he is the root user. Okay. So in a project, nobody uses root user. Root user we use, and we create admin user, then we do not use root user. We do all the work using admin user, and root user is the one that who will be the solution architect. That person will take care of it, or it can be taken care by a admin team also. Okay. Now here I will go to the users. Okay, and here we will create a new IAM user. Okay, so I'll click on create users here. Okay, so here I will give a name. Let's say John. Okay, so this is going to be the name of my user. Let's say a employee named John joined my company. Now this employee John is a developer. Okay, he can work with database, he can work with EC2, he can work with S3. So this new developer, new employee joined my company. Now what I'll do, I will create a John user here, and here you see it is asking me username. Okay, it is not asking me email address. Understand this. Root user had an email address, but here IAM user does not require email address. IAM user just require a name. Okay, so email address is for root user, not for your IAM user. Okay, for creating IAM user for your employee, you don't need their email address, right? So let's say here I provided the name of the employee, that is John. Then here you see provide user access to management console. I'll select this. Okay, now you'll and what is this? Access to management console. What is management console? This entire UI that we use every day. This entire AWS UI is called as console. Now tell me, if I do not select this, do you think my user will be able to work with this website, this console? Of course not. Your user will not be able to work with it. Okay, your user will not be able to work with it. See, remember this thing. When you create an IAM user, okay, when you create an IAM user, your IAM user have no access in the beginning. Okay, always remember this. Whenever you create an IAM user, the IAM user by default have no access, right? So when you create an IAM user, it is your responsibility to give that IAM user access as well. So here you see, I'll provide access to the management console. Now when I select this, here I'll select I want to create an IAM user. So basically my user will be able to log into my AWS account. Okay, my user will be able to log into my AWS account. And here I can set up a password for my user. Either I can go with auto-generated password, so random password will be generated for my user, or I can go with custom password. Okay, right now we'll go with auto-generated password. Okay, and then you see here user must create a new password at next sign in. Okay, so we will select this. Why? See, if a random password is generated, so that password will be very complex. Okay, and our user of course cannot memorize that password. Or if we provide custom password, then we know the password. So whatever way you go, whatever way you go with, you want your user to change their password. You want your user to update their password, right? Okay, so if I select this step, if I select this will force my this will force my employee, this will force my IAM user to change the password first time when he or she log in. Okay, this will force my IAM user to update their password so that they can provide their own custom password that they can memorize. Okay, so in this first step, we define the identity part. Okay, understand this. In this first step, we define the identity of our user. We define the username and we define their password. Now, in the second step, we will define what this user can do. So as I told you, your user cannot do anything by default. Okay, I told you, your user cannot do anything by default. Why? Because that's how it is created. Whenever a user is created, that user is created without any permission. That user have no access at all. Okay, the user have no access at all, right? Identity center we use when we need to provide multiple users. If you are creating one user at a time, you just go with that IAM user. Active Directory is basically the database of your employees in a company. Okay, where we can create their, whenever a new employee join, we can create their user, we can manage what access they have, we can manage their portal access and everything. Similarly, in AWS account, IAM is basically the database of your AWS user. Who are the users in your account? What they can do, what they cannot do. Okay, so here I'll tell you that, as I said already, your IAM user by default have no access, zero. So it is your job to give it access. So on your screen, you can see there is something called as permission policy. Now, what is this? This permission policies are the predefined means it's already there in all of our AWS account. These are the predefined permissions from AWS. For example, here you will see, let's say this developer, I want to give this developer access to S3. Okay, so here you see Amazon S3 full access. Okay, now when I give this access, when I give this permission policy, then my user will have full access over S3. My user will have complete access over S3. Okay. Similarly, let's say I want to give this user RDS full access. So here I'll give RDS access. I want to give this user DynamoDB full access. So I'll select this policy. Okay, so you see multiple policies are there for all the AWS service for different scenario. Okay, here you see there are some job permissions also. For example, if I give this administrator access policy, now this user will become admin user. And as an admin user, he will have access to everything. But obviously, we don't want to create admin, so I'll not select this. Right? So here you see, I will give EC2 full access. Now my user will have EC2 access. Okay? So here, I'll tell you this part also. You can add your user to existing group, but since we haven't covered group, I'll not get to that right now. So this is important. Okay, these are the predefined AWS policies. Okay, and here you see these are the JSON policy. That's why I told you to prepare JSON. See, okay, do not worry. I will show you how to easily create such policy. So we provide policy to our user based on requirement. Attach entity means to whom this policy is attached. Okay, to what different role or different service these policies are attached. Okay, for example, this policy is not attached to everyone, but admin policy is attached to two people or two different things in AWS account. So that's what it represents. All right. Now I will go to the next. So I provided for permission. I provided permission for S3, RDS, DynamoDB, and EC2. I'll go to next now. Did I uncheck those permissions? Let me provide that again. Okay, sorry. I think they got unchecked. RDS full access. Yeah, all of these policies that you see here, all of them are predefined, but obviously we can create our own policy also. That also I will show you. All of these policies that you see on your account, these are the policies given by AWS. So they are predefined. Okay, now you see here in the review, we got this 4 policy. Okay, so here you see these are the 4 policies. And you see this one more policy, where is this coming from? You remember in the first step, we selected that option that will force our user to change their password first time when they log in. Now look at this. This shows you how secure AWS is. Even for user to update his password, he requires a permission. If we remove this permission, user will not be able to update their password. Okay, so here I will create this user. Okay, now you see on your screen, when you create a user, you will see the screen where you can see the password also. Okay, but remember this password that you see here, this screen that you see here, you will never see this screen again. Okay, the screen that you see right now, you will never see this screen again. This is shown only one time when you create user. So what you can do is, here you can click on this email. Now this will open your Outlook app and you can email your employee this credential. Okay, here you can email your employee your credential, or you can download the CSV file. When the CSV file is downloaded, in that CSV file you will have your user credential. Okay, so what I'll do now, I will return to user list. So you see now this is the new user in my account. Okay, now I'll show you how to log in as a IAM user. Right, so here I'll click on add session. It will add a new session. Okay, now see, generally what we do, we log in like this. Okay, tell me everyone, you guys log in like this, right? Here you provide your email address, correct? So when you log in like this, when you provide email address like this, you are basically logging as a admin, logging as a root user. Okay, here you are logging as a root user. But when you click on IAM, when you want to log in as a IAM user, you need to select this. Okay, now when you log in as a IAM user, basically you're logging into somebody else's account. Okay, whenever you log in as a IAM user, you're logging into somebody else's account. So you need their account ID. First of all, you need their account ID. Okay, how to get account ID? You can get it from here. So my account ID is this. Okay, look at this. This is my account ID. Okay, so here I'll give my account ID. Next. Now here you see we need to provide IAM username. We need to provide password. Okay, so in username will provide our user, that is John user. Okay, and here in password I will copy paste the password. Oh, sorry, I'll take the password from here. Let me show you this also. Here you see this password. Okay, this is the CSV file that was downloaded, and here you can see our username, password, and everything. Okay, so here I'll copy my password and I will paste it here. Now pay attention. Okay, now see, here I'll provide the password, sign in. So John user is trying to log into my account, and you see the very first thing that is happening, that this user is being forced to update the password. Okay, so here I will provide my old password. Here I'll provide my new password. Here I'll click on confirm password change. Okay, now here I will log into my this account. Now look at this. Here you see my account ID. This is the same account ID as this one. Okay, but here it is logged in as a John user. Okay, here it is logged in as a John user. Now you see one more thing here. If I go to my home page, here you see I can see the cost and usage. I can see it because I'm the root user. But here you see my IAM user cannot see that. For my IAM user, it is blocked. Why it is blocked? It is blocked because remember, by default, whenever a new user is created, by default it have no access. That's why when we give access, we just give access to for service. We did not give access to see the cost. Even to see the cost, user require access, right? That's why here you see access denied. But if I go to S3, now look at this. If I go to S3, here you will see my IAM user can see all the bucket. Okay, so here you see my IAM user can see all the buckets, right? And similarly, if it goes for, okay, now here you see all the buckets, but I will go back to my root user. I will go back to IAM. Now, can we remove this permission? Okay, so here I'll go to my user. Here I'll go to my John user. Now here you see in the permission tab, here you will see all the permissions. Okay, so here you see I will, let's say, remove this S3 permission. Now look at this. The moment we remove this permission, and if we go here, and if I just simply refresh here, and there you go, now we are getting access denied error. So guys, you understand now. Earlier my IAM user was able to see all the bucket, and when we give full access, you cannot just see the bucket, you can delete the bucket, you can create a new bucket. But the moment I remove the policy, in the next second, we lost access. Okay. So here, if I go to, let's say now EC2, if I go to the EC2, see what happens. Okay, you can see, we can see all the information, right? Now let me remove EC2 permission. Okay, now see here, if I just simply refresh this page, and you can see we are immediately getting all the error. Okay. If you want your user to get able to do this thing, then you have to give the permission. Do you see? Now look at this. Just wait for it. Do you see IAM is also not loading correctly? Here you are getting error. See, even key pairs are also not loading. API is basically all of this information you get through API. Behind the scene program is there. So this API is application programming interface. So that API fetches all the data. And when you do not have permission access denied error, you also get API error. So guys, you can see clearly we are getting all of this error, and there is no way we can create the EC2. Okay, so let's say if I select if I go with proceed without key pair, and if I try to launch instance, see, we are getting error. Okay, because our user don't have permission. But the moment I give this EC2 permission again, EC2 and S3, look at this. Yeah, it is related to coding. API is all that is done in coding. Here I'll give EC2 full access, and I will also give S3 full access. Now look at this. The moment I add this permission, and if I simply refresh this page, can you see things are loading perfectly now? Earlier you couldn't see so many things. Earlier you couldn't see all of this thing. Earlier you couldn't see any of the key pair, but now key pairs are also loading. Why it is working now? Because you gave the permission, right? Now if I launch an instance will be launched. Look at this. I hope it is now perfectly clear for all of you. Okay, so now our instance is there. See, but understand this now. Many people get confused here. See, you try to answer this, okay, based on your logical thinking. John user created this server, right? But again, if I remove this EC2 full permission, okay, I remove this. Now, do you think John user can access or even delete this server since it is created by John? What do you think will happen? I remove the permission, but this EC2 was created by John. What will happen? See, forget about deleting. The John user will not even be able to see the server, even though it was created by that user. Obviously, he cannot delete. But forget about deleting, he cannot even see the server. Because even to see the server, you require permission. Understand the granularity of it. It's not just that you give the permission, user can create server. Even to see what are the different server, you need to give permission for it. It is at such a granular level. Okay. But can my admin or root user can see that EC2? Obviously, other people in your account, not just admin or root user, other people in your account who have access to EC2, of course, they will be able to see the EC2. See, right? So that was IAM user, guys. Now, next thing is IAM group. Okay. Now, what is IAM group? See, here I just showed you for one user. But what if instead of one user, multiple people are joining your organization? Now what? Instead of one user, multiple people are joining your organization. At the same time, let's say 20 people are joining, and all of them are developers. All the 20 people are developer, and they are joining the same project. Tell me one thing. Can I say all these 20 people, let's say they are at the same level. Can I say all these 20 people who are at the same level in the same project, and all of them are developer, can I say all of them will have the same permissions? Okay. But don't you think it will be very hectic to create all 20 users and give them give all of them same permission again and again? That will be very hectic, right? So rather what we will do is we will create a group. Okay, we will create a group. Let's say we are creating a group of, let's say, developers group, okay, for our project. So this is the name of the group. Now I will assign permission to the group. Earlier what we were doing, earlier we were assigning the permission policies to the user. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to assign permission policy to the user, not to the group. I will assign policy to the user, okay, not to the group. So what I'll do here, I will give the permission, let's say S3 full access, RDS full access, EC2 full access, DynamoDB, EBS or EFS. Okay, like this multiple permission I will give, Lambda permission or SQS permission, SNS permission. Okay, like this multiple permission I will give, and we will create this users. We will create this group. Now understand this, policies is a kind of thing that can be assigned to the user or it can be assigned to the group. Now we have this group. Okay, in this group I will add user. Now when I add a user in this group, that user will get those permission. So if I go to John user, earlier you saw how many permissions were there. Now look at it. Okay. See, first of all, you see all of these permissions are here. Now look at this. EC2 permission we provided directly to my IAM user John, and it is also coming from group. Oh, sorry, DynamoDB permission. And EC2 and S3, EC2 and EFS permission. Here you see they are coming from the group. RDS and S3 both are coming from group, and they are also attached directly. SNS and SQS are coming from group. Okay, so if you want to give a user some extra permission, simply click on add permission and give it. Okay, see, if your group have 20 permission and in your group you have 10 user, then each of those 10 user will have all those 20 permission. Does it mean you cannot add any extra permission for any individual user? No, you can add, definitely you can add. Let's say all the 10 user have 20 permission, but for one user you give extra permission, so that user will have extra permission also. Understood, guys? Okay, now look at this. So here is my user. Now what if, let's say, can we do something like this? Let's say I don't want this SNS permission that is coming from group. I told you, you can give additional permission to the user, but can I remove this permission from group and have other permission? I don't want this one permission. Can I do that? Let's see. If I remove this permission, you see all the other permission from the groups are removed, right? So you see it removed all the other permission. Why? Because your user itself is removed from the group. See, the rule is either you will have all the permission or you will have no permission from the group. If you cannot say that I want I want all the permission, but few one or two permission I don't want. If your user is in the group, it will have all the permission. If you try to remove one permission, it will remove your user from the group. It's either or all. See, one more thing I'll show you here. Security credentials. Okay. Now you see here we have multi-factor authentication, that is MFA. Now what is this MFA? MFA is a guys, in your root user you have a MFA, right? In your Microsoft Authenticator app is there, right? You provide OTP. Okay. Now AWS have made it mandatory for root user. Earlier it was not mandatory, it was optional, but you can assign it for your IAM user also. The MFA that you have for your root user, same you can have for your IAM user. Okay. See, what is MFA? Multi-factor authentication. See, just like whenever we do shopping, okay, we get a OTP code, right? Whenever we use a credit card or debit card, we need to provide OTP password, one-time password, right? Because that's a one additional layer of security. Similarly, whenever you log into your AWS account, what if somebody else got access to your name and password? Now any person can log into your account. So to prevent that, we will add one more layer of authentication. That is MFA device. Here I will give, let's say, my MFA. Okay. And here we will select Authenticator app. Okay. You can select other things also, but go with this one. This is better. Right. I'll go with this one next. Now here you see setup device. Here I'll click on show QR code. Now I will scan this. Okay. In my Authenticator app, scan this code. Now here I will provide the MFA code. What is the current MFA code? 562991. If you scan this QR code, all of you will see the same MFA code. And what is the second code you are seeing? 785976. Okay, so here we need to provide our consecutive MFA code. And once you provide this two consecutive code, this app will be assigned to my user. Okay. Now you see from today onwards, this MFA is assigned to my user. Okay, everyone. Now let me show you this practically. So I will again log out as a IAM user. Sign out. Okay, so you see I logged out as a John user. Now I will again sign in. Okay, here I'll provide my John user credential. And now you see it is asking me MFA code. Did it ask earlier? No. It is asking now. Okay, what is the current MFA code? 536890. It was not asking it earlier. But now it is asking because now we have a MFA device assigned to our user. Okay. So even if my password get compromised, even if somebody else knows my password, they will not be able to log into my account because they will not have OTP. This OTP code will be in my mobile only. Okay. Now, moving on, one more thing I want you guys to understand is, see, here I'll give you scenario. Have you guys read about fan out architecture? See, let's say there is a person. Okay, this person wants to work with EC2. Okay, so let's say there is this person who wants to work with EC2. What we will do? How we will make this possible? Can I say we will simply create an IAM user? Okay, when we create an IAM user and we provide EC2 full access policy, okay, when we create an IAM user and we provide EC2 full access policy, this person can work with EC2. Okay, now let's say from this EC2, from inside EC2, he wants to connect or work with S3. Okay, he wants to connect or work with S3 from inside EC2. Okay, now let's say I will give S3 policy also. Okay, I will give S3 policy also. Now, do you think it will work? No, it will not work. Okay, what will work is this. This will work. Okay, your user will be able to work with S3 directly. But from inside EC2, your user will not be able to work. Okay, from EC2, your user will not be able to work. Why this will not work? Because just like your user by default have no access to work with any AWS service, similarly, by default, no AWS service have access to work with another AWS service. Okay, any AWS service cannot directly work with any other AWS service. Understand this as a rule. Okay, I will tell you the solution also, but understand this as a rule. Any AWS service cannot work directly with any other AWS service. See, understand it as a rule. When you create an IAM user, you understood this thing that IAM user cannot work with any AWS service by default. Similarly, one AWS service cannot work with another service. So when this person as an IAM user log into EC2 and from EC2 he's trying to work with S3. So this person credential does not matter. Here what is happening? EC2 is trying to work with S3. Even though this person is driving the EC2, but EC2 is trying to work with S3. So this will not work. Okay, but how to make it work? For this we have something called as IAM role. IAM role. Okay, so for a person who want to work with service, we create IAM user. For a AWS service that want to work with another AWS service, we create IAM role. Right? Understand this three entity: IAM user, IAM group, and IAM role. Okay, we create IAM user and IAM group for whom? We create it for a person. And we create IAM role for what? We create IAM role for a AWS service. Okay, see, understand. Person to service access. Let me write here. Okay, so this is a person and this is a AWS service. Okay, see, this is what I was saying. When a person wants to work with a AWS service, we create IAM user. And when one AWS service wants to work with another AWS service, we use IAM role. Okay. All right. Now we will see IAM role. IAM role is something that allows one AWS service to work with another AWS service. Okay. So that's what we will see. So let me go to my user. Okay. Here I will give my IAM user John EC2 permission. Okay. So you can see John already have S3 permission. I will also add EC2 permission. Okay. I will also add EC2 permission. Now I will go to that John user. Here you will see if I open S3. Here you can see the John user can see all the S3 bucket, right? Now I will go to EC2, and since we have given EC2 permission, full access, it should be able to create EC2 server. Okay, so it will launch, I will launch a new server, EC2 IAM role demo. Okay, we'll go with all of this default value, proceed without key pair, and we will create this one server. Okay, so here you see our server. Let's wait for it. Let me terminate the older one. Okay, so you see my server is running. Now what I will do is I will connect with this server, and here you see we got error. Okay, while connecting with this EC2 we got error. Why do you think we got this error? Okay, so guys, you remember whenever we create EC2, SSH rule is there by default. So it's not a security group issue. Then what is this issue? This is the issue of EC2 itself. This is the issue of permission. Okay, so understand this. we have given EC2 full access to our John user. See, we have given EC2 full access. But sometimes what happens, there are few things that are beyond full access. For example, this feature of EC2 Instance Connect. This feature is beyond full permission. Okay, for this there is a dedicated different permission that is required. Now if you Google this, and generally this is what we do, you cannot memorize which permission is required for what. You cannot memorize so much. So what we generally do, we Google, and if you do Google, you will see that there is a service, add permission. Okay, you know what, let's take it as a task, how we can make it connect. Here you see access denied for by EC2 Instance Connect. Okay, so here you see these guys googled and they found out that some permissions are required. So here I will search them, EC2 Instance Connect. See this one. Okay, this is the permission required, right? And this is exactly what is required. So understand this, it happens sometimes. Like if you provide EC2 full access permission, you might think that that will be enough to connect with EC2 as well. But what we found out is that to connect with EC2, separate permission is required. I know that that doesn't sound right, but that's what it is. And we have to deal with it. Okay, we have to deal with it. Right? So I will select this policy. Next, add permission. Okay. Now if I again go here and or if I simply refresh this, now you see it will work. So here you see, shows again. See, here I added that policy, this one, EC2 Instance Connect. This is the policy we added. Okay. So here we learned one thing, that sometimes not everything is covered in full access. Sometimes we have to Google and find out what is the missing permission, and we have given that. And you see, the moment I give that permission, immediately it is working. Okay, it is working here, right? Now we got access to EC2. Now from this EC2, I will try to work with S3. How to work with S3? Here I will type AWS command. Okay, now I will show you how to run CLI command in AWS. How to work with AWS through CLI. So here you see, I will type AWS S3. Okay, AWS command always start with AWS. Then we provide the name of the service, and then we provide command. Okay, so you guys already know what is ls command, right? Now if you run the ls command with AWS S3, then this command will give you list of all the bucket. So if I enter, and you see we are getting error. Okay, so this is what I was telling you. See, my IAM user can see all the bucket. Look at this. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. My IAM user can see all the bucket. Okay, but when my IAM user go to EC2, from inside when my IAM user try to work with S3, here you see it cannot see the bucket. Okay, so you see we are getting error. Now how to solve this error? We will solve this error using IAM role. Okay, so now so here what happens? Let's say there's an employee who is getting such error. So that employee will reach out to you if you are a DevOps engineer. He will tell you that here I'm getting error, and you as a DevOps engineer, you will have to create a IAM role for that person. Okay, so what I'll do here, I will go to roles, right? And here you see there are many roles in my account. So these are related to my account. Here I'll create a new role. Okay, now you see when we click on create role, here you see I will create role for AWS service, and here I will select the use case. Now basically what I was telling you earlier, AWS IAM role allows your one service to work with another service. And here you can see list of all the AWS service. Okay, here you see list of all the AWS service. So you can create role for any one of them. But do you see Lambda and EC2 is mentioned separately? Why do you think EC2 and Lambda is mentioned separately? See, what is happening here? Lambda and EC2, these are the services where you can write code. In EC2, you can write CLI command. In EC2, you can write programming code. You can do anything. In Lambda also, we can write code. So obviously, wherever you can write code or CLI command, can we say there it increases your chances of working with other AWS service? Lambda is also AWS service where we can write code, just like EC2. Okay, so these two services are mentioned separately because these are the two services where we can write code and CLI command. So here it increases chances of working with your other AWS services more. It's also a compute service just like EC2. Lambda is very similar to EC2, but it works differently. Okay, so now since I'm working with EC2, here I'll select EC2. So I'm creating role for my EC2. Okay, next. Now just like we have given policy for IAM user, Just like we have given policy for IAM group, now similarly we will give policy to our IAM role. Okay, we will give policy to our IAM role. So here I will select, let's say S3 full access. Okay, so if you look at this diagram, okay, so here you see when S3 full access is assigned to your IAM user, your user can work with S3 directly, right? When EC2 service wants to work with S3, we need IAM role. So you need to provide this, or you need to assign this permission to your IAM role. Okay, then your IAM role will work. Okay, so here what happens? I will, in the role, I will select S3 full access. Next, here I will give a name, EC2 S3 IAM role 20th July. Okay, so this is the role name I have given. Now, IAM role is doing what? Here you see this trust policy and all. What exactly is this? Okay, you don't need to know all of this in detail. But here what happens? When we use this IAM role, your EC2 will get temporary credentials to work with S3. Basically, you can say behind the scenes, some temporary password is given to your EC2 so that your EC2 will be able to work with S3. Your EC2 will be able to access S3. Okay, so it will give temporary access and I will create this role. Okay, now what I need to do, role is created. Okay, but you need to attach this role to your EC2, right? So I will go to my EC2. Here I'll click on action. Here I will go to instance setting. Oh, sorry, here I'll go to security. If the role is created for EC2, it can be attached only to EC2. Now see how I will attach. I will simply select my EC2. I'll click on action. I'll go to security and here I will modify IAM role. So by default, there is no role attached to your EC2. So here I'll select my IAM role. And there you go, we are getting error. What is the error we are getting? Your user is not authorized to perform IAM list instance profile. All the EC2, Dilip. Your choice. If you want, you can apply it to one EC2 where you required, or you can apply it to all the EC2. Another permission we need to add. Do you see, even to see the IAM role, we don't have permission. What is the problem here? For my EC2, I'm trying to attach a IAM role, but I cannot even see those IAM role. I'm getting error for that also. I cannot even see the IAM role. Because to even see the IAM role, you require permission. Making sense, everyone? Okay. Now, how to go about this? Because if you go here, if you go to your user, my user cannot see IAM role. Okay. Here, if you go to user, here if you click on add permission, here if you give IAM full access. Okay. Next, add permission. And if you go back here, if I refresh now, see, now my user can see the permission. But do you think it is correct to give IAM full access? Don't you think giving full access of a critical service like IAM can be very dangerous? Now this John user can remove other user, right? Now this John user can remove other user if you have given it IAM full access. So generally, it's not recommended to give full access of services like IAM because these are the critical services. Okay, so what we will do, I will remove this permission. I will remove this permission. Here I will click on add permission. And here now I will see. So I will not add any permission from there. Here what I will do, I will create an inline policy. Basically, we will create our own policy. Right? Now, either you can write JSON code for it. Okay, you can write a JSON code for it. Or you can use this visual editor. Okay. So what is the permission that is required? This permission is required. This permission is inside which service? Okay, so we require this permission inside IAM. Okay, so this permission comes under IAM. But I don't want to give other permission. I don't want to give IAM full access. I just want to give this permission. So here in the visual editor, I will select the service. So my permission that I want belongs to which service? It belongs to IAM. So I will select IAM here. Now which permission I want? I want list instance profile, this one. Okay, here you can click on info and you can read what this permission will do, right? When you give full access, basically you are giving all of this permission. Okay, so many permissions are there when you go with full access. Do you need all of them? Absolutely not. I just need list instance profile. I just need this one permission. Okay, that's it. And you will see behind the scene a JSON code will be created. Okay, so I will create this permission. Do not worry, I will show you this in more detail, but understand the process. So here I will give a name, IAM inline policy, 20th July, create policy. Okay, so here I attach this inline policy to my user. Now, do you think we should get this error? If we have given correct permission, we should not get this error. Refresh, and there you go. Guys, do you see it is working now perfectly fine? See, what we did is we clicked on here add permission. So when you click on add permission, you will attach existing policy given by AWS. But what you can do is you can click on create inline policy. Okay. Now you see here, select a service. I selected IAM services because the permission I required, that is this list instance profile, that permission was here inside IAM. So here I selected IAM service and here I'm selecting the permission I required. That's it. Click on next, your policy is created. Okay, and you see behind the scene JSON code will be created automatically. Okay, so let's say you don't want to give your user complete access of S3. You just want to give your user to allow your user to create bucket. What should I do? Here I will select which service. I will select S3 service. Then here I will select which action. I will select create bucket action. See, understood now? Okay, so now what I'll do, I will attach that role to my EC2. And again, we got error. Just take it as a rule. Even any little action that you want to do in AWS account, everything require permission. Not only via root user, it can be done by admin user also, right? You don't need to remember this. None of this you need to remember. Understand the process, and whenever you get error, Google it and you will do the job. Nobody expect you to remember this. Okay, so you see again the same thing. So this time we require which permission? This time we require pass role permission. This time we require pass role permission inside IAM. So can I say instead of creating a new inline policy, I can simply edit our existing inline policy. I will edit this one. Okay, so here I'll come to visual, and what I will do, earlier here we selected list instance profile. Now I will search for pass role. Are you guys understanding how simple it is to solve this error? You just need to Google. See, I know this error because I've been working on this since many years. You guys just need to Google. That's it. And nobody expect. I don't know. I hardly know few rules. I myself hardly know few policies. Nobody expects you to know all the policy. Not even one. Okay, just Google it at runtime. Nobody will ask you this in interview. So I will select this pass role. Now you see in my JSON, along with list instance profile, pass role is also added. Now if I update this, so I added pass role to my John user. I added pass role to my John user. So if I go here, now if I click on update IAM role, do you think it will work this time? Yes, it will work this time and we will not get error. This time role will be attached. See, it is not giving any error. See, it worked this time. Okay. Now if I connect with this EC2, okay, here I'm already connected. Now if I run this ls command, okay, now if I run that ls command, do you think it will work this time? Yes, obviously it will work. See, now I can see all the bucket. Why am I able to see all the bucket now? Because IAM role is there, and IAM role give the permission of one AWS service to work with another service. So these are all the buckets created. Yes, these are all the buckets in our account, and we can see them here. Okay, so now, okay, we understood IAM role. Now, finally, we will cover IAM policy. Okay, how to create policy. See, you already understood here while creating inline policy. Okay, but I will formally explain it one more time. Okay, so let's understand the scenario. Let's imagine a scenario. Okay, now let's imagine a scenario. Let's say we hired college grads. Okay, and they don't know AWS. Okay, they don't know how to work with AWS. So obviously we will train them. We will give them AWS account to practice for practicing. Okay, we will train our grads. We will give them AWS account for practice. Correct? Now, when these new grads, they are working with AWS, let's say in our S3 bucket. Okay, let's say in this S3 bucket, let's say this two bucket, 25th Jan and 6th June. These two buckets are important bucket. These two are our project bucket. Now, obviously, if a fresh grad who don't know AWS, if they try to work on AWS, there is a chance that they might accidentally delete something. Okay, there's a chance that they might accidentally delete something, right? So what I want is if those new grad, If they delete any other data or any other bucket, it is okay for me, no problem. But if they try to delete anything inside this two bucket, or they try to delete this two bucket, then they should get error. Okay, then they should get error. So what we are defining here is that we should give them full access of S3, that they should be able to create new bucket, upload object inside this bucket, delete existing bucket. But when it comes to deleting this two bucket or the data inside this two bucket, they should get error. Okay, then they should get error. So how to take care of this? For this, obviously, we cannot use the default policy. For this, we will create our own custom policy. Okay, great. So we will go to IAM. Here we will create a new policy. Add permission. Oh, sorry, not add permission. Here we will go to policies. Okay, now you see these are all the policies that are these are the AWS policy, AWS managed policy. Basically, these are the policy given by AWS. Okay, but we will create our own policy. Okay, and again you see the same thing. Now my scenario is related to S3. So of course I will select S3 here. Okay. So what I want my user to be able to do everything, all the action related to all the bucket except those two bucket. So what I will do here, I will select all the action. Okay. So S3, I selected service S3 action. I selected all the action. This will include all the actions. And here I will select resource, all resource means all the bucket. And here we got this policy. Do you think this policy will do our job? No. This policy will allow us to do everything, any action with any bucket, but that will also include deleting objects and those two bucket. Deleting object inside those two bucket and deleting those two bucket. So how to take care of it? I will add one more permission. Again, I will select S3, but this time here you see effect. Okay, this time instead of allow effect, I will select deny effect. Here I will select deny policy, deny effect. Okay, here I'll select deny effect, and I just want to deny two things. I want to deny delete object. Here you see delete object, and I want to deny delete bucket. These two things I want to deny. Okay, so in this allow policy, we allow everything. In this deny policy, we will deny only these two action. And do I want to deny delete on all the buckets? No, I want to deny delete on only those two buckets. I will copy their name. First of all, this bucket. I don't want to delete this bucket. Okay, I don't want to delete this bucket. And I don't want to delete any object inside this bucket. So here I will select any object. Okay, if there is only one object that you don't want to delete, give the name of that object. Let's say in this bucket, there is file.txt that I don't want to delete. Other than this, any other object can be deleted. So I will provide only this name. But I don't want to delete any object. Okay, so any object in this bucket should not get deleted. Now I will add the second bucket. This one, 6 June. Okay, I don't want to delete this bucket, and I don't want to delete any object inside this bucket. Okay, asterisk means all, or asterisk means any. Add ARN. Okay, now look at this. For this also, our JSON will be created. Now look at this policy. Okay, a policy is made up of statements. Here you see there is one allow statement and there is one deny statement. A statement is made up of 3-4 things. First is SID. SID is nothing but unique ID. Okay, anything, Visual Editor 0, Visual Editor 1, you can give anything, just give a unique ID like a primary key. Then effect defines what this statement, whether this statement will allow or deny. Okay, effect is allow, it means it will be allowed. Effect is deny, means these things will be denied. Sorry, these things. But what is allowed, what is denied? So here you see action. Here in this deny statement, there are two actions, that is delete object and delete bucket. Means these two actions are denied. Okay, here you see in the allow statement, S3 colon asterisk means what? S3 colon asterisk means all the actions are allowed. Okay, then you see resource. In the resource section, you see asterisk, but here in the resource section, you see those two buckets. And slash asterisk means object inside those two buckets. Okay, so resource represent the actual resource. Like for example, in case of S3 bucket. Now, do you see there is a conflict here? Can I say in the allow statement, delete is allowed on these two buckets, right? In allow statement, can I say delete is allowed on these two buckets? But in the deny statement, delete is not allowed on this two bucket, it is denied. Now what will happen? Will it allow or will it deny? Always remember, deny will always take priority. Okay, when there is a conflict between allow and deny, always remember deny always take priority. Okay, whenever there is a conflict between allow and deny always take priority. Now here I will give you one scenario. Let's say my user is in a group. Okay, my user is in I am user is in a group, and in that group a S3 allow permission is there, but my user have S3 deny permission. What will happen? Will my user will be able to work with S3 or not? My user is in a group and that group have S3 allow permission, but there is a S3 deny permission attached to my user. So will it be allowed or will it be denied? It will be denied. Now tell me, my user is in the group and the group have deny permission, but my user have allow permission. Then what will happen? I told you, whenever there is a conflict between allow and deny always take priority. Doesn't matter whether deny is at the group level or is at the user level. Okay, if there is a deny, no matter what, it will always take priority. And think about it. Why this is the case? Don't you think deny is always safer? Giving priority to deny is always safe. Let's say you are accidentally given a deny permission. What is the worst that will happen? Your user will be denied. Your user can raise a request to the admin, and that admin will allow the user. But if allow permission takes priority, don't you think there is a chance that your user might accidentally delete something? There is no priority between user and group. IAM group is basically a collection of user. The policy you attach at the group level are given to the underlying user. User will inherit policy that are attached to the group. But there is no priority between user permission and group permission. Priority is there between allow and deny. And deny always take priority. Doesn't matter whether deny permission is coming directly to the user or it is coming from the group. Deny will always take priority no matter what. Okay, here you see my policy is created. I'll go to next. Here I will give S3 custom policy 20th July. Okay, and I will create this policy. Okay, so I created the policy. I will go back to my user and I will attach this policy to my user. Okay, so you see this is the policy that I just created. I will attach this policy to my user. Okay, so you see this policy is attached to my user. Now if I go here to S3 bucket. Okay, so see, now here I'm logged in as a John user. Now, can this John user delete other bucket? Can this John user delete file object inside other bucket? Yes, he can. Look at this. Yes, John user can delete object inside other bucket. Can this John user delete other bucket? Yes, he can delete other bucket. But can this John user delete this 25 Gen and 6 June bucket? Let's see. Can I delete file inside this bucket? The answer is no. You see, immediately we got access denied error. Okay, clear cut message, access denied. Can I delete the bucket itself? Of course not. You cannot even delete the bucket. To delete the bucket needs to be empty, but anyway, you cannot delete the bucket. Okay, but you can delete other bucket. Delete marker will be there when versioning is enabled, right? For the bucket, I did not enable the versioning. So delete marker was not created. Delete marker you get when versioning is enabled. How can you track IAM user from admin user? You simply go to IAM. Here you click on user and here you see all the IAM users. See, if you want to do tracking, then there is a AWS service called as CloudTrail. Here you see there is a AWS service called as CloudTrail. Now CloudTrail is a service. See, if you think that in your office account, you will do something late night, then you will delete it and nobody will know about it, you're wrong. Okay, everything that you do in your AWS account, everything is getting tracked. So here you see there is a service called as CloudTrail. CloudTrail by default, okay, you don't even need to set it up. CloudTrail will by default track everything that is happening in your account. See, it tracked my latest operation that John deleted this bucket. It tracked this operation of root user, that root user attached policy. IAM policy to John. It tracked that root user created a new policy. It tracked that John attach IAM role to EC2. Remember this we added. Everything is getting tracked. Okay. CloudTrail will by default store last 90 days of track. From here onwards, understand any AWS service can be accessed by either root user or admin user or by that IAM user that have permission. If IAM user do not have permission, your IAM user cannot see work or see that service. Okay, guys.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS solutions architect.
Okay. We are going to understand auto scaling group. Okay, so auto scaling group. Now, for that auto scaling group, let me go back to my EC2 because I told you already, auto scaling group is not a different AWS service. It's a part of EC2. So here on the left side, you will see auto scaling group. Okay, here I will go to auto scaling group. I'll click on create auto scaling group. And now again, you see there are certain steps that we need to follow and we will get our auto scaling group. Okay, here I will give the name demo ASG. Okay, here in the launch template, I will, okay. Now you see there is something called as launch template. Okay, now what is this? See, in auto scaling group, what exactly auto scaling group does? What is the main function of auto scaling group? See, auto scaling group will add more and more server when the load increases, and auto scaling group will remove extra server when the load decreases. That is the job of auto scaling group. Okay, when the load increases, add more server. When the load decreases, remove extra server. That's the job of auto scaling group. Okay, now removing server is easy. Okay, removing server is easy. Removing server is not a big deal. You can easily remove server, not a big deal. But adding new server is a big task. Why? Because the question is, what kind of server you will add? Okay, what kind of server it is going to add? That's the question. Okay, obviously we want to add same kind of server that we already have with the same configuration, with the same application, with the same software, right? We need to add the same kind of server. That's the point of auto scaling group. Okay, we don't want to add some different kind of server. Okay, so how do we define that? How do we define what kind of server we are going to add? That's the main question. Okay, so to deal with that, we have a concept of launch template. Okay, to deal with that, we have a concept of launch template. Okay, so here I will go, on the left side, you will see here is a launch template. Now, what is launch template? Launch template is a blueprint, okay, of what kind of server we are going to get. Okay, launch template is a blueprint of what kind of server we are going to get, right? Launch template is a kind of blueprint, is a blueprint of what kind of server we are going to get. So that's why when we create launch template, at that time you will see all the same option as of EC2. You will see exactly same option that we see when we create EC2. Okay, exactly same option. Here I will give a name. Let's say demo launch template, demo LT. Okay, 15th June. Okay, this is the name of the launch template. Here you see in the AMI, I will select my Amazon Linux AMI. Okay, so you see exactly same option as EC2. Okay, exactly same option as EC2. But are we creating EC2 server here? No, we are not creating EC2 server. All that we are doing is we are defining the configuration. Here we define that we want Linux AMI. If I select Windows AMI, then what kind of server we will get? We will get Windows server. Okay, we will get Windows server. If I select Ubuntu, we will get Ubuntu server. Okay, so here we define AMI. Okay, so if I whatever AMI I define, that kind of server I will get. After that, here in the instance type, okay, in the instance type, I can define what kind of instance type I want. T2 micro, T2 nano, all of that. Okay, whatever I select here, that kind of server I will get. If I select T2 micro, then whatever number of server my auto scaling group create, I will get that kind of server. Okay, if auto scaling group create 100 server, all of them will be T2 micro. Okay, if auto scaling group create 100 server, all of them will be Linux AMI, because that's the configuration I defined here, right? Here in the key pair, I can select, let's say, let's not select key pair. Okay, we can select that also later, right? Here you see I'm saying don't include in launch template, right? So as you can see, I'm defining the same thing. Basically, EC2 I'm defining, but it will not create EC2. It's just a blueprint, right? After that, here you see all the same option. Let's go with all the default options. It will select, uh, um, let's say, default security group. This will be replica of your initial server. Okay, obviously we want this AMI to be replica of our existing server. Otherwise, what is the use of it? Then here in the EBS, we can select our volume. Here you see 8 GB. This is the root volume. If we want, we can add more volume, or we can keep it to only root volume. Okay, here we can add tags. Let's say I will add a tag name EC2 launch template. Okay, name EC2 launch template, right? So this is the configuration I'm defining. Now you tell me one thing. Okay, let's say I already have two server running in production, and those server are hosting some web application. Okay, I already have two server and they are hosting some web application, right? Now the new server that get created, okay, the new server that get created, those new server, obviously you guys will agree with me, they should also have the same web application being hosted. How can we make sure that the new server that are created, they will also have the same web application? Can I say in the user data, I can define the entire script of hosting the web server, connecting with database, everything I can define here. So whenever a new server is created, it will create the server and it will execute the user data script, and we will get the exact same replica. Okay, so here I will create this template. Okay, so you see my template is created. So what will happen if I go with this template? I will get a T2 micro instance. I will get a Amazon Linux AMI. Guys, think about it. When we work with EFS, how we made all the correction, how we set up everything. We set up everything by running commands in our EC2. So the command that I can run in EC2 by login inside EC2, don't you think I can provide the same command in the user data script? Now here is my template created. So this template defines us. Did it give us any EC2? No. Okay. So what I'm saying, here we will get T2 micro. Here we'll get our AMI ID. But what if tomorrow my requirement changes? Okay, tomorrow my requirement changes and we have some other requirement. We have a requirement of some other kind of EC2. How we will get that? So what we will do is, either we can create a new template, okay, or we can edit this template. So when we edit this template, let's say today we are working with T2 micro, but tomorrow we have some other requirement. So what I'll do, I will simply update the template. Here I will provide the description version 2. Okay, and here I'll select, instead of T2 micro, let's say tomorrow we have a requirement of T3 medium. Okay, I'll modify the template. Now you see this template got two versions. See, in one version I will get T2 micro, in another version I will get T3 medium. Look at this. Okay, now do you think this launch template will cost us money? It will not cost us money. Why? Because it's just a template. It's not creating anything. It's not creating server. It's not creating anything. Using this template, when auto scaling group creates a new server, then the server that are created using this template, those server will cost us money. Template will not cost money. Okay, so here is my template ready. Okay, I'm done with template part. Now what I'll do, I will click on here. Now here I will go to auto scaling group. Okay, now here I will create an auto scaling group. Here I will give a name, demo ASG. And the very first thing we need to do after giving the name is to select the template. Okay, we need to select the template. What kind of template we are dealing with, what kind of template we want. Okay, what kind of template we want, that we need to select here, right? So here you see all of my templates are available. I'll go with this one, and here I can select version. Tomorrow, if my requirement changes, I can simply select the version of the template. I can simply change the version of the template. In this way, you can go with the same template. You don't need to create new template every time. In one template, you will have all the version, and you can keep modifying it as your requirement keep changes. Okay, so we'll go with this one. I'll go to next. Now here in the next screen, you see here we define instance launch option. Okay, now I will also show you a way where we can define where we are getting our server, in which AZ we will get our server. So here we can do that. So here you see, when I click on this, again I can see all the 6 AZ. Now if I select this AZ1A and I just select that one AZ1A, okay, it means I will get all of my server from this one AZ. Okay, I will get all of my server from this one AZ only. If I select, let's say, 2 AZ, now if 100 servers are created, 50 server will be in AZ1A, 50 server will be in 1B. If I select 3 AZ, 33 here, 33 here, 34 here, or here you will get 34. Okay, so now we get that guarantee. So can I say, if I select AZ, if I select only this 3 AZ here, AZ1A, 1B, 1C, okay, if I just go with this 3 AZ here, can I say we get a guarantee that now if I create load balancer, now I know where I will get my server, so I don't need to select any random AZ. I can only go with the AZ that I want. Yes, now I get that guarantee. Okay, so if I select all the AZ, then equally and see, when auto scaling group create the server, it will equally create server in all the AZ. It's not that it will overload one AZ with more server, second AZ with less server. No, if it creates server, it will create server equally in all the availability zone. Not that in one AZ you will have all the server. How? There is no answer for how. It basically, see, for example, load balancer, you saw that there also equally we were getting response from underlying both the server. I told you that's a round robin fashion. Exact same fashion is exact same pattern is also followed here. When auto scaling group creates server, it will create the server. I mean, see here, you want high availability. High availability means what? You have presence not in only one place, in multiple places. But it's not that in one place you have all the presence. No, you have equal presence in all the AZ. Okay, so let's say today I will not select all the AZ. Today I will go with only 3 AZ. It means what? If I create 100 server, 33 will be here, 33 server will be here, 33 will be here, and the next server will start again from here. So here 34, 33, 33. Okay, so here we can define that. And here you see balance best effort. Here you define the distribution. Okay, so for example, if launch fail in one AZ, auto scaling will attempt to launch in another healthy AZ. So for example, let's say here while launching let's say 33 here, 33 here, 33 here, or let's say first server it is launch here, second here, third here. Now while launching fourth server in AZ1A, if some issue happened in this AZ, it will move forward to AZ1B, right? But if you go with balance only, here you see, if launch fail in one AZ, auto scaling will continue to attempt launch in unhealthy AZ. Okay, so for example, let's say it is launching it is launching 6 server. So if you go with balance, if you go with best effort, means what? First server will be launched here, second here, third here, fourth server will be launched here. But let's say while launching fourth server, some issue happened, then it will launch fourth here, fifth here. Then it is launching sixth here, but again some issue happened, it will launch the sixth here. So in AZ1A, how many server we have? One. We have one server. One server we have in AZ1A. First server is launched here. Second server is launched here. Third is launched here. While fourth being launched here, it failed. So it will launch the fourth in second. Then fifth is launched here. While launching sixth here, it failed. And it is launched here. So in AZ1A, how many server we have? We have only one server. In AZ1B, how many server we have? See, AZ1, AZ2, AZ3. Okay. Let's say here server 1 is launched. Okay, here server 1 is launched. Okay, and it was successful. Okay, it was successful. Then it launched server 2 here. Okay, successful. Then it launched server 3 here. Successful. Okay, while launching server 4 here, it failed. So what it will do? It will move to second AZ. So it launched server 4 here. Now here it is trying to launch server 5. Okay, server 4 successful, server 5 successful. Okay, now it is trying to launch server 6 here. But again, this AZ has some problems, so new servers are not being launched. So again, it will fail. It will launch here. So how many server we have in AZ2? We have 3 server. Okay, in AZ3 we have 2 server. Okay, so this is the distribution we get. All right, now moving forward, we'll go with best balance, best effort. Let me again select 3 AZ, AZ1A, 1B, 1C. Now here you see, we can skip to review also. Okay, till this point it was mandatory. Here we can skip to review now. Okay, because other options are not so mandatory, they are optional. But let's go through them also. And here comes the load balancer. How load balancer will know about auto scaling group and all? This is the answer. right? Here we can select our load balancer. So while creating auto scaling group, we can select load balancer. Does any load balancer cost money? Obviously, it will cost money. It is giving you some facility. It is giving. See, understand this. There are some things that are available for free in your free tier account. Okay, but if you talk beyond free tier, understand everything that you create in AWS except few things, except launch template, except few things, and I'll tell you whenever those things comes. Understand everything will cost you money because you are using it for your real world project. You are actively using it, so it will cost you money, no doubt. Okay, very few things are there that does not cost you money. I'll give you something 1 minute. Okay, on this web page, here you will see all the limitation of free tier account. Okay, all the limitation you will see. Okay, understand this. If free tier account is expired, everything that you create will cost you money. Okay, so whether you create auto scaling group, whether you create load balancer, everything will cost you money beyond free tier account. Yes, there are few things like launch template that doesn't cost money. And whenever we came across such concept, I will tell you that this particular concept doesn't cost money. But rest of all the things will cost you money because you are using it for real world software from which companies are earning billions of dollars. So of course, AWS will not give it to free. One habit I want you guys to include: whenever you do any practical or whenever you start studying, or whenever you do any practical, just search for the service that you're working for. So we are still covering, let's say we are covering EFS. I will search for EFS. And now here I get the information, okay, EFS is available until 5 GB. If you store data more than 5 GB, it will cost you money, but before 5 GB, EFS is available. Okay, you can click on this and you can see even more detail, like up to how much things are available for free and not. Here you can go to pricing page, and you can see in detail. Okay, but don't try to memorize any of this thing because this thing constantly changes. So there's no use of memorizing it. Don't try to memorize this. Okay, whenever you are working with anything, check the documentation, check the latest documentation. Okay, so here you see, while creating the auto scaling group itself, okay, while I create auto scaling group, at that time itself I can select my load balancer. I can select my existing load balancer target group, or I can create a new one. Now pay attention, when I create a new one, let's say here it will allow me to create a new ALB. First of all, see, it is not allowing me to create CLB, it is allowing me to create ALB, right? Here you see, while creating the load balancer, here we can select our all this option, and exactly same option we had yesterday. But do you see something new here? Why only these 3 AZs are selected? Because in the auto scaling group, we selected 3 AZ. If we want, we can select additional AZ. Although it is not of any use, but if you want, we can select it. But we can't uncheck this 3. Okay? We can't uncheck this 3. Why? Because these 3 AZ are the one. Okay? These 3 AZ are the one that are where our auto scaling group will launch the server. Got the point? These 3 AZ are the one where our servers will be launched. So we can't uncheck them. They have to be selected. Other 3 AZ, it's okay even if you don't select them because they are not the one where our auto scaling group will launch the server. See, if you select others, then it can support some other servers in those other AZ, right? But in real world, it's not that useful. I mean, obviously, we want to send traffic to the server that are created by this particular auto scaling group. We don't want to send traffic to the server that are from outside or that are not that does not match with this one. Okay, so here all the 3 AZs are there. These 3 AZs are selected. Now moving forward here, I will not create the load balancer. I don't want to mix both the thing at once. Okay, but here you can select the exact same load balancer that we created yesterday. Right now, during learning, what we will do, we will cover every concept one at a time. Okay, we will not mix up the concept. Okay, we will cover concept one at a time. But in when you have your project session, there you will see all of this thing being combined. Then VPC, ignore this part, ignore all of this part. This part anyway we are going to cover. Okay, and now in the next step, okay, this is important. This is very important part. The next step, guys, what is DDoS attack? It's a fake traffic that comes on your server, and because of this fake traffic, what happened? Your server will get down because your server will be overloaded. Okay, your server will be overloaded, right? Now how to prevent that? Let's say we don't have anything else. I told you there are some services that will help us prevent this. Okay, or let's just say we can't prevent the DDoS attack. How do we save ourselves from getting lost? What do you think? See, the problem with the DDoS attack is what? You are getting fake traffic. Okay, you are getting fake traffic, right? Now, if you have something like auto scaling group that will keep creating new server when your existing server get overloaded, don't you think fake traffic will keep coming in? Auto scaling group will keep launching new server and it will increase more and more costs. Do you agree with that? Because AWS is very powerful. AWS can launch unlimited server. But the problem is that you will have to pay money for that fake traffic, fake for those useless servers. So that's why here we have group size. Group size means what? Here we can define minimum capacity. Here we can define maximum capacity. What is the meaning of this? Minimum capacity means when the load is zero. Okay, when the load is zero, the number of server will go down. Okay, till this minimum value, that is 2 server. If you are getting zero traffic, if you are getting no traffic at all, then at minimum you will have 2 server at any given point in time, even if you are getting zero traffic. But if the load increases on your server, okay, it will add maximum 7 server. That is our max capacity. Okay, that is our max capacity. If the maximum desired capacity is reached, what will happen is your existing 7 server will get overloaded because auto scaling group will not add any new server. And if these 7 servers are getting all the traffic, then they will obviously get overloaded. They might fail also. But AWS will not cross this limit. Okay, this 7 server will get overloaded because obviously you are not launching any new server. So if the 7 servers are there, then they will get overloaded if your traffic is keep increasing. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this minimum and max desired capacity. What is this desired capacity here? This one. This desired capacity is your initial value. Okay, this desired capacity is your initial value. So here, if I define 4 means what? Auto scaling group will launch with 4 server. 4 means what? Auto scaling group will launch with 4 server. Got the point? Desired capacity is your in short initial capacity. All right, I hope you got the point. This is very important. Okay, this group size is very important. After that, here you see rest of the things are related to dynamic part. So I mentioned this earlier also. Minimum should be less than desired. Yes. See, here you see rest of the things. Here I want you guys to understand we are covering only the there are we can divide the auto scaling group in 2 parts. Okay, this is static part that we are covering and the dynamic part. Got the point? Static part does not increase or decrease. Okay, so we'll keep all of this thing as default. We will go to next. And now here you see notification option. Now what is notification option here? What is the meaning of this? Notification here simply means we can add. So basically what is the requirement here? When the load on your server increases, auto scaling group will add server. But you guys know that this can happen at any time. This can happen at morning 3 o'clock or morning 5 o'clock. At any time it can happen, right? Okay. So we want a notification for it because at morning 3 o'clock, if my auto scaling group adds new server, how will I know about it? That's a simple thought. How will I know about it? Right? So there has to be a way in which we are getting emails. Okay, in which we are getting email. So whenever the server auto scaling group add new server, we should get an email, and that can be done here. Okay, so that can be done using something called as SNS, Simple Notification Service. And SNS is a separate AWS service. Okay, you understand my point, right? There is not even a single service that you can say you can start from beginning. Every service is dependent upon one another. Okay, every AWS service is dependent upon another. So this SNS part also we will cover later. But right now just understand it is used to send notification. And the last part here we can add tags. I will add only one tag, name, ASG EC2. Okay, so you see my auto scaling group is launching. Meanwhile, I will go to EC2 and you see these are my yesterday's server. Okay, let me terminate them. Now you will see how many server we should see now. Auto scaling group is launching. How many server we should see? We should see 4 server because that was our desired capacity. And I told you desired capacity is the initial capacity. So while auto scaling group is launching here, okay, we should see our server here and you see the same tag, ASG EC2. Got the point, guys? This is how auto scaling group works, right? We can see obviously here I will not be able to show you the dynamic part. Static and dynamic difference basically means here if you see if the load on this 4 server increases, you will not see new server getting launched. Okay, right now there is zero load on this 4 server, but you still see 4 server. You don't see 2 server, and if the load increases, you will not see 7 server. Why? Because this is not dynamic right now. In static auto scaling group, server will not increase or decrease automatically. Okay, so this shows you the fact that for auto scaling group to work, to do its job, for auto scaling group to do its job, it requires some other AWS service as well. Okay, see, auto scaling nobody uses in this static way. Okay, by default, see, if you remember, while creating that auto scaling group, I skipped that part. Okay, I skipped this auto scaling part. Obviously, if we scale this part, then we can't expect it to work correctly, and that's why nobody works with static auto scaling. And there is no words like that as well. I just made it up to explain you the concept, because this concept have a dependency on another AWS service. So we need to understand that as well. Then only you will understand this. Then only we will see auto scaling group as a complete entity. But as I said, every AWS service have a dependency on one another. We have to start from somewhere. And this is the problem, guys. I mean, this is the issue that with the cloud, that there are some services that are recommended to start with, like EC2 or S3, but all of them have some little bit dependency at least. Okay, because there are some, see, it depends on the service. Matrix and pricing, these are the two things that depends from service to service basis. Okay, the kind of policy you have for EC2, they are totally different from storage policy. Okay, and also if you delete the auto scaling group, naturally all the servers that are created by auto scaling group are deleted. And this may not be a big concept, but this is, many times your interviewer may try to ask such question to confuse you. If it is dynamic and they are not getting any load, so they will be removed till the minimum value, right? So your interviewer might ask you, if I delete auto scaling group, what will happen? If you delete your auto scaling group, your server should get deleted. Okay, here you will see server are also deleted. Now here in exam or in your interview, not so much in exam, but in your interview might try to confuse you, that if I delete the auto scaling group, okay, my servers are already created, my servers are separate entity. Then if I delete auto scaling group, why my servers are getting deleted? Do you understand my point? They will try to confuse you like this. But yes, and they are correct also. Your auto scaling group is a separate entity. Your servers are separate entity. Okay, both of them are separate entity, right? But still they are connected. That's why if you delete the source from where servers got created, and this pattern you will see everywhere in cloud. Okay, in our course, very soon we will cover some services like CloudFormation. Okay, you will see this pattern in our AWS as well. Whenever there is a source that creates some resource, if you delete the source, resources are also deleted. Guys, there are two types of cloud. Okay, actually there are three types, but mainly there are two types: private cloud and public cloud. Okay, private cloud and public cloud. What is public cloud? Public cloud is basically your cloud like Amazon, AWS, Microsoft Azure. Okay, these are public cloud. Means what? Public cloud are those cloud where you utilize the data center of some other company. That is Amazon. This AWS is what? AWS is nothing but AWS have their own data center all over the world and you are using them. Okay, and private cloud is the cloud created by a company. Okay, let's say you are working for one organization, they created their own private cloud. In private cloud, does people from outside get access? No. In public cloud, outside people can create their account, not in private cloud, right? Now, can we say private cloud is by default in theory? Private cloud is more secure than public cloud. Do you agree with this? Public cloud, everyone is using. NASA uses AWS. Okay, NASA uses AWS. So so does it mean they are anywhere less in security? No. In fact, I would argue public cloud provide much better security than your private cloud. Okay, but how? VPC is the answer. VPC is a AWS service that provide that security. Okay, VPC is a service that basically make your public cloud into a private cloud for you. Okay, VPC is a AWS service that makes sure that even if you are working on public cloud, okay, let's say I create my account and Tarang also created his account, and both me and Tarang are working from, let's say, North Virginia region, and let's say coincidentally my server and Tarang server is created from the same hardware. Behind the scene, the hardware is same. Okay, Now, even though Tarun's server is coming from same hardware as my server, it doesn't mean that his server and my server will get mixed up. It doesn't mean that our server will get mixed up, right? It doesn't mean that our data will get exchanged. How we are getting those security? We are getting those security because of VPC. VPC is the service that basically give you the experience of private cloud, even though you are working on public cloud. Got the understanding? Okay. See, to understand VPC, we'll understand first the problem that all of us are working on AWS cloud. Okay, all of us created our AWS account, right? All of us are working in North Virginia region. There are thousands of people that are working in North Virginia region. Then isn't it making any issue? Isn't it causing any issue when all of us work on the same hardware from the same region? No. Why? See, the concept is simple. This is AWS cloud. Okay, let's say this is entire worldwide AWS cloud. This is my account. In my account, I create a database in North Virginia region. Okay. Similarly, this is somebody else account and they created EC2 in their account. Now, since their EC2 and my database are from the same region, isn't there any chance that they might access my database? The answer is no. This will never happen. Why this will never happen? Because when you work on AWS, when you create your AWS account, okay, you get your own dedicated VPC. Okay, you get a VPC in your account. Actually, this is inside account, but I'm keeping it outside as of now. Okay, every AWS account in AWS, every AWS account in AWS gets its own dedicated VPC. Okay, it gets its own dedicated VPC. Why? This is by default. And what is this VPC? This VPC is the private network boundary. This VPC is the private network boundary within which you operate. Okay, within which you operate. Now, when you so what happens? Even though you and your another AWS account are working from the same region, even though both of your, let's say, underlying hardware is exactly same, still they cannot access your account. Why? They cannot access your account because every account is protected by VPC. So no other and nothing from outside of that VPC can access your resource. No other AWS account can access your resource in your VPC. VPC provides you a private cloud. Okay, so you can understand in a way that when you work on AWS, which is a public cloud, in that public cloud, you get your own, okay, your account, my account, all of our accounts are protected by VPC. That's why even though we are working on public cloud, nobody from outside can access our account. You got the answer for why public cloud is as secure or even more secure than private cloud. This is the answer. VPC is the answer. I will not compare it with social media account because it might confuse you in the technical part. That's a little different thing because the social media account comes at a software level. Here we are understanding things at the platform level. Okay, so we operate within VPC. Now, what happens if I go to my account? I will go to the VPC here. If we create our AWS account, we get a default VPC in every region. Okay, we get a default VPC in every region. Right? So you see in my North Virginia, there is one VPC. If I go to any random region, let's say I go to Tokyo, here also you will see a VPC. So this is called as default VPC that we get in every region by default. And this same VPC you have in your account. Okay. This same VPC is there in my account in every region, and the same VPC you got, I mean, same configuration VPC you got in your account. Okay, now please don't go and check it right now. You can trust me, it is there in your account as well in every region. Okay, but this default VPC we cannot use for our real world project because default VPC gives you a lot of things. That's a good point. Okay, default VPC gives you a lot of things by default, but it cannot be modified much. It cannot be used for our purpose. Okay, so if you are working on a new project, the better thing is to create a new VPC, custom VPC. VPC ID will be different. ID is a unique identifier, so it will always. Okay. Now see, I will come back here. So before I get into custom VPC and all, I will explain you few more things. So I'll first of all tell you why VPC. VPC is such a tough service because VPC includes so many things. On your screen, you can see a VPC architecture. And you can see VPC is not just one thing. It's a collection of so many things on that you see on your screen. That's why people find it very difficult. Okay, but do not worry. I will show you VPC from scratch. In fact, I will create one diagram right now, and we'll understand the entire introduction. I mean, we'll understand the entire overview. Okay, and after that overview, we will do a deep dive into each and every topic, and then we will do the practical as well. Okay, but first of all, I will give you a good overview. So let's say this is my VPC. Okay, this is my VPC, and my VPC is a regional service. Okay, this is my VPC. Okay, this is a VPC in any of the region. Let's say we are creating a VPC in a Ohio region. Okay, now VPC is made up of few things. VPC is at the region level. Okay, so if VPC is like a region, then what do we have inside? Within region we have AZ. Okay, so here I will write within region we have AZ, and within VPC we have something called as subnets. Okay, what is subnet? Region is a bigger area, AZ is a smaller area, VPC is a bigger network, subnet is a subnetwork or smaller network. All right, VPC is a bigger network, subnet is right. So here you see in this VPC we have called as, yes, you can say logical subdivision at a network level, right? So here in VPC we have one subnet, or let's say two subnet. We can have sorry, we can have even more subnet, but I'll put right. So subnets are of two types. There's a public subnet, okay, and then there is a private subnet. Subnets are of two types. Right now, just understand. See, detail we will see later. Right now, just understand subnets are of two types. There's a public subnet, there's a private. Okay, public subnet, private subnet. Now, what is the meaning of public and private subnet? Or what is the use of it? See, the EC2 server we can create are of two. Okay, EC2 server we can create, they are of two types. We can create a public server and we can create a private server. The server you create in public subnet is called as, this is a EC2. The server you create in public subnet will be a public server. And the server that you create in private subnet will be a private server. Okay. Again, what is the technical difference between public server, private server? What is the technical difference? We'll see later. But right now, just understand, servers are according to subnet. If you create a server in public subnet, you'll get a public server. If you create a server in private subnet, okay, so this is public server, this is private server. Now, here I will ask you guys one question. Let's say in public subnet, we have two public server. Can I say these two server can easily talk to each other? Compared to public server, gateway is a different thing. But see, what I want you guys to think in a way is that if there are two server in public subnet, means both of them are public server. These two server can easily communicate with one another compared to public server in public subnet and private server in, right? Because see, the logic here, I mean, I will give you an analogy. If me and my colleague, both of us are working from office, do we need any tool like Microsoft Teams or Zoom for? No. We are working from same office, we can directly talk to each other. But let's say me and my colleague both are working from home. Okay, my colleague is working from their home, I'm working from my home. Now can I say now that we need something extra for communication, like some on, now we good. Okay, so now we need something extra. So here you see, uh, this two server can easily communicate because they are in same subnet. But when it comes to server in different subnet, there we need something called as implicit router. Here we need implicit router. What is implicit router? Implicit router is basically a tool, and we don't use this tool. This is used by AWS. It is created by AWS. It is used by AWS for its internal communication. Implicit router is a tool that provide communication between server from different subnet. Okay, it helps between communication. It helps for communication between server from different. Okay, we don't configure implicit router. That's why it is called as implicit. Implicit router will be created by default because we don't even use it. Okay, our the communication that we set up, they are done separately. This is for internal communication between server in different subnet, and this is created and used by AWS themselves. That's why it is called as implicit, so that we don't need set router. Now here I will ask you one more question. Let's say in this public server, okay, we want to let's say we are creating a website, we are running a web application, and in this public web server, in this public server, we have our web application running. Now we want to download something. Do you think we will have access to public? The answer is no. Guys, think about it. Here we are talking about private network. In private network, if you have public internet, don't you think that will, do you agree with this? That if we are talking about a private network, virtual private cloud, then having public internet there defeat the entire purpose. If we have a default access to public internet, don't you think it will defeat? I'll come to that. So, but do you also agree that, okay, we require internet? There is nothing like private internet. We require internet. Otherwise, if we do not have internet, then how we will download any library for our development? If we do not have internet, then how we will update our database with the latest security patch? If we do not have internet, then how we will do any of our work? Without internet, we cannot do anything in server, right? So we don't, now the fact is we don't have access to public internet. Okay, that's a fact. We don't have access to. On top of it, we require internet. So how do we get it? So for that, we have something called as internet gateway. Earlier, some people were talking about this. For that, we have internet gateway. What is internet gateway? Internet gateway is a component that brings internet in your VPC. Okay, how do you get internet in your home? How does all the device in your home get internet? When you add a Wi-Fi router, then you get internet. Similarly, when we add a VPC router in, when we add internet gateway in this VPC, okay, when we add internet gateway in this VPC, then we get internet for our underlying server. Internet gateway is that component that will bring the internet for our server. By default, we don't have access to internet, but we need. How do the server of same subnet communicate with each other? We'll see. Right now, just focus on what I'm covering. As I said, right now I'm just giving you overview. One by one, we will see all of this thing in detail, and I will also show you practical. But right now, just focus on what I'm showing you. Just understand the introduction of all the components. Then we'll see each and every component in. Right. So internet gateway, you can compare this with your Wi-Fi router. You apply Wi-Fi router at your home, and all of your devices get internet. You apply internet gateway to VPC, and all the component in VPC. Right. But here comes, okay, how does my public server know that there is something called as internet gateway that is giving? How does it knows about it? Because your server have no idea about internet gateway, no idea. It's just that's how it works. So how to make sure, how to already know? For this, we will use something called as root table. Okay, let me put a diagram here. For this, we will use something called as route table. In route table, we will have target and destination. Okay, and here we will add the route that if anybody wants internet, then go for internet gateway. If anybody wants internet, then go for internet gateway. Okay, this is the route we will add. Now, whenever EC2 server wants internet, it doesn't know about internet gateway. It have no idea about internet gateway. So what this EC2 will do? This EC2 will go to route table. Any component in VPC always go to route table first. And when it goes to route table, there it will see that if you want internet, then go for IGW. So that's how it reaches to internet gateway. And when it reaches to internet gateway, my EC2 will get internet. Okay. EC2 requires something through which it can get internet. It goes to route table. There it see if you want internet, go to IGW. Then it get the IGW. As simple. Younger folks, this is like a Google map. Let's say I'm moving to London for, let's say, for few months. Okay, and I want to drink coffee. I don't know any cafe in London. I don't know where I can get the coffee. So what I will do, in my Google map, I will just type coffee or cafe near me. And Google map will give me the list. So can I say Google map is like this route table where all the routes of all the places is there as a directory? Okay, so route table also we discuss. But did you notice I was talking only about, you can give route for anything. All the components in your VPC, you can give route for, right? Now in this VPC, did you notice I was talking only about public server? What about private server? In this private server, we might be hosting a database also. What if tomorrow a new version of our database? Okay, we need to update the data. Okay, now talking about private server. In private server also I need internet. So can private server use the same method? The answer is no. Okay, the answer is no. Okay, technical reason we will see later. Right now, just understand that if my private server needs internet, it cannot follow the same approach as public server because it's not a public server. Public server have different approach. Private server have, right? Now, how does private server get internet? Private server gets internet using something called as NAT gateway. Okay, and understanding NAT gateway concept is little difficult for most people. So I will give you a simple example. Okay, I will give you a real world example. Okay, up until now, I have given you real world example in many places. I've given you real world example for implicit router that me and my colleagues are working from our respective work from home. So we require something like Microsoft Team for communication. For internet gateway, I give you the example of Google Map. And now for, I will give you one more example. So let's say this is my home. Okay, this is a home. Now this home is divided into, let's say, two parts. Okay. Now, let's say I got infected by COVID. Okay, nowadays COVID cases are again rising. Okay, so let's say I get infected by COVID. Now, what I'll do in this home, this is my, let's say, bedroom. This is my private bedroom. Bedrooms are private, but yes, this is my private room. Okay, so I got infected by COVID. So can I say the very first thing I should do is to isolate myself here? Okay, I will isolate myself, and in other rooms, my other family member will be there. Okay, in other rooms, other family member will be there. Right? Now, let's say here is my brother. Okay, my brother is not infected by COVID, so he lives in different room. Now, near my home, I know this example sounds very silly, but trust me, you will understand everything. Near my home, there is a pizza shop. And the sole purpose of this pizza shop is to provide pizza, nothing else. near my home there is a pizza shop, and the sole purpose of this pizza shop is to provide, right? Now can I say my brother who is not infected by COVID, he can easily go out and get the pizza from this shop? Yes. But can I go out? No. I'm infected. If give me the answer, how can I get the pizza? The person who is in. Can I say I can ask my brother, since he can go out, he will go out and bring the pizza for me? This is the right. Everyone pay attention. Can I say this home is like the VPC? And if this home is like VPC, can I say this private room is like a private? And if this private room is like private subnet, can I say the person isolated here is like a private sub? Can I say if this is a private subnet, other room we can consider them as public subnet? Can I say this pizza shop whose sole purpose is to provide pizza is like internet gateway whose sole purpose is to provide here? So what do we call this brother who is bringing that pizza for our private server? This brother is called as NAT gateway. NAT gateway is that brother who will live in public subnet. And since NAT gateway is in public subnet, it can go and get the internet like your public server, like this. But unlike public server, it will not use internet for, okay? It will not use internet for itself. Rather, what it will do? It will bring the internet for private server. Okay, so to answer the question, how does our private server gets internet in VPC? Our private server gets internet through. Now see, if I show you, give you one example here. Let's say 192.136.11.22/32. If I give you this example, this is an example of an IP address. Okay, but how many IP does it represent? It represents only one IP address. Okay, it represents only one IP address. See, this part is called as network. Okay, and this part is called as host ID. This 32 is called as host ID. Now, what is host ID? See, network ID, we know it's an IP address. It is made up of 4 blocks, and every block have a range 0 to good. Okay, you get a range from 0 to 255. Every block in this IP have a range from 0 to 2. Okay, but why this is one IP total? See, host ID represent the range of your IP addresses. How many IP you get? That is defined by how many IP you get is defined by, right? Now 32 does not represent any range. I know I just said that it represents range. I said host ID represent range, but 32 represent no range. Here we get only one IP. Okay. Now everyone pay attention and try to understand the pattern. Okay. 192.136 or 163 anything .11.22/24. Now 24 represent the change in last one block. 24 represent change in last one block. So you get a range from where to where? You get a range from 192.163 or 53 whatever .11.0 up to 192.163 or sorry 153.11.255. Okay, your last block will change, and of course if it change, it will change completely. So total how many IP we are getting? We are getting total 256 IP, correct? Didn't get it? No problem. I will give you more example. Okay, so 255 plus this 0, you get 256 IP. Okay, one more example. 192.163 dot 11 dot 22 slash 16. Now 16 means what? Anybody would like to answer? 16 means last two block will. So if last two blocks are changing, then we will get from 192.163.0.0 192.163.255.255. Now all the permutation and combination of this, that many IP address you will get, or somewhere around 65,000 IP address you will get. 65,000. Here you got 256 IP, and here you will get around 65,000 IP. Yes, 65,536. Here, anyone? Do you see any mathematical? Yes, octet, right? One more example. 192.163.11.22 slash 8. Now, what does 8 represent? 8 represent change in last 3 block. So you get a range from 192.0.0.0 up to 192.255.255.255, and whatever the permutation combination, that many IP, right? So this is called a CIDR, classless interdomain routing. See, CIDR is a very big networking concept. Okay, it includes a lot of things. It includes a lot of things, but we don't need to understand all of that. We will understand only this concept. What is the concept? The concept is, if you change the host ID, your network ID, your range of IP address will. Okay, your IP address, the range of IP address, how many IP address you will get, that will. This, if you want to see, I will share something with you. I will share an online tool where you can verify all of this. Okay, let me. Okay, look at this. Let's take 32. Okay, 10.0.0.0 slash 32. If I calculate this CIDR, how many hosts we are getting? We are getting only one host. 10.0.0.0 is our starting address, and 10.0.0.0 is our last IP. Because we have only service, Ankit. Instead of 32, if I go with 24, what will happen? Can I say last block will change if I go with 24? Do you see last block is changing? So how many IP we got? We got 256 IP. If I go with 16, what will your last two block will change, guys? See, and we are getting 65,536 IP. Okay, here if I put 8, last 3 block will change, and this many IP. But does it mean only this number will work? 8, 16, 24, 32. Does it mean only this? No. Other number will also work. It's just that this number represent complete change. 24 represent complete change of last block. 16 represent complete change of last 2 block. But what if I when I provide 24, you see last block is changing. When I provide 23, you will see the second last block will begin to change. Look at this one. When I provide 23, the second last block begin to change. When I provide 22, you will see it will change even more. See, now it changed to 3. And you see our number of hosts are also increasing. If I provide 21, you will see it will change even more. It changed to 7. If I provide 20, it will change even more. There is no how here. That's how it works. That's how it works. This is the concept of CIDR. That when you manipulate, when you change the host ID, your network ID will change. Your number of IP address you are getting will change. How your number IP address changing? Because these blocks are changing. Okay, as you can see, as I'm lowering the number, The second block is changing more and more. Earlier, now it was 15, now it is 31. If I make it, let's say 18, now it is from 31, it changed to 63. If I make it 17, it changes to 127. And when I make it 16, it will change completely to 250. All right. So today we will see all of this component in detail. Okay. We will see all of them one by one in detail. And we will also do their practice VPC. Okay. So what I will do, I will go to VPC. In last session, we created VPC demo, right? Demo VPC, we look at this. Here, what I will do now, you see, we have this default. In our last session, I showed you, and I hope you also verified it from your side. When you create a AWS account, you get this default VPC name. Tried this, right? And all this default VPC have the same CIDR range. Okay. In every region, you get a default VPC. Every region. Now, what I will do, I will create a new VPC. Okay. Here I will give a name demo VPC. Okay. Here I will select the CIDR. Now you know what is CIDR that. Why VPC is asking? CIDR is IP range. Okay. So if I'm creating a VPC, I need to assign a range of IP address to the VPC to create IP. Very good, Nafisa. Because in this VPC, when we create EC2, when we create database, from where do you think their IP address will come from? Okay, all the resources that we create inside this VPC, where do you think those resources are getting their IP address from? They will get their IP address from this CIDR that we provide. So here if I provide 10.0.0.0/16, then your servers, your resources will get their IP address. Okay, all the resources will get their CIDR. Sorry, all the resources will get their IP address from this CIDR. Right, then here you can see we can provide CIDR for IPv6 as well, but we will not provide that. We'll keep it to IPv4. Okay. Then you see tenancy. Now what is tenancy? In tenancy, you see there are two options, and by the way, in IPv6 we don't need to define anything. You can just simply select Amazon provided IPv6 CIDR block, so you will get IPv6 CIDR block from AWS side itself. Okay, but right now we will not define it. Now here you see what is tenancy. There are two options in tenancy. Okay, there is a default option and there is a dedicated option. What is the meaning of this? See, you guys remember the reason why cloud is cheaper than having our own local data center? What is the reason for that? Correct, very good. So what happens when multiple different people working in different accounts are using AWS cloud? What happens is, let's say all of them created the server in the same region, in the same AZ. There's a very high chance that all of their virtual server is created from the same, right? Why? Because cloud, you might get your own individual server. It might feel like you got a new server, which is not shared at all. But behind the scene, cloud, the hardware that it is using is being shared across multiple accounts. So when you go with default tenancy, you get that shared resource. You get that shared hardware. But if you go with dedicated tenancy, now you will get dedicated hardware. Okay? Dedicated hardware means what? Whatever resource you create in this VPC, that will be created on a dedicated hardware. It means that underlying hardware will not be shared with any other people, any other person. Right? So when you go with tenancy, you get the option of shared hardware, and when you go with dedicated your hardware, you will get a dedicated hardware. Obviously, if you go with dedicated hardware approach, you will have better security, you will have better performance, but also it will increase cost. Right, having dedicated hardware is much more costlier than working on shared. Right, so this is how you create. Today we are able to create VPC in 5 minutes. Okay, provide the name, provide the CIDR, mostly everyone go with default tenancy, and when you go with default tenancy you also have an option of getting dedicated hardware. But if you go with dedicated tenancy, you have only dedicated hardware option. So mostly people go with default tenancy. Okay, no need to change here. Here just provide CIDR and provide name. Understand how simple it is to create a VPC, but you need to understand, pay attention. Here I'll click on create button and our VPC is created. As simple. Okay, our VPC is created. Now what is the next thing to do? After VPC, what is there? What after VPC comes subnet. Okay, so here if I go to your VPCs, here I have two VPC. First is default VPC of this region of this account, and second is my demo VPC. Okay, now in this VPC, I want to create subnet. Okay, how to pay attention? Okay, I will give you. Okay, now see, before I create subnet, I will tell you a simple concept. Okay, subnet is a subset of VPC, correct? Subnet is a part of VPC. So let's say VPC CIDR, okay, is let's say 1 to 1000. Okay, I'm taking simple number. I'm not taking actual IP address. I'm taking simple number. Let's say VPC CIDR is 1 to 1000, right? So can I say subnet CIDR will be between this range only? Let's say 1 to 200. Subnet 2 will be from 200 to let's say 400. Subnet 3 will be from sorry, this should be 201. 401 to let's say 600, like this, right? Can I say subnet CIDR will never go beyond the CIDR of okay? So always remember this is the rule. Okay, and here also some calculation will be done, some formula will be there that we don't need to know. Okay, I will show you online tool of how to do it, right? But here understand one thing, that uh, if we are creating subnet, which is a subset of VPC, right? So naturally the CIDR of subnet will not go beyond CIDR of VPC. Okay, so let me show you guys. Here I'll come to VPC. Now here in VPC I will go to subnets. In subnet, now you see there are total, already there are 6 subnet. Why? Let me go to other region. Let me go to Ohio, North California and Oregon. If I go to Ohio region, here you will see, now here you see, here we have 3 subnet. Okay, in North Virginia we had 6 subnet. Here we have 3 subnet. Here if I go to North California, here we have 2 subnet. Okay, and here we have 4 subnet. Okay, now these subnets are, these are the default subnet. Why this? Yeah, I will tell you. So default subnet depends on default number of availability zone. Okay, default subnets depends on default number of availability zone. Okay, in Oregon by default there are 4 AZ, so there are default 4 subnet. In North California there are 2 AZ, so there are default 2 subnet. In Ohio there are 3 AZ, so by default 3 subnet. And in North Virginia there are 6 AZ, so there are 6 subnet. Okay, so this depend on number of AZ. But are we restricted by this? Does it mean in my demo VPC I can create maximum 6 subnet? The answer is no. It's just that AWS follow this rule. I mean, they follow this as a kind of a way to create number of subnet. So AWS follows that. We don't need to follow it. Okay, you can create up to 200 subnet, or you can create only one subnet. Your choice, based on your requirement. There is no rule that we have to follow this. If you delete default subnet, they will be deleted. But don't do it, okay? Because in our course, you will do most of your practice in default VPC. So if you make changes there, you will get error in your other demo. Right? So here you see there are 6 subnet because there are 6 AZ, but we don't need to follow this rule at all. Okay, we can create subnet according to our requirement. So here I'll click you guys some question. Okay, so you see while creating subnet, it is asking me to select VPC. Now, does it mean if I select default VPC, I can create more subnet? So see one thing, look at here. If I select default VPC, it is giving me option to add more subnet. Now you agree that we are not restricted by. It is just that AWS followed that number, but if we want, we can add more subnet. It is in front of you. Okay, but I will not add this in default. I will add it in. Okay, here I select my demo VPC. Now here in the subnet name, I will select, let's say, we will create first of all public subnet. Okay, we will create public subnet, and here we need to select AZ. Okay, so remember last time I told you, just like within region we have AZ, within VPC we have subnet. So subnet and AZ are at the same level. So when you create subnet, you need to define to which availability zone this subnet will be aligned to. So let's say I'm selecting AZ1A. See here I can see 6 AZ. Now in the name also I will add AZ1A. Okay, just for easy identification. So here I'm creating public subnet. Here I selected AZ1A. Okay, this is the CIDR of my VPC. Now I need to provide CIDR of my with answer. Now here what happens if, okay, now there are many tools like this. What you see on your screen is one of the tools. There are many calculator, many tools like this. Okay, now I will show you in this tool how to calculate the CIDR of your, okay. Now first of all, what you have to do, here you see network address block. Here you need to provide your CIDR. Okay, here you provide CIDR of your VPC, right here. Now what I'll do here, I'll provide 10.0.0.0 slash I will provide 16. This is the CIDR of my VPC. Okay, and here I will provide number of subnet. See here by default 1 is selected. So from this one CIDR, I'm getting only one subnet. So can I say one subnet will have the same number of, that is 65,536 IP address? Anything divided by 1 will be the, right? But what if I want 2 subnet? Can I say that number will be divided by 2? Now how many IP we are getting in each subnet? 32,000. If I divide that by 4, if I want 4 subnet, now you see in each subnet I'm getting 16,000. Okay, do you see? I just need to provide how many subnet I want, and I'm getting all of their IP address calculated. Do not worry about this. I will show you how to use this. But do you understand that here I provide CIDR of VPC and here I provide number of subnet. All the calculation will be done automatically. How to use this calculation till this point? And how many IP I'm getting in each subnet? 4096. Okay, so automatically everything is getting. Now here you see this subnets that you get. Why I'm telling you that we use this online tool and we should not do manual calculation here? Because here you will get perfect value. For example, this subnet is starting at 10.0.0.0 and it is finishing at 10.0.15.255. Now second subnet is starting at 10.0.16. Is there any overlapping? No. Now second subnet is finishing at 31.255. The third one is starting at 32. The third one is finishing at 47.255. The fourth one is starting at 48. Do you see any overlap here? No. Just like your VPC, your subnet also should not overlap. Okay, when you create subnet, your subnet should not overlap with each other. Their CIDR should not overlap with each other, not at all. Now, how to use this? So here when we create subnet, it is asking CIDR for subnet. So from where I will bring this which mistake gets to overlapping? Manual calculation. Nafisa. That's why I use this online tool. Okay, now here you see, we will take any of the subnet address. Okay, pay attention everyone. I'll show you multiple example. Everybody pay attention. I will copy this one. Okay, I'll copy this header. Okay, and I will paste. Now what is remaining? Host ID. Okay, how to provide host ID? Host ID we will provide from here. Look at this. As you change your number of subnet, your host ID will update. Look at this. Okay, so for 16, what is the host ID? 20/20. So I will provide here /20. Okay, so this is how you create subnet. Okay, and I will click on create subnet. Range. Okay, now see how to create subnet. Select the VPC for which you want to create subnet. Okay, now this time I will create private subnet, so I will provide the name private subnet. Again, I will create subnet in the same AZ. Now, if we have 6 AZ, I told you it doesn't mean that we need to create. Okay, doesn't mean we need to go with 6 AZ or 6 right? So, what you need to understand here is it not necessary that you will go with only one subnet per AZ. If you want, you can go with multiple subnet. So again, I will select AZ1A here. So I already created public subnet. Now I will create private subnet in the same AZ. Now how to provide CIDR here? Very simple. Use online tool like this. Okay. What we do here? Here we provide the CIDR of our VPC. So my VPC CIDR is this. Then here I provide how many subnet I want. Okay. So we decided, let's say we want 16 subnet. Now I can take subnet a network ID from here. Okay. We can take network ID from here. Okay, so earlier I took this network ID. Now I will take this network ID. Right? I provided network ID. Now host ID I need to provide. How we will provide host ID? We will provide host ID from here. Okay, here is the /20. Why I'm taking this one? Earlier I told you because this is the CIDR of your subnet. This is the host ID of your subnet. Okay, as you change your number of subnet, this will also change. So that's why I selected this one /20. Why I will take /16? Don't you think this belongs to my VPC? Will you provide VPC host ID in subnet? No, right? Your subnet host ID will be different. You take it from here. Example. Okay, so here you see what does it represent? CIDR notation here it represent basically your host ID. Which host ID will belong for this particular subnet? So for this subnet, I am selecting /20. That is fine. Are you understanding? This time I will show you again. I will create how to create subnet. How to create subnet? Click on create subnet and here select your VPC for which you are creating subnet. Now here provide the name of your subnet. Let's say again this time I will create public subnet, but this time I will create subnet in another AZ, AZ1B. So here in the name also I will add 1B. Now how to provide CIDR for subnet? Use online tool like this. Okay, how to use such tool? Here provide CIDR of your VPC. My VPC CIDR is this. Then select how many submitting it every day. I hope it is clear for everyone. Now I selected how many subnet I want. Now I will take I will take network ID from here. Do I need to go sequentially? Is there any rule like that? No. I can randomly take any one of them. Just make sure you do not repeat the same because CIDR should not repeat. So I will take this one. Now how to provide host ID? You tell me. How to provide host ID? Host ID you will provide from the CIDR notation here because this host ID will change based on your number of subnet. Okay, so host ID I will provide from here. Okay, now in the same page I can add one more subnet. Okay, so this time private subnet. Private subnet. Now tell me, here I created public subnet in AZ1B. Is it mandatory that private subnet will also? Can I select some other AZ, let's say AZ1C? Yes, no such rule. Your choice. Okay, now here I'll provide CIDR network ID from here. Let me take this one. Okay, and host ID I will take here now. And by the way, here you see, here it is shown. You are getting 4096 IP. So this is how we. Very good. Now I will ask you guys. There is something wrong here in the CIDR NACL. Guys, when I created this subnet, do you saw there was any option of selecting public or private, Ravi? Guys, was there any option of selecting public or private? Don't you think I just provided? Don't you think I just provided name public? If I just provide name public, will it make it public subnet? What if I provide semi-public? Now, what is the meaning of that? Right? I just provided the name public or private. Just by providing name public or private, it doesn't make it public or private subnet. So what is this? What are the subnet? Are they public or private? All these 4 subnet that we created, all 4 of them are by default private subnet. Okay, it is our responsibility to convert them into a public subnet. When you create a subnet, see the subnet given by AWS will already will already convert it into public subnet. Okay, but the subnet that you create, they will be by default private. So it will be your job to convert them into a public. Okay, it will be your job to convert them into public subnet. So all 4 subnets are private subnet. Now how to convert them? Very simple. Okay, how to convert private subnet into public? Very simple. I will select the subnet. Okay, NAT gateway also know. NAT gateway is there to give internet for private server. NAT gateway is there to give internet for private server, not for converting private subnet into public subnet. Okay, see, I'll show you. Select the subnet. Here I'll click on action. Here you see subnet setting. Now when you go to subnet setting, here there is an option called as auto assign IP setting. This one option we need to select. Okay, this one option we need to select. Okay, enable auto assign public IPv4 address. When we select this one option, our subnet will become a public subnet. Now, how to see that? I will give you proof. Okay, don't worry. I will give you technical proof for it. But by selecting this one option, our subnet will become a public subnet. How to convert? Here I'll select the public subnet, click on action. I will go to subnet setting. Right? And here I will select enable auto assign public IPv4 address. Right? And here will. Okay, but now how to see the how to verify this? How to verify this? Oh, I told you that we got public and private subnet, but what is the proof? Okay, I will show you. When we create subnet and when AWS creates subnet, we create subnet when we create VPC. Okay, I will give you proof. I will go to EC2. I will launch the EC2. First of all, I will launch a public server. And here I will go with default values. Proceed without key pair. Now, do you remember when I covered EC2, I skipped all of this, right? Now what I'll do, I will edit this. Here I'll select demo VPC. Okay. Now here I'll select public. Now you see this part is simple, right? Now I am creating EC2. I just need to select in which VPC I want EC2, in which subnet I want EC2. If you remember, when I was covering EC2, I told you on this part today, and we will cover this after VPC. So I want to create public server. So I will select public subnet. As simple as that. Go with all the default value and click on create serve launch instance. Okay. Now I will launch one more instance, and this will be private server. Okay. And here proceed without key pair. And we will edit this. Again, we will select demo VPC. And this time we will select private subnet. Okay, this one. And go with all the default value, and we will launch instance. Now, here I will tell you a you get public subnet. Okay, if you create a server inside public subnet, you get public server. Okay, and same goes for if you create a server in private subnet, you get a private server. Right? Now, what is public server? Public server is the one that have both public and private IP address. Okay, and what is a private server? Private server is the one that have only private IP address. Okay, this is the difference. What is the difference between public server and private server? Public server have both public and private IP. Private server have only. Okay, see, I'll show you the proof now. Yeah, I'll show you the proof. So here I'll select public server, and do you see it have both public IP address as well as private IP address, right? This is the proof that this is a public server. And if it is a public server, it means we successfully converted private subnet into public. Okay. Now here you see private server. Do you see private server does not have public IP? It has only private one. This is the proof. This is the proof that our subnet got successfully converted. Now one more point I will tell you, and this is important from internet. For this, I will show you the official document. Now, we saw that when we created the subnet, how many IP we got in that subnet? 4090. We got 4096 IP. Do we get all of those IP? The answer is no. Okay, so whatever big or small subnet you create, you will always get 5 IP less. Right? You will always get 5 IP less. Right? So first IP will be and these are the 5 IP which are reserved for AWS. So you will get 4091 IP, not 96. Okay, so what happens? First IP. Okay, one like let's say your CIDR is 10.0.0.0/24. Let's say this is the CIDR of your subnet. Now in this CIDR, the first IP 10.0.0.0 is reserved as a network address. Second IP 10.0.0.1 is reserved as a VPC router. Okay. Third IP 10.0.0.2 is reserved by VPC for DNS server. Fourth IP 10.0.0.3 is reserved for future use. And after that, directly the last IP 10.0.0.255. This is the broadcast address. So first 4 and last one. First 4 and last one. So total 5 IP address are reserved for AWS. Very good. Okay, so always remember, whenever you create subnet, you get 5 IP lists. First 4 and last one. And just understand, just memorize one word for them. Last one is broadcast address, first one is network address, second one is for VPC router, third is for DNS server, and the fourth one is for future use. Okay, in fact, let me just put it here in the notes. Okay, so let's say subnet CIDR of 10.0.0.0/24. Okay, if you go with this, yes, 5 address in every subnet. First one, first IP, right? That is the network address. Then second IP, then third IP, then fourth IP, and then last IP. First 4 and last one, right? First one is network address. Second one is reserved for VPC router. Third one is reserved for DNS server. Okay. Fourth one is reserved for future use. And the fifth one, last one, is the broadcast address. Okay, just remember this much. Okay, so let me come back here. Let me show you a few more things. So here is my server created. Okay, now pay attention. Okay, I will try to connect with private server. Okay, and I will use EC2 instance connect method. So here I'll click on connect button. And here you see instance is not public subnet. So we can't connect. Yes, 5 IP for each resource. Rohit, within one subnet, you can have hundreds of resources, right? Then how you will create subnet for each and every resource? Remember the hierarchy. First we create VPC, then we create subnet, then inside subnet we create server. Then how you will create new subnet for each server, right? Remember the hierarchy. Okay, so you guys see here we are not able to connect with. Okay, I'll click on private subnet. I'll click on connect button, and here you see no public IPv4 assigned. Instance is not in public subnet. So we can't use EC2 instance connect method here. Okay, so first of all, your EC2 instance connect method does not support private server. Okay, this method does not support private server. It works only with public server. So if I go to instance here, I'll select public server. Okay, now I'll connect with public server. Here I'll click on connect button, and here we can connect with it. Oh wait, public server, click on connect button. Okay, here I'll click on connect button. So with public server we can connect. And there you go, we got it. And tell me, what do you think could be the guys? Tell me a simple first time. I told you what is this EC2 instance. This method open your EC2 right within your browser. Can I say if it is opening the EC2 right inside our browser, it requires internet? and that is the issue. That is the real issue. Okay, SSH is already there, but internet is not there. Now you'll say, Pratik, then how did it work in our demo or when we created EC2? Yes, because we ran it in default VPC, and in default VPC, default internet gateway. All right. Now let me show you the how to solve this problem. Okay, so to solve this problem, what do we need? We need in. Okay, so what I'll do, I will go back to my VPC. Okay, I will go back to my VPC, and here I will go to internet gateway. Okay, I will go to internet gateway. We didn't create any public private VPC here because remember when I showed you that overview, did I say that there are public or previously we had different. Okay, now we have our demo VPC. Public or private concept is there for subnet, not for VPC. Okay, now see here you see by default internet gateway is there. This is the default internet gateway because of which we did not get error, right? This default internet gateway will take care of internet VPC. But when you create VPC, now you need to define your own internet gateway. Okay, so here I'll click on create internet gateway, and it's very simple. All you have to do is to provide the name. Let's say my IGW, and you can click on create internet gateway. That's how simple it is. Click on create internet gateway and we are done. Our internet gateway is created. But are we done with it? No. Okay. Once your internet gateway is created, that's the first step. Second step is to attach it to VPC. First step is to create internet gateway. Second step is to attach it to the VPC. So I will select this. I will click on action and I will click on attach to VPC. And here is the demo VPC. Now here I will point out one interesting thing. You remember when I was creating subnet, at that time there was it was showing me both the VPC, but while attaching internet gateway, it is showing me only demo VPC. Very good, because your default VPC already have an internet gateway. Now you'll say, Pratik, default VPC also has one VPC can have multiple subnet. Okay, one VPC can have multiple subnet, but one VPC can have only one. Okay, one VPC can have only one internet gateway, or one internet gateway can be attached to only one VPC. Between internet gateway and VPC, there is only one. Between VPC and internet gateway, there can be only one to one layer. So here I'll select my VPC, and now now that we attach internet gateway to our VPC, will we get access? Refresh. No. Why no? What is remaining? Table. Root table is remaining. Gateway. Okay, so we did those two things. Now one more thing is remaining, that is to add a root in root table. Okay, in our root table we need to add a root. Okay, how to do that? Very simple. Go to root table. Okay, now when I go to root table, here you see I can see two root table already. Okay, I can see two root table. One root table, as you can see, is for our default demo C, the first one. But you see, for demo VPC also there is a root table. This is something new, right? Up until now, what we have seen? Up until now, we have seen that when we create VPC, we need to create subnet, we need to create internet gateway. But you see, for the very first time, we got something on its own. Okay, we got root. Okay, very good. Now, why we got this separately? We also need to understand the reason why we got it. Because here you see, I will go to root tab. and here you see there is a root. Okay, by default there, yeah, we'll do that. But here you see a default root is already there, and this is the reason why we got root table. Now continuing, here I will add a root. Okay, now we need to add our own root. What root we will add? We will add the root that if you want internet, and internet is represented by 0.0.0.0/0. This represent internet. Okay, if you want internet, then go for internet gateway. Right? If you want internet, then go for internet gateway. Don't you think this is exactly target destination? I messed up. Destination here, target here. But don't you think this is exactly what I mentioned here? If you want internet, go for internet gateway. Obviously, here we can't type internet. So here internet is represented by this 0.0.0.0/0. And here we select internet gateway. Okay, so click on save changes. Do you think answer? I will click on save changes. Now if I go to that EC2 again, let me try to connect with this again. Click on connect button. Okay, so I'm connecting with public server using EC2 instance connect. And pay attention now. This time it will work. Why? Because we fixed the problem of internet gateway. Okay, as you can see, it is working. We fixed the problem of internet gateway. How we fixed it? Very simple. 3 steps. Create internet gateway. And internet gateway, you guys saw, we just provided the name and we got it. Okay, we provided the name and we got our internet gateway. We didn't have to do much. Why? Because you can imagine internet gateway is a ready-made software made by AWS. All you have to do is to just create it. That's it. Okay, so we created internet gateway, then we attached it to our demo VPC. Okay, and here we learned one thing, that one VPC between VPC and internet gateway, there is one-to-one mapping. Okay, and the third point, that was the second point. The third, we added root in root table. What root we added? If you want internet, go for internet gateway. On. Now we got internet access here. Okay, so we are able to access this server. Okay, here we will understand one more concept now. Okay, so everyone please understand this, very, very, very important. Here I will give you a real world example. Take an example of a, let's say, bank. Yeah, all of this is available in free tier. Take an example of a bank. Okay, let's say you are working on a banking application like, let's say, HDFC. Okay, now you have a website. Okay, everyone at your website have a front end where people log in. Okay, they will access the website. Now, whenever, so everybody can view the website. Okay, any person in the world can view the website, but only a valid user can log in. Right? Now, when a valid user log in, okay, when that valid user log in, that user want to check, right? So where that balance will come from, where that information will come from, DB. So do you think your web app server or your database, both of them you can host on same server, or both of them you can host? Can I say the web app server, okay, which is used by public internet, will be hosted on public internet, and the database which is private should be hosted in. Okay, see, I'll draw that. So this is my database server. and here is my web app server. Okay, this is my database server, this is my web app server. Web app server will host the front end of my website, so you guys agree that this should be publicly accessible. Database, no matter what, it should not be publicly, right? So database server will be hosted in private subnet. Database server will be hosted in private subnet. Okay, similarly, web app server will be hosted in public subnet. Web app server will be hosted in public subnet. Okay, and this itself will make sure here this is a private server and this is a public. Just saw that can we access private server publicly? The answer is no. Why? Because it doesn't have public IP address. So can I say in that way our database will be more secure? Do you agree? Now here a person will my next point. Now when a user request comes for your web app server, okay, any person can view your website, or let's view your website, okay, and that person will then log in. Okay, now when that person log into your website and let's say on the website that person see a button called as check my balance. When that person click on that button, check my balance, what happens? A request from web app server goes to right, and database server will reply balance of that customer, right? But how to allow this? How to make sure that anyone can access our web app server and requests from web app server will be accepted in database server? How do you? Database server should get requests only from web app server. See, I'll remember when you create server, every server has security group is what? Okay, so there will be a security group here at the server level. Okay, this is the security group, right? And we know in security group by default it blocks. So what I'm telling you, I will show you how to do this practically. But the theory approach that I'm trying to tell you is that this security group of web app server, it will allow SSH request from anywhere. Okay, let's take an example of SSH request. This security group server will allow this security group will allow traffic. Okay, we will keep it open. But this security group will allow traffic only from web. This is the theoric solution. Do you think this will achieve our right? Very good. This will achieve our target. Now, before I show you the practical, we need to discuss a little bit more about this concept. Okay, this is the concept of security group and NACL. Okay, now what is this? See, this is a subnet. Okay, in this subnet we get a server. Okay, in this subnet we get our EC2. Okay, that is server. Right, now we know around EC2 there is a firewall. Okay, around our server there is a firewall, and at the subnet level there is also a firewall. Okay, understand this. Up until now, what we saw, that there is a firewall around EC2, and that firewall is security group. Today I am telling you something new. Today I am telling you that there is a firewall at the subnet level as well. Okay, so this firewall, okay, this firewall at the EC2 level or server level is called as security group, and this firewall at the subnet level, this is called as NACL. What is NACL? NACL means not salt. NACL means network access control list. NACL means network access, right? Now, when a request comes for your EC2, whenever a new request is coming for your EC2, okay, the request always comes to your NACL first. It goes through NACL, right? From NACL, the request goes to your security group. Okay, obviously, evaluation happens here. If your request pass this evaluation, then only it is moved forward and it will go to security group, right? And obviously, security group is also firewall. It will also do the evaluation here. Okay, if it pass the evaluation, then only your request will go to the actual EC2. Then only the request will go to actual. Is this flow clear? This is called as inbound request, incoming request. I hope it's not very complex. It's simple enough, right? Now, similarly, just like there is a request coming to our EC2, there can be a request that is going from EC2, right? There can be a request that is going from EC2. Now, here there is no evaluation that will happen, and I will give you a reason for it later. Okay, but this request goes to NACL, and here a evaluation will happen. Okay, here a evaluation will happen, and then only request will go out, right? And this is called as your outbound request. Simple enough. So here now you need to understand few things. In security group, okay, in security group, we can only allow rules. Outbound request, because EC2 is requesting outside scenario. Okay, so in security group we saw that whatever rule we add, that rule is allowed. Okay, and whatever that is not added in security group is by okay, whatever rule we add, that is allowed, and whatever we do not add, that is not allowed. That is by default. Okay, in NACL there is much more flexibility. Here we can explicitly allow as well as deny the rule. Okay, for example, if I show you practically, if I go to security group, here edit inbound rule, here you see SSH is there. It means only SSH is allowed. All the other rules are denied. Okay, there is no explicit deny here. But if I show you NACL, network access control list, In NACL, you will see here we can add a rule. Let's say I can add a rule SSH. I can allow this rule, and I can again add SSH, and I can deny this rule. So here you see you can explicitly allow as well as. Okay. Now here comes a question. See, if my security group is the inner firewall, okay, and my request will anyway get rejected. Okay, if my request will anyway get rejected here, then why there is a need of explicit deny? See, my question is, you guys saw in NACL there is a explicit deny. We can deny deny some rule, right? Now, if security group by default blocks whatever that is not allowed, then why there is an explicit need of deny? Do you think this is a valid? Okay, see, let's say here I select all TCP deny, right? Now here I selected all TCP deny. But in my security group, you remember I did not define all TCP. And if I did not define all TCP in security group, can I say it is just by not adding this in security group? Can I say it is by default? Yes. Then what is the use of explicit deny here? Okay, see, I'll give you the answer. See, now I will give you the answer, and this can be asked in interview. Okay, why there is a need of explicit deny? To understand its need, we will assume explicit deny does not exist. Okay, yes, we will assume why it does not. We will assume it does not. Okay, so to understand its need, we will assume that NACL does not exist. We will assume we have only security group. Now, let's say in our security group, we created a web app, and in that security group, we allowed requests from 1 to 1000. Okay, we allowed all the requests 1 to 1000, right? But later on, we found out that there is an IP address 111 that is trying to launch attack on our web app. Now, how we will block this? How we will pull thing here? What I told you, whatever we allowed in security group, that is allowed. Whatever we don't allow, that is by default deny. So can I say in security group, I will allow 1 to 110, then I will allow from 112 to 1000. Can I say in this process, triple one will automatically get denied such answer? Okay. Now tomorrow I found out that there is one more IP that is trying to launch attack. Now what we will do? We will again update the security group. We will allow from 1 to 110. Then we will allow from 112 to 221. Then we will allow from 223 to 1000. This is what we will do. Can I say in this way, 111 and 222 will be blocked? Whatever that you do not allow, that is blocked by default. Now, don't you think this is a very hectic process? Every time you'll have to update your security group. It's very complicated. Now you understand why there is a need of explicit deny. Because when we have NACL and explicit deny, in security group, we will allow everything. We will allow from 1 to 1000. And in NACL, I will deny my IP. Okay, and if I deny them at NACL, they will never reach at security group. Okay, this is what I meant here. That security group can only allow the rule, but NACL can allow as well as deny the rule. Point. Now you remember this, I told you, for outbound request, security group will not do any evaluation, but NACL will do the evaluation. Okay, so here also I will give you simple example. First of all, one simple example I will give you for NACL and security group. All of you guys, some of you people might be living in a society. Some of you people might be living at your own home. Okay, let's take a society example. Okay, I live in a society. So this EC2 is my flat. Now tell me, if anybody wants to enter inside my flat, can I say they have to pass through two gates? Can I say this subnet is my society and there is a society gate? Somebody first have to enter inside society. Once they enter inside society, then they have to enter through my front tarang. Okay, so this subnet is like your society. NACL, which is a subnet firewall, is like a society gate. Okay, when anybody enters here, they have to pass through another gate, that is EC2 security group or my flat front door, and then they can enter inside. Right? So here, why there is no evolution during the exit? Why there was no evolution here? See, now let's say there is a premise. Okay, there is a premise, and in this premise there is a security guard. Okay, in this premise there is a security guard. Now what happens? Whenever anyone is trying to enter in this premise, this security guard will ask for your ID. Okay, basically he will do your evaluation. Okay, he will do your evaluation. He will ask for your ID, and once your ID is validated, you have a valid ID, you will be allowed to enter. Okay, you will be allowed to enter. But when you exit, okay, when you exit, at that time also, will it ask for evaluation? Do you think it should ask for your ID again when you exit? It already checked you when you enter. It should not check you again, right? Why? Because this security guard, let's say, remembers you. He remembers that I already scanned this person. Okay, so I don't need to scan him again and again. Can I say this security guard is like security group that is checking only when the person enters, but when person exits, it is. Do you think it is like that? Yes, it is like that. Okay, here the reason is this security guard remembers you that already scanned this person. What is the reason here? Here the reason is security group is a stateful firewall. It maintains the state. That's why it doesn't need to scan again and again and again. But let's say there is another security guard who checks when you enter, but he again evaluates you when you exit. Okay, this another security guard will check you when you exit as well. Can I say NACL is like that security guard? It checks you when you enter, it checks you when you to check again. Because security group maintain the state. That's why it is called as stateful firewall. Okay. NACL does not maintain any state. Why? Because it is stateless firewall. Got it, guys? This is stateful firewall, this is stateless firewall. Stateless firewall doesn't maintain the state, that's why it needs to scan again and again. Stateful firewall maintain the state, that's why it needs to scan.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
What is the customer VPC? What is the customer VPC? The customer VPC, which we are going to create according to, and we are freedom to choose our own CIDR range. Prince, we will going to cover it. Yes, if you're going to use a static IP address or any public IP address, nowadays all the IP address, public IP address is a paid one. Previously, the only AWS charging for the static one. Now they are charging any public IP, they start charging it. So this customer VPC is created by you, isolated network, or you can choose your own CIDR. You can choose your own CIDR. Okay. By default is in private in nature. Okay. But one thing you should be remember, the CIDR minimum is 128, maximum you can use /16, not more than that. In between you can use the CIDR. You are not able to use 29, you are not able to use 30, you are not able to use 31, you are not able to use 32. Okay, you're not able to use 15, you're not able to use 14. It is restricted by AWS. Only between this range you are able to create your VPC. Correct. Minimum means minimum IP address you're going to receive. If I'm going to write /28 and I'm going to write /16, which range will be going to provide the minimum IP? This range will be going to provide the minimum IP na? 32 minus 28 is equal to 4, 2 to the power 4. How many IPs? Okay. If I'm going to use 32 minus 16, 2 to the power 16, how many IPs? Is more than 655 something? Correct. Now, can we create our own VPC? Let's start the demo. If the VPC concept is clear, can we create it? Or we just need to wait? Tell me. Or I need to give you study about subnet as well. Range is requested by the user. Range is created by the user, not requested. We can choose our own CID and create it. How we going to choose it? I'm going to tell you. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will going to tell you. Let's create. Only 2 people are saying let's create. So let me say that let's create it. Quickly I'm going to create, then we are going to discuss the subnet. So what you need to do? You need to open your console. And please make sure, if today you learn VPC, it doesn't mean that the process will be remain same. Yes, overall process will be same, but the layout might be changed. I access VPC, I think 2 months back. Now I am opening it again. Let's see what is changed. So this is the console. Go ahead here and type VPC, guys. If you want to do with me, or if I requested, you can create later. Because if I'm going to ask you do with me, it will take time. There's an assessment session is also going to provide it. Click here, create a VPC. Done. Now, if you find that VPC setting, VPC only, VPC more. What is the difference here? When we selected the VPC and more, that means we are not only just creating the VPC, we also going to create a subnet route table. But tell me guys, did we cover subnets? Did we cover route tables? No, na. We just cover VPC. So what we need to do? We need to just going to create a VPC. Clear? Now, name tag. It is optional. It is not compulsory. Name tag means what? If you know that my name is Rohit, so how you going to call it me as a Rohit na? Same way, if you're going to use this VPC for particular purpose, like if you run the application, which application? App 1 is going to run on this VPC. So how you going to name it? You're going to name this VPC. It totally depends upon the you. Either slash, either dash, whatever you want to use it. Then what you're going to type? You're going to type app 1. It's a prod VPC, dev VPC, test VPC. At least you're going to write something. Why you need to write like that? Because today you create it as a test VPC. Just put a name. Tomorrow you go and somebody else join this company. Or via reading this name tag, or that person is able to understand which purpose you created it. Yes, you can create as many as application. It is not restricted, but is always recommended to propose single VPC dedicated to the single application. Nowadays, account is dedicated to the single VPC. Okay, great. So let's talk about done. So I'm going to write the name. So I'm going to write here what we're doing. We are doing demo. And if you want to give the date as well, you can do that. But I'm going to keep it as a demo only. Once it's done, okay, where I'm in a new version. No, I just want to use Mumbai one or Singapore. I'm going to use. We can going to use Singapore. So I'm going to use demo. Now, what I'm going to put here, guys? What is written? CIDR block. Two things are written. CIDR manual, CIDR from PAM. First of all, let's talk about CIDR manual. Manual means what? You just calculated your own CIDR, how many IP addresses assigned, and you're going to put like that. If you have a network team, so you're going to ask to network team, hey, network team, we require to create one VPC, or could you please create a VPC for me? Either they will going to provide the CIDR range, or you need to create it. So that is a manual calculation. What is this PAM allocation? Anybody aware about this? IP address manager. Any idea what is this IP address manager? If somebody is from network team, do we have a network guy here? Do we have any network guy? Means network expert who is working on the network field? No? Okay, let me explain. Whenever the network team involved, they are going to maintain their CIDR IP allocation. Either they use some tool or either they use some Excel sheet where they are going to maintain their all the IP ranges. Why they maintaining it? They should understood that which IP is assigned to where. And in future, if they require some IP, they will see, okay, which IP is free or which CIDR range is free. Done. Same way, AWS created one software that is known as IP address manager. This is not part of your syllabus, but I'm telling you, if you're going to select this, what going to be happen? In this IP manager, you already created the CIDR range, already defined, everything is created. You just need to select the IP manager pool, and from that pool, you're going to receive the CIDR notation automatic, because I didn't create it. So that is why I don't have it. So automatically from drop drum, you're going to get the whatever the free IPs are available. Clear, guys? In our case, we are going to use this manually. Let me use 10.0.0.0/24, and let me change the name as well. I know, let me put RM. Okay, and this IP range I'm going to put 10.0.0.0/24 is sufficient, I think. Done. Now, are you required IPv4? We say no, I don't require it. Same way, we are not able to create the IP range like CIDR. Right now we are randomly selecting, but there is a logic to choose the CIDR. Okay, hold on questions. Let me cover this demo. Okay, hold your question. Now, what is this, guys? What that mean? Any idea? There are two things are written: default and dedicated. Default and dedicated. Right now, I am just selecting any number. In the I'm going to tell you how to calculate your CIDR range. What CIDR range you require. So right now we are just randomly selecting it. What is this? Default means we are going to use the shared resources, which is shared with different user. And whenever we say that dedicated means the dedicated resource is assigned to you. If the dedicated resource is assigned to you, you need to pay heavily because one single server is assigned to you. So that is when this physical server is belong to your organization and then you need to pay more. So my recommendation is just use the default for demo. Now, name tag, add a tag. Like why we required add a tag? You need to write the owner of this VPC. You need to write the name of the team who is on this VPC. You need to write that it's a production box and which environment is using. So any kind of information you can write here so that if somebody join later, it will be able to understand this is belong to which team. After that, you're going to create a VPC. Once you create a VPC, what happened? Okay, I think I created 5 VPC. Let me check. Correct. More than, if you see, it is not allowing me to create the VPC. Why it is not allowing me? How many VPCs are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By default, in one region, you are able to create only 5 VPC, but you are able to increase the number as well. You can request the quota. So let me choose Mumbai. Let me check Mumbai mein kitne hai. Let me check. Only 2 is are there. So let me create it. Create a VPC. I'm going to put demo quickly. I'm just typing the number 10.0.0.0/16 I'm putting. Why I'm putting 16? I'm going to tell you why. And demo I write and create the VPC. Done. This page will appear. Don't see right now here. Just go here, your VPC. Now, did you find my VPCs there, demo? I created maximum. After that, did you see VPC ID? As when you created a account, they will going to assign you the account ID, correct? That is unique to you. Similar way, whenever you create a VPC, it will going to assign you the unique VPC ID. That is belong to you only. I have 3 VPCs are there. One is the default VPC, 2 are the custom made by me. Done. Each and every VPC have a separate unique ID. I'm hoping it is clear. How they are maintaining it in the backend AWS, account ID return. After that, region ID return. After that, it is written the VPC ID. And via which they are isolating you. This is the virtual boundary they created. Same way, because we are using same data center. Na? If there are two, you created one VPC, I created one VPC, how they are going, AWS understand which VPCs belong to which. That is why they created a unique ID for each and every service which you're going to create. Now focus here, guys. This is the CIDR I choose. Above also I created the same CIDR. Correct? So it is not like if I given one CIDR to one VPC, you are not allowed to create another VPC with the same CIDR. It is not work like that. Because whenever we're going to coordinate or communicate to the VPC, AWS, how AWS is going to do? AWS will be going to do with this IP range, sorry, this VPC ID. VPC is free of cost. 2, 3, 4, as many as you can create. There is no issue. But what is the issue happen here? These two VPCs are not able to communicate with each other. Okay, understood? VPC. Any confusion? In the future, if you need, you assume that your IP range is full. Whatever the IP you assign to your system is already occupied. You need more IP. Then how you going to do that? You're going to talk about CIDR. Did you see CIDR section? How many CIDR is allocated here? Only one CIDR is located. If you want to add more, go to the action, edit the CIDR, and you can edit the CIDR, add more CIDR range to this VPC. You can add it. Clear? Okay. Why VPC is not able to communicate? The question is asked if these two VPCs are the same IP address. Assume that Rohit and your house address is 3420 3420. Same city, same pin code, everything is same. Assume that somebody sending the parcel. Our parcel is aware I need to go here or I need to go here. Where is going to send the parcel? Is it confusion or confusion? Yes or no? Assume that one IP address is assigned here and one IP address is assigned here. If they need to communicate with each other, are they able to do that? No, because this says that this request is for me. He say that this request for me. So that is why these two are not able to communicate. Any confusions, guys, till now? Any confusion till now? Uh, you are talking about why these are not able to communicate, correct? I'm going to explain in the VPC peering. Don't worry about it. I'm again going to explain it. Don't worry, I'm going to cover it. If it is clear, can I now start discussing other thing like subnets if everybody agree? It's very easy to understand, na? Easy, na? Now if somebody going to ask me, if somebody going to ask you, is AWS is tough? Then what are you going to reply? No, it's very easy. It is the simplest technology which I learned in my career. Previously, I'm used to HP Unix admin. I'm a SME for the HP Unix. HP Unix is harder than this AWS. I'm going to explain it. Just hold on. Okay. You just need to select that, go to the action, and then delete the VPC. What is the error message is receiving? Did you select this here? Which one you try to delete? It is not possible that is grayed out. Might be something is wrong. Every VPC is able to see. Just try to select this VPC first. If just seeing it, it is grayed out without selecting. Once you only select it, it will visible. Let's focus to other concept. Yeah, I just created in front of you. Are you able to create? I just created in front of you. Just hold down. VPC, we understood what is the VPC concept. Okay. We understood how it is work. Now tell me guys, I'm going to explain you in simple term. We have, okay, he opened one very big office. He startup. So Rohit decided what? Rohit decided that there is no sitting rule. There is no fixed seat for anybody. First come, first service. If somebody wanted to sit, he need to come office first. This is what Rohit decided. Okay. Multiple users are sitting. Now you come here at 6 a.m. Rohit came here and Rohit are sitting here today. Tomorrow Rohit came at 7 a.m. He enter into the room. He see this seat is booked. He sit here. At 9 a.m. Rohit came. He find that this seat booked, this seat booked, this seat booked. He find the seat here. So what that mean? This seat is not allocated to somebody. It is be randomly assigned to or anybody come first service basis. Now assume that in this room 1000 people are sitting. 1000 people are sitting. Okay. And Rohit is belong to IT team. So Rohit is today sitting here. And assume that there is a 1000 people are sitting. HR team is sitting here. Or somebody XYZ team is sitting here. This person facing the what? Facing the laptop issue is not able to log in. Some issue in it. What he required? He required to coordinate with the IT team. Hey, could you please check my laptop? It's not working. I'm not able to connect to the internet. I'm not able to raise a ticket. Correct or not correct? So is go here and asking, hey, are you from IT team? Why is asking here? Why it's not going here directly? Because the sittings are not fixed for everyone. Correct? Anybody can sit anywhere. So he said that no, I am not from IT department. Again came here. I'm not from IT department. And here and there go, and finally the person will reach to the Rohit, and then Rohit start working on it. Assume that One day, 100 user are impacted from the IT, means some issues there. Did you understand what is the noise level of this room? Everybody is roaming here and there to searching for the IT team. Is it the right approach? Is it the right approach? No, na. So what is the right approach for you? What is the right approach for you? Tell me, how are you going to divide it or configure it so that everybody dedicated place for IT team, correct? Dedicated place for everybody. Create a fixed seats, create a room, correct? Sitting as per department, correct? Everybody is right. So assume that they decided to create a seating capacity. This is assigned to IT team. This is assigned to HR team. This is assigned to financial team, or this is assigned to admin team. This is assigned to another team. Next time, if they're facing the issue, this guy, what going to be happen? It will know that the IT team is sitting there. So directly come here and coordinate with them. It's easy way to communicate, yes or no? Great. Just remember this concept. It is going to use in subnetting. Now assume that everybody knows that Rohit is living in Delhi. Just take an example. Amit is a one person living in a Bangalore. He hear that Rohit is living in a Delhi. So he thought that, hey, I need to meet with Rohit. He just travel and landing into Delhi. He doesn't know my phone number. He doesn't know my address. Our Amit is able to reach to my house. I say yes, it is possible, but it will take lots of time. Lots of time means years. Amit is need to go each and every door of the house and knock it. Hey, are you Rohit? You are teaching in Intellipaat. Again go here, again go here. And one day might be finally he reached to the Rohit house. One day, we are not sure when. Correct, guys? It's a wasting of time, wasting of the management of the system. So what how we defining our city? Are our city, like you are living, are divided into small portion areas for better understanding or management? Yes or no? In one city, in a Delhi, we have a Dwarka area, we have a CP area, we have Connaught Place, correct? Every city have a different area like sectors, sector 49, sector 29, sector 25, road name this. We define it na. We divided this sector. Now this Amit know that Rohit living in Dwarka. He reached to the Dwarka. The boundary he right now, if he need to search Rohit house, is a complete what? Complete Delhi city. But he know Rohit is living in Dwarka. It's a smaller portion. Yes or no? He need to just search a smaller targeted audience. Correct? And what is the better way of doing? Are the better way of doing to define it as in normal days we also using in our normal life? Correct? Let's talk about the subnet. Assume that you created the VPC. In this VPC, you assign 65,000 IPs. All the servers are running here inside the VPC. Now server A wanted to communicate server B with the IP address. So this will going to broadcast the IPs. Hey, are you this IP? Are you this IP? Are you this IP? Yes or no, guys? It increase the congestion in the network. Correct or not correct? And then it finally reach to this P. That is why subnet came in a picture. Somebody experts are working and they created the subnetting concept. What is subnetting concept? This is the bigger pool of IP. VPC is what? Bigger pool of IP. Inside this bigger pool, they created a smaller pool of IPs. Subnet is what? Smaller pool of IPs. This is the bigger pool. Like I will say 10.0.0.0.0.0/16. We receive 65536 IPs. Okay. This is the bigger network. And then we created a subnet, which is smaller pool of IP. Now tell me, how we defining the IPs, guys? pool of IPs. How we defining it? Tell me guys, how I'm defining the pool of IP? I am using CIDR to define the pool of IP, correct? If we defining the VPC pool of IP using the CIDR notation, and again I'm saying that subnet is a smaller pool of IP, then I need to assign the CIDR here as well. Yes or no? Tell me guys, yes or no? Correct na? But there is a catch. What catch? Assume that Rohit have a bucket of fruit and Rohit have multiple fruits are there, or like an apple is there. Apple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now tell me guys, if these three apple Rohit assigned to Amit or given to Amit, are this apple is available for Sumit, next person? Tell me. No, na, it is already given. So what is the next available slot? These two or three, whatever the Rohit capacity is going to give, these two is assigned to Sumit. Now Ram came in picture. Is this IPs or apples which is assigned or given to Sumit or Amit is available for Ram? No. Whatever the remaining apples are available, it's going to assign to Ram. Clear? So consider this bucket as your VPC. Consider this small grouping like assigned to RAM is your subnet. VPC have this apple means IP address, which is you going to assign to this subnet, subnet 1, subnet 2, subnet 3. I'm hoping it is clear. Clear or not clear? How are you going to assign this? How are you going to assign it? That is true that we are going to assign it, but how, Rohit? If I given 10.0.0.0.0/16 to my VPC, how I'm going to divide it? So if you want to create a first subnet, select this. This is the first IP. This is the first IP or not? Write this IP. And then whatever IPs you want to assign, that I need to assign 256 IP to one person. So which CIDR I'm going to use? /24, create one subnet. Done, guys? If I'm say /24, how many IPs are reserved? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 255. What is the next IP is available, guys? 1, 0, 10.0. This IP is available for you to utilize. This is already given to this subnet 1. If I'm going to create one more subnet, then from where I need to start? From the next IP address which is available. If you want assign 24, then it is assigned to subnet 2. I'm hoping it is clear, guys. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. So let me cover few things. I'm going to then cover the demo of the subnet, and then we will going to create a one high level diagram so that our project, you can say that a small project type we are going to create. Now, subnet is part of the VPC. Subnet is a part of the VPC. No, subnet is not going to be 32. I'm going to explain you why. Just hold down a moment. Okay. It is just not more than just a range of IP address. And you need to consider one. We already know VPC is a regional service. All the AZ come under this. Now, where the subnet will be going to create? The subnet is going to create inside under AZs. Why? Because whenever you're going to create a resource, actual IP reside where, guys? In the actual servers, actual physical servers. Where the physical server? It is part of the AZ. Your subnet will be going to assign on particular AZ. So subnet will be always assigned to a particular AZ. Clear? Clear, guys? Subnet reside within the availability zone. Okay. which help you to reduce and high availability, which help you to create the high availability. Why? Because you are going to create your server here and server here. That is why you are able to achieve the high availability. VPC is the regional service, subnet is the AZ service. I'm hoping it is clear. Okay, I'm hoping it is clear. As VPC is only allowed it to create between /16 to /28. Similarly, subnet is only able to create under this. We are not able to use /32. Okay. There are few IPs are reserved whenever you're going to create a VPC. Whenever you're going to create a VPC. The IPs which is reserved, there are 5 IPs are reserved, and I'm going to show you in the demo as well. Just give me, I'm going to take 5 minutes extra. The first IP address, assume that I use 10.0.0.0.0/24 to create a subnet. So what is the first IP address here, guys? This is your first IP address. In this case, this IP address is reserved for network address. We are not able to use it. It is reserved by AWS. Second IP address. In this CIDR, it depends upon your CIDR. I'm just taking one example. In this CIDR, what is the second IP, guys? Tell me quickly. 10.0.0. What is the second? 1. I'm just talking about IPs. I'm not talking about /24. /24 is a group of IP. I'm talking about single IP. It's a AWS standard. 5 will be reserved for each and every subnet, whatever you're going to create. It will going to reserve for VPC router. I'm going to explain you VPC router in upcoming session. Just quickly, I'm going to write it. Third IP address 10.0.0.+1 is equal to 2. It is reserved for DNS server. Fourth IP address is 10.0.0.3 is reserved for future use. And last IP address. In this case, what is the last IP address? 10.0.0.255. Okay, it is reserved for the network broadcast. Done? Clear? Great. And why this /22 is reserved? Like we say, only we are able to use /22. We are not able to use it. Now tell me, guys, /22 give you how many IPs? 16. If you given this 16 IP address to subnet, actually how many IP you going to receive? -5. You receive only 11 IP address. If you going to use 30, if you create using 30, total IPs assigned here 4 -5. Is it possible? No, na. That is why 30 is not allowed it. /21 is not allowed it. /32 is not allowed it. Then you're going to say that, hey Rohit, why if it 29 is not allowed it? 8 minus me 5. How many IPs? 3. Or it is make a sense to create a VP subnet only for 3 IPs? It's make a sense? No, na? Clear, guys? Let me perform the demo and then we are going to take a question. Creating of the subnet. So we need to open the same tab, go to the subnet level, create a VPC, sorry, create a subnet. So what we required? Subnet will be the part of the VPC. So first we need to select the VPC. After that, subnet will also going to run in AZ. Then we're going to select the AZ. So first of all, you're going to select the VPC. I think we created this. So the VPC of CIDR is mentioned here. Name of the subnet, I will say subnet test. If you remember, I talk about AZ we need to select because it is going to create it inside particular AZ inside the VPC. So I selected AZ1 for example. So prefer AZ. I'm going to select AZ1. And how you are selecting your data center via like this. After that, what I need to do? I need to give the CIDR range. Either I give the complete CIDR range here, or I will create the CIDR range by selecting the subpart 10.0.0.0/24. It will also going to guide you how many IPs you're going to receive, and then you need to create the subnet. Done, guys? Yes or no? Your subnet is created. The subnet name, subnet ID is unique to you, and the which VPC it is created, it is also mentioned it. So subnet we created. This last one, if you scroll here a little bit, guys, focus here. How many IPs we received? As per this rule, we have to receive 256 IP. But as I mentioned, -5 is the reserved IP address. It will give you to 251 IPs. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay. Yes or no, guys, please? Great. So now your VPC concept, subnet concept is clear. Next week onward, we are going to discuss how to calculate the CIDR for VPC, CIDR for the subnet. Calculation means how you define it. If I say, right, it's not your responsibility. Might be in the future you are in a position where somebody going to ask me, hey, I have a 5 server, could you please tell me what is the subnet requirement for that? And then we are again going to perform the create a one VPC. Then we're going to create 3 subnets. This is a small project we are going to do, and via which after that we are going to create one subnet as a public subnet and 2 others are private subnet. This is the by default subnet because VPC created na. If you, as I mentioned, when the VPC default VPC created, it's also going to create a subnet as well, and the /20 subnet is created. Did you find here /20/20? And you can see it. These all are the /20 V subnets. Any questions, guys? Okay. Why subnets are restricted to the AZ? This is your data center, correct? This is your data center, yes or no? Where you wanted to create your server and where you wanted to create your server. Assume that there are 2 AZs are there. Assume that AZ2, AZ1. That and the subnet is allowed to span over multiple AZs. And for example, one server created here, one server created here. Done. We are not aware now because subnet is span over it. We just selected subnet from where the IP will be assigned. If this AZ goes down, are your half of subnet is goes down? Tell me. Are you able to achieve high availability? Are you able to manage the it? No, na. So better way of doing what? We have it 2 AZ, AZ1, AZ2, and subnet is just allocated here. So that if you're going to create some resources here and here, it will not impact the other subnet. If this goes down, only this subnet is impacted. Other subnet is up and running, no issue at all. Okay, we are going to start discussing about how to calculate VPC numbers, how to calculate the subnet numbers. For example, if I am going to ask you one thing, I am your customer, I came to you and saying that to you all that I have one application which I am planning to migrate. So before discussing this, let me cover one more thing because without that you are not able to understand. So before discussing about this, how many IPs and subnets is required, let me discuss about the 1 tier, 2 tier and 3 tier design. Do you aware about 1 tier design? How many people are aware about 1 tier, 2 tier? And multi-tier is also there. Okay, now tell me, when we using google.com, when we accessing Google, everybody accessing Google? the page will be landed on the search bar where you typing something and enter it. Correct or not correct? So are you going to consider this a web page appeared? The first landing page. First landing page. After that, once you enter something like you try to search Rohit Malik, then this web page is going to coordinate actual search engine, which is your app. And from where this app will going to give you the data, it will going to give you the data from the database, because AWS is, sorry, not AWS, Google is maintaining some records from where they will find the data, and this database will be going to share the information to the search engine application, and the search engine will be going to share and display the data into the web tier. Tell me guys, yes or no? Is that functionality is happening? This is a Google page, it's a web tier. Then you write something here, and that whatever you write, it will going to coordinate with the application, backend application, and the application will be going to search the same thing, whatever the name your, whatever the character you're going to search, it will going to search on the backend database, and from the database they are going to share you the output. I'm hoping everybody understood that. So how many layers are there in a normal way? Web layer, app layer, and DB layer, database basically. If these three layers are running in one server, either is a virtual, either is a physical server, everybody aware about it. Server. So these kind of structure where all the services like web, app, and DB is going to run on the single server, it is known as one tier design. What is the drawback here? Now tell me, if we are accessing web tier, do we require a internet access? These web tier is working on some different port number like 443. We can say port number. This app required internet access? No, na. Are this app is going to work on the port number 443? No. There is some separate port number open for the application. Same way, this DB is also going to work on different port number and is also not required internet access or other things. Now, if these three things are running in a same server, like your laptop, three applications are running in your laptop. One is the web application, one is the backend application, search engine, and the database. Okay, because the communication happen between the application to application is work on the port number. It's not like it's directly going to access some port number. It's required to access the application. Even though when you're going to connect to the database, it's required a port number. It's not like you just have a IP address and then work is done. Now, are this web tier required access of this database? No, na. This web tier requirement is only access the app tier, this app part. This app responsibility to coordinate with this database, and database only going to coordinate with this application, and this application only going to coordinate with the web and DB both. If it is running in a same tier, same server, is this web application which is running in the same server is able to coordinate with database? Yes or no? They are sitting in the same server. Correct? If somebody have access through internet, so are they are not able to access this app and DB as well? Yes, na? Correct? So it is not recommended. Okay, it is not recommended to run everything in the same server. So whenever you see that your complete application, which include web layer, application layer, and DB layer, is running in a single server, it is considered as a one tier design. Okay. Now, when you break this web tier, app tier, and DB tier, and we say that yes, web tier required a public accessible. So we're going to say that this should be run in a separate server, and this app and DB don't require a public network. So we are going to run it into the second layer, second server. So there are two different servers are required to execute and run this. If you are logging into any account, like for example, you are accessing your bank account. Okay. So your data will be saved where, guys? I am talking about the applications. I'm not talking about the network layer here. I'm only talking about Rohit application. Application run in the three layers. Web layer means user interface, you can say that. Application core functionality, and the backend is database where the data will be going to fetch. Correct? If your company, your data, which data, banking data, is stored in the database, are you really wanna to put them in a public network, internet, so that if somebody hack it, that server where your database is accessible from internet, so anybody can hack it? Yes or no? Hacker will directly attack the database which contain your critical information. Which information? Your banking detail, your username, password, everything is stored here. So are you going to run the database into the internet, connected to the internet, or you're going to run into the private one? Confirm. Okay. So that is why the app and the DB is always recommended to run on private one, because app is your core application, core functionality will be run. Web tier is only designed to get a access from internet. Then this web tier which is running here is going to coordinate with the application internally in the private network, not in the public network. I'm hoping this clear. When there are two servers are running, with one server containing web and other server containing app and DB, it's going to consider that two-tier design. Now, because this app layer, web layer is able to coordinate with this app layer in some particular port number, that means you need to open the port number on the server level as well. But DB don't work on that particular port number. DB run on only like one separate DB port number. So are you really required to put your DB into the port number which the server where the other ports are open? Like for example, MySQL is running in which port number? 3306. So are you really required to open other port than 3306? No, it is not recommended. So what are you going to do? You're going to do what? You're going to run your web, app, and DB in three different servers: server 1, server 2, and server 3. Okay, three different layers you created. And if there are three different infrastructure is there, that is going to be considered as three-tier design. I'm hoping it is clear, guys. App will only able to coordinate with this DB, not web tier is able to coordinate. Only the particular port number, like MySQL is running, so it is only allowed you to run access the DB on port number 3306, not other than that. I'm hoping now you understand what is web 1 tier, 2 tier, and 3-tier design, and we have a multiple tier as well. Okay. Are your application is also running on 3306 port number? Are your application is running on the 3306? No, na. If there is a one server, my app is running here, my database is running here, app required to coordinate with DB on the 3306. Our web layer, which is open here, is going to coordinate on the same 336 to the application. No, na. There is a different port number required, as well as this application might be coordinated with other application. Interconnectivity is there. This application don't require to access this DB. It is restricted. Only this application need to access the DB. If you're going to open this port to other application, so this app is also allowed to access this physical server or virtual server. So that is not recommended. Okay, whatever is running, we need to restrict the access. Okay. So there are three-tier designs are there, or we have a Also, we can consider that we have a multi-tier where we're going to introduce load balancers and other layer as well. Yeah, API is going to be run. Yeah, correct. Now, if you understand the tier part, 1 tier, 2 tier, 3 tier part, now I'm going to ask you one question and you're going to reply back. Okay. I am your customer. I came to you and saying that, hey, I need to migrate my application. I need to migrate my application. My application is 3 tier application. My application is 3 tier application. Now tell me how many VPCs and how many subnets I required to build for this application in AWS. I have 3 tier application which I need to move to the AWS. Could you please tell me how many VPCs? People are saying the 3 VPCs. Okay. And how many subnets? Somebody say 1 VPC, 3 subnet. Okay. Now your customer again came to you and saying that, hey, I am also looking for the high availability. I am also looking for the high availability. Now tell me how many VPCs and how many subnets are required. Your customer is also looking for the high availability. Now tell me how many VPCs and subnet is required to build it. 2 VPCs, 6 subnet. Okay, anybody else? 1 VPC, 6 subnet. Or do you need to ask something to the customer, or are you going to directly jump into the answering the question? Are you going to ask something to the customer or not? Did you ask me? Did you ask me anything? Why should you not asking? So if I am going to ask you that I have a 3 tier design application which I need to migrate to the AWS. So first of all, did you guys ask me what thing? How many environments are there? Did you ask me this question? Prod environment, dev environment, test environment, staging environment. You're going to ask me now because they are planning to migrate the UAT, multiple environments are there. You're going to ask the question, hey, in your application, which is 3 tier application, how many environments are there? Then only you're going to judge the correct number of the VPC. Yes or no? Okay. So make sure if somebody going to ask you anything, please ask questions. Even though during the interview they ask something, please try to ask as many as questions so that you can understand the concept what I am thinking. Okay, because I asked this question, what I am thinking and why I asked this question. Clear, guys? So assume that in your case, customers say that we required prod and dev environment. We don't have UAT test, staging, anything. We don't have anything. Correct? Now. So how many VPCs now you required, guys? Tell me. How many VPCs you required now? We required 1 VPC for the prod, 1 VPC for dev, because it is always recommended to divide your environment in 2 different network. One is dedicated for the production network, one is dedicated for the development network. Clear? Any doubt, guys? Now, let's talk about subnet. As I mentioned, Puneet, to create a network, it is always recommended there is a 2 separate network for 2 separate environment. If this dev and network is compromised, it is not going to compromise your production environment. Yes, if test is there, then we required one more. Okay. Nowadays, it is not only the VPC level you're going to give a segregation, you also going to give the segregation at account level. You created one dev account and you created one prod account. In this account means what? You have a AWS account na? Same way you're going to create a 2 different account. One is dedicated for dev, one is dedicated to production. If I'm going to talk about the VPC in the account dev account, I also required one VPC to deploy my environment. In the prod account, I also required one VPC deploy my environment or resources. So nowadays, multi-account design is working. It is not like only single account we are going to use for deploy multiple things. One of my customer having 625 AWS account. How many? 625 AWS account. 625 AWS account. They created how? They created each application. They have dedicated production account, dev account, test account, or whatever the environment they have. Correct? Clear, guys? I'm hoping it is understood. So if somebody going to ask you how you going to divide it, at least if you say single account, to at least say that we are going to have a separate network. Now, subnet. How many subnet? As I customer ask you that 3-tier design means web, app, and 3 different servers are going to be run. So how many subnets, guys? One subnet you're going to dedicate it for web, one subnet you're going to dedicate it for app, one subnet you're going to dedicate it for what? DB. So you required 3 subnets. If you remember, in after some time, customer also requested, I also required what? I also required HA. Yes, in the DB might be they don't require. Let me take both the example. HA is required. Now, if a HA is required, how you going to achieve HA in AWS? When we are going to use 2 different AZs. Okay, clear? So you are going to use AWS and AWS. If you are using Gmail, if you're using Gmail, for example, Rohit, I'm just taking example, gmail.com. It is not my mail ID, I'm just writing it. You can go into create Rohit plus test @gmail.com. Then Rohit plus prod @gmail.com. It will going to send you the mail on the same Rohit, this one, but it is treated as a different mail ID. To creating a account, you require a separate mail ID. It is not going to work, but you can use the same mail ID, but just add a plus. Okay, now we have a AZ1, AZ2. There are 2 AZs are there. If some server are running here and same server running here, then you're going to consider as a highly available HA. Yes or no, guys? We already discussed it. Correct? And subnet is working as where? The subnet is the part of the AZ. Subnet is a part of the AZ. Correct? So if one subnet I'm going to create here, so I also required one subnet here for the high availability. If the app layer I'm running one server here, so I also required one subnet. In this case, I also required one subnet. So how many subnets I required extra? Plus 3 for the high availability, because I'm going to consider the different AZ. Clear? Yes or no, guys? Clear? It is not part of your syllabus. This is the additional thing I am teaching you. It is not in your syllabus, because you ask multiple questions that how to calculate it, because calculation is not part of your syllabus, but still I'm providing it. In for the dev, do we require HA? No. So are you required additional subnet here? No. So how many VPCs we require to build it? At least 2 in this case, and 9 subnet as per the customer requirement. If the customer requirement change, this number will be changed. It is not going to be fixed. Okay, don't quote the same number to your customer. You first need to understand the customer requirement. Done, guys? Any confusion? Sometime customer is not going to ask you how many VPs and subnet I'm going to require. No, they're just going to provide you, I have a one application which we are going to migrate. When you're designing the solution, then you need to think, okay, how many VPCs we are going to introduce, how many account I need to introduce, how many subnets I need to use. So that is you need to take care. You not okay. Okay, now I'm going to ask you. The people are asking why 3 plus 3. So you mentioned 3 subnet. What is high availability? Could you please tell me what is high availability as per you? If I need to achieve high availability of my server level, how can I achieve it? How can I achieve it? I have one server. Okay, backup of what? Different AZ, Uditya, correct? So one server running in a one AZ, one server is going to run in one AZ. This server is going to run where, guys? This server is going to run where? Inside the subnet? Server is going to run where? Inside the subnet? And subnet will be AZ level. It is not multi-AZ, correct? If this is the web layer, for the web high availability, I require 2 servers. So the web layer, how many subnets you required? The person who asked this question, how many subnets you required for web layer? At least. Why one? Again, you guys confused. Why one? Tell me why one. I need a high availability to my, I need high availability of my web layer. Here 2 servers are running in 2 different AZs. So I require 2 subnets na. Same way, I have a app server. If I required a high availability, how many subnets I required? At least 2 for app layer, 2 here, 2 subnets here, and 2 for dev. How many are there? 6 na. HA is meant what? HA is only for AZ to AZ. VPC is a regional service. It is not a AZ service. VPC is what? Regional service. If it is a regional service, what that mean? That means all the 3 AZs come under the VPC. Correct? After that, we only going to talk about discussing it. Now your customer came to you and saying that, hey Rohit, good. You tell me you already given me the VPC and subnet detail. Could you please provide me the CIDR for my both the 2 VPCs as well as the CIDR required for my 9 subnet? Are you able to do that? What question you going to ask to customer? What question you going to ask? The customer say that, could you please provide me the CIDR? Nothing else. Are you going to ask something or not? How you going to calculate the CIDR? First of all, you need to understand. Nobody asked me that. First of all, you need to clarify how many server currently running for each layer. Each layer means for the web tier, how many servers are currently running? If customers say that I have currently 10 server, which helping me to handle my web tier. Same question you're going to ask for the web. Customers say that, hey, I have 25 server, which is running as a app servers. Then DB mention that I have a 5 DB servers. Clear till now, guys? After that, you're going to ask, because there is a questionnaire we need to send, how many IPs are assigned to this 10 server, this 25 server, and 5 server? Is only one IP is assigned, or there are 2 IPs are assigned to the physical or virtual servers? So in this case, like customers say that I have one IP for each server. For each server. Done, guys? So that is the information we received: 10, 25, or 5. Are I required any additional thing, or via this number you are able to give them CIDR range? In this web layer, they require 10 servers. So how many IPs are required as per you guys? How many servers are required? How many servers are required or IPs are required to create your subnet? I already provided you the data. Now think and tell me the number. What is the IP requirement here for the web? For the web, I'm not talking about total. I'm talking about the web. 10. So the CIDR should be 10 only, or we need to consider other things as well. Think logical and tell me. 10 CIDR, 10 number of IPs you require. Okay. Let me ask you one thing. So if I am going to assign 10 IP, where is the 10 IP? Where you going to receive 10 IP in /28? How many IPs you going to receive? 16. And -5 is the reserve IP. How many IP you received? 11. So are you thinking that for the web layer, I need to provide this CIDR range because I require 10 IP address? That is not correct approach. Why that is not correct approach? Yes, for the today use case, we required only 10 IPs in the web layer. Okay, and the closest match for this is /16 and 5 is reserved. 11 IP I'm going to receive. But we are talking about today. Whenever we're designing and providing any solution, we need to consider at least future 5 year. When we say future 5 year, you need to ask, hey, are you seeing any growth in the future? Are the server count will be increased? Is any growth you are seeing in your past experience? And accordingly, you need to design your solution. If customers say that, yes, I am thinking that there is a four more extra server we required in the next 5 year. So this is the projection. It's just an estimate. Correct or not correct? So how many servers now? 14. Is this 4 number additional is the correct? No, na. Why it is not correct? It's just a projection. So as a safer side, it is your responsibility. You need to consider some buffer as well. Buffer means 5 to 20%, depends upon according to your network team, how they are creating the buffer. So you're going to say that, okay, I will going to take a 10% or 12% or 15% of buffer. So 10% is 1.4. So can I consider 2 here directly? 14 plus 2, 16 IPs I required. Okay, 16 IPs I required. Till now clear, guys? This is the actual server. This is the approx estimate, and this is the buffer. Okay, and you received the IP count. Now we are allowed to use /28, /27, /26, /25 until when? Until when, guys? Until /16, correct. So how many IPs in here? 16, 32, 64, 128, and what's here? 256. This is the IP. Now you required /16. So where this /16 fit? Are you going to use this /28? No. Why no? Because the 5 IPs are reserved by AWS. So you only going to received 11 IP. So what next is available? /27 minus by 5 is reserved. How many? 27. So the closest match is this one. So what are you going to plan? You're going to assign this /27 in web layer. Done, guys. One CIDR you calculated. Any confusion on that? Easy? Easy, na? Second, we require 25 for your app. 25 for your app. App required 25. Same question you're going to ask, what is the future growth? They say 10 more server, then buffer. 35 means I'm going to consider 4 more. Buffer, I'm going to consider 4 more, approx 10%. What is the total size here? 39. Okay. What is the closest match here? I'm going to use this 64 now. Minus my 5. I'm going to receive how many? 59. So I'm going to use this /26 for my app 1. Same thing you're going to done for your DB. Okay. Once you done this, okay, you received what? You received app tier, DB tier CIDR, and you also received what? web tier. So currently, which subnet we calculated? Only one subnet, one, two, three subnets in the one AZ. We also required what, guys? High availability. Same configuration you're going to do /26, /27, and slash whatever the number we received. Yes or no, guys? And total amount, whatever the total number you're going to received, it will be your VPC CIDR. But to calculate the VPC CIDR, you need to make sure you need to take the buffer, extra buffer here as well. Why? Might be in the future customer is requesting for third AZ as well. So you need to take some buffer at the VPC level. So now I'm hoping you are able to calculate the subnet CIDR and VPC CIDR. Clear, guys? Great. Now we are going to cover other thing which is known as router. Yes, in this case, extra buffer at which level? VPC level or subnet level? VPC level or subnet level? In your region, how many AZs are there? 3 AZ. Currently, your customers say that I am going to use 2 AZ. Might be in the future, customers say that, hey, Rohit, my requirement is change. I am looking for the next AZ as well. Third AZ I'm going to use. So if you don't have IPs in the VPC, are you able to create subnet here or use this AZ? No, na. So that is why we take a buffer at the VPC level. But it's not required. It is, if you say, no, I'm not required it. In a VPC, we are able to add additional CIDR. That is also you can achieve it, but it is always recommended to take a buffer. I already explained you whatever the total IPs you received. You already know that /27, /26, /24 I used. You already get the total IPs here. And if you're going to use the two AZs, guys, AZ1, AZ2, calculate this both IPs, whatever number you received here, the total IP you received. Is any confusion here? VPC is free of cost. Subnet is free of cost. There is no extra charges. Okay, guys, let me start the next topic. Until now, we discussed this. This is your VPC. This is your subnet 1, subnet 2. Done, guys? Now, some server is running here. A server. This is known as B server. A server wanted to communicate to B. What we required, guys? We required IP address to communicate it. If I need to send a parcel, you required courier guy and my address or your address I required if I wanted to share the parcel. Yes or no? Everybody agree? If this A server need to access google.com, now tell me, if this A server having this B server IP, are they able to communicate? Are they able to communicate? Take a simple example. Rohit is one person. Amit is one person. Rohit asked Amit, could you please provide me your address? So address I have. I never visited this address. Are Rohit is able to reach to Amit? Rohit is only address. What Rohit required? First, Rohit need to come out from the house and then it's required a complete path, route via which he can reach to Amit house. Rohit house, Amit house. So Rohit is going to do what? Rohit is going to open a map, and then enter what? Enter Amit address. Then this map service, Google Map service will be going to coordinate in the database. going to coordinate with in the database? Yes or no? After if this address of Amit is listed in the database, then map say that yes, I have this address. If database doesn't contain Amit address, then it is very hard for them to navigate to exact location. True or not true? Somewhere some data will be going to store. Assume that Rohit is sitting here in the study room. In the living room, this is your Rohit TV. After some time, Rohit is frustrated and tired. He think, let me go out and take a entertainment. It's come here, sit here, and on this TV and relax and watching some videos. Now tell me how Rohit knows that he need to come to the living room if he wanted to see the television. And how Rohit knows that the remote he will be going to find in the Almira? Tell me. Because this information is stored in the Rohit mind, na? Because Rohit is the owner of this house and already he know this. It is stored in the Rohit mind. So whenever he think that I need to watch the TV, his mind say that, hey, you need to go to the living room because your television in the living room. So Rohit referring his mind, correct? Same thing applies here. That map is going to coordinate in the database where the information will be stored and then start navigating Rohit. Go straight, take right, take left, right, left, and then right, you're going to reach to Amit house. Done, guys? After reaching Amit house, Rohit take 3 to 4 hours to reach Amit house. Now Rohit need to use washroom. Are Rohit is able to use washroom directly? Are Rohit aware where is the washroom? It's the first time Rohit is visiting Amit house. No, na, because there is no record. Rohit never visited that place, so Rohit don't have any information in his mind. He has no database, no record. So what Rohit is going to do? Rohit is going to ask Amit, hey Amit, I need to use washroom. Could you please guide me? Where is it? Amit say, hey, go straight and take right. You're going to find the washroom. And from where this Amit will able to help him? Because this is stored in Amit mind. Same concept, please remember. Whenever we traveling in the discussing about the network, in the network, we have a routers. We have a router. This router responsibility to route the traffic into the particular destination. Route the traffic and guide the traffic that you need to go there. Okay. No, I'm not talking about ISSP. That is a web layer. I'm talking about the routers. No. This server going to send the traffic to the router. And this router will going to send here at B. So tell me guys, is map is directly going to guide you or map is going to refer some database? Same way, Amit is directly going to guide or Amit is going to refer in his mind that where is the location? Refer somewhere, na? So this router also required data. Which data? Routing detail. Okay, which path you need to use. So that database is known as route table. Okay, till now clear? Any confusion in the logic? Now, whenever you create a VPC, by default, one router is created for you. But this router is not accessed by you. You are not aware where it is running. You have no idea where it is present. But in the backend, there is a one router present, which is handled and managed by AWS. Clear? We are not able to access this router. Here, Rohit, if there is, I'm not able to access this router, means I'm not able to modify my routes. If I need to modify my details that in future you need to use this path, go right, go left, then how I'm able to achieve it? For that, we have a route tables. This route table we can create, we can modify. Okay, we have a full permission. In the when we discuss about the VPC, I already mentioned that by default there is one route table is created, one security group is created, one NACL is created. What else is created, guys? These things are automatically created when you created the VPC. We already discussed it. So whenever you created the VPC, by default there is a one route table is created as well. Done. This route table contain by default security group. I'm going to copy here. SG means security group, NACL means network ACL. In the security section we are going to discuss it. What this route table contain? It will contain destination and target. Only two things is going to contain. Destination means what? For example, this A wanted to communicate to B. For A, what is the destination, guys? This B location. First, you need to understand the concept, then I'm going to definitely going to show you. Okay. A wanted to communicate to the B. So for A, what is the destination, guys? What is the destination? B. So B destination should be here. Target, where you going to send your traffic or where you need to search your destination. Whenever you create a VPC, by default route table is created. And whenever you create your route table, there is a by default route will be setted. For example, this VPC CIDR is 10.0.0.0.0/16. So by default, there is a one entry will be added. Your VPC CIDR, whatever your VPC CIDR. I am just taking this example. And what is the target of this? Local. What does that mean? It's saying that if this is your range, if any IP in this range, if somebody wanted to communicate, it should be searched locally only. It should be searched locally only. Now, A will be going to send the traffic to this router. A will be going to send the traffic to the router. Clear? Now, router itself doesn't contain any information. Router will be going to coordinate with this route table. Assume that there are 2 route tables are there, 3 route tables are there, 5 route table we created. So which route table this router will be going to consult? So this route table will be attached with your subnets. So route table will be going to attach like this. Why they attach? Might be we have 5. Out of 5 route table, this router need to refer which route table. So whatever is attached here, this router will be going to refer that route table. Clear? And after that, this router identify that this route is a locally. Locally means it's need to search only in this VPC, and this router containing all the subnet information. So it's going to identify that, okay, if I need to search locally, what is the subnet CIDR of this? And accordingly, it's going to forward the request to that particular subnet. I am hoping the concept wise it clear. Can I show you in the console? I'm going to show you, just hold on. I already mentioned the route table will be associated with the subnet. The requester sending the traffic to the router. So router aware the traffic is receiving from which subnet. So he need to check the route table of that particular subnet. Let me show you. To open the routers and all, We are talking about the networking part. If we are talking about the networking part, so where I need to click, guys? What thing I need to open? VPC, great. VPC, I think we created in Mumbai. I'm not sure where we created. Which VPC we created? Anybody have any idea? Which one we created? Demo one. Okay. So we created this demo one. So demo one, we created this 2176 VPC ID. Did you see here route table in the VPC dashboard? Click here route table. Once you click, search for your VPC. In VPC, did you find here? Correct. Did we created the route table till now? No, na. But still there is a route table created. And that route table is yes written here in the main section. What that mean? That means is the default route table created when we created VPC. With VPC, this route table is created. I'm hoping till now it is clear. So let me go here. This route table we created, guys, automatically created by us. So let me select this route table. Go to the routes. Did you find one routes? What is this? Your VPC CIDR? And what is written here? Locally. What that local means? In this VPC, you need to search locally only inside the VPC. Correct. Within the VPC, whatever you wanted to call it out. Clear till now? As well as we created subnet, guys. Correct? We created subnet. Everybody created subnet, correct? So right now I am in the subnet section and I am going to search my subnet. This is my subnet. Let me click here subnet. Once you click here, go to the route table. Once you go to the route table, did you see the route table is automatically attached? During creation of the subnet, did we attach any route table? No, na. But whenever you create a VPC, a route table will be created, and whenever you create a subnet, the default route table will be attached to the subnet. I'm hoping it is clear. Automatically creates attach. Which route table? Main route table, which is default route table, which is created during the VPC creation automatically. Done, guys. In this route table, what is the route entry? Done. Now, I don't want to use this main route table. Why? In our use case, what is our use case, guys? Web layer, app layer. Let me consider two. Route table attach here, route table attach here. It's having some routing rules here. It's having some routing rules here. Are this app and web required the same routing rules? First question. Are this app means some servers are running here? Are this web is going to coordinate and access the same server which this app server is going to access, or this app will be going to access the same server which web is going to access? Not now. Then how we able to segregate? First of all, you need to understand this web layer app server. This app server required to access google.com or required internet access. Router, route table, route table. Now this web server is able to access internet. Tell me guys, question mark. This is my routing entry. R is able to access internet. Think logical and tell me. As my web server is able to access internet. No, na? No. Why no? Focus here. What is our routing entry? I have only one route. IP required or not required doesn't matter. First, we need to understand what is our routing rule. It only say that the traffic will be going to search locally only. Local only. If local only, I'm not able to access any other server. Which server? Which having a different IP address. Which different IP address? Only the IP address is allowed it to access and send the traffic is this CIDR. Means 65536 IP, which is related to this CIDR. Other than that, you are not allowed it to access because there is no routing rule. At the router level, your traffic will be blocked because router doesn't know where to send the traffic. For example, your server try to access 192.168.0.32. The traffic will be sent to the router. Router then coordinate with the route table. Route table is try to find what? This entry. But in this route table, did you find any entry? No. If no is there, are this router is able to help you to send the traffic? No, na. So it's going to do what? Block the traffic. You don't know where to send. Done, guys. So what we required? If I need to access 192.168.0.32, I need to add one more entry here so that my router is able to read this route table and able to identify that, okay, now Rohit is accessing this entry and target you need to mention. Okay, great. If it is clear, great. So let me do one thing. Let me create one route table for you. Let me create one route table for you. A route table is part of what? VPC. A route table is part of the VPC, correct? So right now, let me go to the route table. Go to the create a route table. Now, mention what? Route table name. I will say public RT. Anything you can put. As I mentioned, route table will be going to create it where? At the VPC level. So what information you need to pass? Select your VPC. Done, guys. And then what you need to do? What I need to do? Create the route table. No IP address, just create a route table. Now, we created this route table just now. I'm just selecting this route table. Go to the routes. Did you find routes? Did we create a routes? Did we modify these routes? Why this route is automatically created? Whenever, because route table is going to create it inside the VPC. That VPC is providing that my CIDR is this and this route should be there. Because if you are going to present inside me, what that mean? That means at least you need to allow everybody in my boundary to access each and every one. I'm hoping it is clear. The entry of the VPC CIDR will be automatically attached and the local route will be there. Done. So now you guys understood that whenever we create a route table, the automatically VPC CIDR and the local route will be added. Because whatever the CIDR in which VPC you created it, the VPC CIDR will be mentioned it. Great. Now, let's talk about one more concept and then we are going to come back to the route table again. Let me copy this and paste here. Now, A wanted to access the google.com. But current routing rules saying that, what is current routing rule? Current routing rules say that target, destination, and target of this rule is 10.0.0.0.0/16 local. If it is local is there, are this google.com is able to access, you guys are able to access? No, na, you are not able to access, because as we just discussed, the traffic will be reached here and then stop. Great. And when we try to access google.com, what we need to do? We need to go outside this VPC boundary now. We need to cross this VPC boundary. If we are not able to cross this VPC boundary, we are not able to access google.com, because Google is not running inside this. Google is running in internet somewhere else. So first of all, we need to cross this boundary. I'm taking one example. Assume that there is a one house, Rohit house. Rohit is staying in this room number 1, room number 2, room number 3. In Rohit house, there is no main gate. If you remember, I think every house having one main gate from where you're going to come in and going out. Correct? There is a one main door. In this Rohit house, there is no main door. So our Rohit is able to go out from their room number 1 and try to go out? No, na, because there is no door. If somebody wanted to come here and saying that I need to meet Rohit, are he allowed to go inside? No, because there is no door. Nothing is there. No door is there. How is somebody able to enter into your house? Don't say we need to use window. Okay. We don't have any access point from where he's going out. Now, Rohit is very frustrated for that. And Rohit say that it's enough. I need to go out from my house. I need to see the world, that how it is look like, and I need to meet my friends as well. No, door is not a port number. Now Rohit is going to call a carpenter. Carpenter will be going to create a door, correct, in their workshop, and then he need a time for the Rohit. Hey Rohit, yes, the door is ready. Can I come and attach this door to your house? Rohit given that, yes, you come and attach it. So this carpenter come and attach the door here. Now Rohit is able to go out, yes, via this door. Are other people are able to go out? No. Why no? Because only Rohit knows that there is a one door attached. But these guys are not aware that their door is already placed. So Rohit need to inform them as well. Hey, in future, if you want to go out, you need to use a door. Yes or no? Without that information, they are not able to go out. Now, focus here, guys. Consider this house as a VPC. Consider this room as your subnet. Consider this door as a internet gateway. Consider this as a internet gateway. What is internet gateway, guys? Tell me. Now, are you able to answer me what is internet gateway? What this gate is going to do? This gate is allowed servers to go outside and communicate to other people. If we are attaching the internet gateway to the VPC, VPC help is internet gateway. Internet gateway. So what that mean? That means what? It's allowing VPC to connect with the internet. Done? Yes or no? It's act as a doorway connection via which your VPC is able to connect to the internet. Done, guys? Easy. Now assume that you created a gateway and you already connected this gateway to your VPC. Done. Now tell me, Are the server A is able to connect to google.com? People are saying yes. Did you see the picture? This high level diagram. What is missing, guys? You attach the gateway. Are this router is aware this gate is there? Are this router is aware the gate is there? No, na. So who is sending your traffic? Who is sending your traffic? Router, and router is not aware. Did you see this table? Are it containing any gateway entry? No. So traffic will be stop here. What we need to do? I need to mention gateway here. And what is I need to mention here? If you're aware about the IP address of Google, then you need to mention that. It is only allowed you to just access one particular. We are not able to mention DNS. We only able to mention the IP address, CID range. So we need to provide the CID range of Google. If we are not aware, we need to access multiple website, and we are not aware what is the IP address. So what we need to mention? Anything exclude this one. Please send the traffic to the internet gateway 0.0.0.0/0. Done, guys. I'm hoping it is clear. There are now two entries are there, via which if now A wanted to connect to the internet, it's send the traffic to the router. Router will read this route table and then send the traffic to the internet gateway. After that, this internet gateway responsibility to handle this request. Let me perform the demo for you. So currently we are in the VPC dashboard. How many VPCs we have, guys? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 VPCs. I need to create internet gateway. Did you find internet gateway here? Click this internet gateway. Done. How many internet gateways present? 1, 2, 3. Correct. Let me create internet gateway. Write the internet gateway name. Test demo. You just need to create a name, nothing else. Create an internet gateway. Look like your carpenter is preparing a gate. Test demo is created. Door is ready. Are this door is attached to the VPC? No. What I need to do? I need to attach it like a carpenter will come and attach the door to Rohit house. You just need to select this. Go to the action. And I think you find that attach the VPC. Total, how many VPCs we have? I need to search for the VPC. How many VPCs are visible here? Only one. Why so? Why so? How many internet gateway we already have? 3. And we just created one more extra. And this 3 is already attached to the VPC. It's proved that one VPC will always going to attach with one internet gateway. Always means automatic not going to attach. We need to attach it. But we are not able to attach multiple internet gateway to single VPC and vice versa. One internet gateway is dedicated to one VPC. Like one door is only dedicated for one wall. And attach it. Did you see attach? And it is attached to this VPC. Done. Everybody agree? Now, this use case is done. Subnet, subnet. Now we need to guide router that, hey router, I have a internet gateway. How I'm going to do that? I need to modify this route table. So where I need to go, guys? Into the route table section. Into the route table section. Search for our route table. I just created this route table. Go to the routes. Right now I'm in a route tables. Selected my route table, which I just created. Then go to the route section. And you're going to find that I have only one routing rule are there. Edit routes. One route is already there. I need to add a route. What I need to mention? Either if you already know the IP address or either you 000. Then what you need to select, guys? What I need to select here, guys? Tell me where I need to click. Internet gateway. This is our internet gateway. And what I need to do? Save the change. Done. How many routes are added here, guys? Now 1, 2. Now I'm hoping you understand how to add and the routes. Let me edit this route again. Are I am able to delete this first entry? Did you see any entry of remove it? No. Why? This is our VPC CIDR. We are not able to delete this. But this entry, which I just created, I have a permission to remove it. Okay. So this CIDR we are not able to remove because this is my VPC CIDR. If your VPC have a different CIDR, then it's appeared a different CIDR. Done. Currently, how many route tables we have in our demo VPC? Main and public route table, which I just created, custom build, correct? Let me check my subnet. This is my subnet, guys. Go to the route table. Which route table is attached here? Main route table. Where I put internet gateway entry, guys? In my public route table. Are any server running in this subnet is able to access internet? No. So what I need to do? If I need access, I need to change this route table where internet gateway is attached. You need to select here. What is written, guys? Route table association. Association with which? With your subnet. Click here. This is your route table association with your subnet I'm doing. This is your subnet ID. And from here you can change it. Currently we have two route tables, main and public route table. Once I select this, did you see the routing rules are changing when I'm selecting here? Changing now? Focus here, guys. Changed. Okay. So we required internet gateway and then I need to save it. Done. Now my subnet, which subnet, guys? This subnet is able to access internet. Why? Because internet gateways attach. I am hoping now you are able to understand that what is route table, how to attach it, deattach it, how to modify the routes. Did you find this entry? This entry is proof that you have access to the internet gateway. This entry is allowing you to show you that you are able to access the internet. Now, so I'm hoping great. Now, let me do one thing. Right now I have a two route table. One router entry this one and one is this one. Just hold on, guys. Now, guys, tell me which server is able to access internet, A or B? And B is not able to access, correct? Okay. So by seeing that, now you guys are able to identify that which one is a public accessible, which one is not public accessible. If you heard about one term, public subnet, private subnet, did you hear this term, public subnet and private subnet? Many people heard, many people not. So now by seeing this, are you able to tell me which one is a public subnet and which one is a not a private subnet? Subnet, which subnet is a public subnet? Subnet 1, or I will say A and subnet B. So if somebody going to ask you, what is the public subnet? What do you understand about the public subnet? The simple straightforward answer is the subnet associated with the route table. And that route table contain the internet gateway entry. That subnet going to become a public subnet. The subnet associated with the one route table, and that route table doesn't contain internet gateway, it become a private subnet. Clear? Okay. I'm hoping now you are able to answer them. If route table contain the internet gateway entry, it will become a private public subnet. If the route table doesn't contain the the internet gateway, it is going to become a private subnet. Why we required different route tables? Why we are not using the main route table? In our use case, our web server and app server. Web server required internet access. App server required a security. Need to run in a private zone. So in which you're going to attach internet gateway, guys? In this route table, na? If we are going to use single route table, so that means both the route table containing the internet gateway. So via which your app server is also internet accessible. That is why we required a different route table for different applications. Or like DB, we require different route table, application we require different route table, and web we require different route table. Great. Now you are expert in route table routers. Now tell me, guys, if there are two VPCs, let me do one thing. There are two VPCs, which is showing in this picture. Now, server A wanted to communicate to server C. Are they able to communicate? No. Okay. Are this A server is able to connect to the internet? Why no? Did you see here internet gateway? No. So I am hoping now you're able to understand the high level diagram. This is the HLD we are talking about. By seeing the HLD, you're able to identify multiple things. That I have a route table, I have two servers, I have one internet gateway is not correct. So this is known as high level diagram, via which we are able to understand the flow of the traffic and how my infrastructure is look like in AWS. Now I'm going to again ask you one thing. Assume that IGW attach here, IGW attach here. It's contain IGW entry. It's contain IGW entry. It's only contain local. It's only contain local. Now guys tell me, are my A server is able to communicate with C? If I say yes, think logical and tell me how it is possible. Are this A is able to access internet? Are this C is able to connect to this internet? These servers are able to connect to the internet. To connect to the internet, what we required, guys? In our house, there are two different network, public, private. This CIDR is what? Private IP address. We also required what? Public IP. Correct, guys? Yes or no? If this server assigned public IP and this server assigned public IP, then you are able to connect how? Via this. Done? Yes or no, guys? Okay, because both are connected via internet. Now, are this B is able to connect with this D and C? No. Everybody agree? Great. Now, if they are connected through A and A and C is connected to internet, are this network is secure? Is a public area? Anybody can attack it? Correct. And tell me, if they are both are running in the Mumbai region, both the VPC are running in the Mumbai region. Take one example. Are they are using the same data centers or not? Then why should I go outside using internet and then come into it? Do we have alternatives? Why should we are not able to connect to the privately? Same concept applies. Assume that you have a laptop, you have another laptop. This laptop wanted to communicate to this. You required a cabling, LAN cable. Correct, guys? Yes or no? After that, what? IP address here, IP address here. Are these both IP should be same or different? Tell me. It should be same or different? Different. Great. Similar way, consider this laptop as your VPC1. Consider this laptop as your VPC2. What we required? CIDR. CIDR. But this CIDR should be different. No overlapping IPs. After that, what I required? I required a connectivity like a LAN cable. I required what? I required a peering connection. Okay. So what I need to do? I need to, let me remove it. I need a private connectivity between this that is known as peering. Okay. Once the peering is done, guys, now B is able to communicate with C or D. Tell me, guys, once the peering is done. If there is a cable between these two VPCs, as B is able to communicate to C and D quickly, you're missing one fundamental thing. You're missing one fundamental rule. What is the fundamental rule? You have a path. You have a path. As we created a gateway, when we created a gateway, are your router is available? There is a gateway. What is the fundamental rule? We created one path which is known as peering path, this connection. Are this peering connection is known by this router and this router? No, na. When they are going to understand it, we need to add a routing rule. That is a fundamental thing. We have to clarify it. Done, guys, clear? So what should I need to add? If B wanted to communicate to D, in the route table, what should I need to add? Route table, destination and target. In this layer, what I need to add? You're trying to connect from here to Here, what is your destination? What is your destination? CIDR range of this VPC. Second VPC or subnet, whatever you require. If you need to restrict CIDR, and target is peering connection, idea of peering connection. In this case, what you need to modify? VPC CIDR for different VPC like 10.0.0.0.0/16 and then peering connection. I'm hoping it is clear. Conceptual while. Once you have a route table, you are able to correct it. Let me perform the demo quickly. So we are in the same VPC dashboard, and now I need to connect two VPCs. Where you going to find it? Same left hand side you need to search, and you're going to find the peering connection. Click on the peering connection. We don't have a peering connection. Create a peering connection.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
I need to create a peering connection to communicate between two applications. If your company configure separate VPC for separate application, yes, we require a peering connection. But it depends, either peering, either transit gateway. But consider right now we're talking about peering, so we require a peering connection. If your company say that, no, I only have a one VPC, then you don't require a peering connection. I'm hoping it is clear. Recommended approach to create a different account, different VPC for different application. But it's up to customer. Okay. Now we need to open VPC here, which everybody know how to access VPC now. How to create it, how to access VPC, what is dashboard, how the VPC dashboard is look like. Yes, if there is no VPC, then we don't require a peering. It totally depends upon the requirement. Na? On the left hand side, scroll down and you're going to find what? Peering connection. But first of all, what you need to see, in which region you are currently. So choose your correct region. So now my request for everyone, I think you already created one VPC and you created multiple subnet over it. So now your homework is create one more subnet. Sorry, create one more VPC and create at least two subnet. Why I'm saying that? Because we required two VPCs. We never recommended to use default one so that you are going to remember that and your practice will be completed. Create a VPC. Sorry, not a create a VPC. Create a peering connection. We don't have a peering connection. Create a peering connection. So until now, what we understood that we can connect VPC to VPC, but which VPC we can connect? Which VPC means, are these two VPCs should be in the same region? Are this VPC is only belong to my account? Or I can, like for example, Naveen have one account, AWS account. Rohit have one AWS account. Rohit created this VPC. Naveen created this VPC in its own account. Are we able to peer them? Okay. So let's see when we are going to perform the demo.
So once you creating a peering connection, you're going to identify first thing you need to provide the name. So I'm going to put here test. Once you create a peering connection, make sure you're going to delete it if somebody going to follow me. I have a phone. Naveen have a phone. Rohit know Naveen phone number. So what Rohit required? Phone number first. Now Rohit dial Naveen number. Then call is initiated. Is Naveen have full rights to accept my call or reject my call? Incoming call? Tell me guys. Yes, na? Same concept applies here. We have two VPCs. Consider that this is Rohit and this is Naveen. Now Rohit need to call or connect with Naveen. So what Rohit required? Phone number. Correct, guys? Same thing. If Rohit wanted to connect their VPC, this VPC, to Naveen VPC, what Rohit required? Rohit required CIDR detail as well as the VPC ID of Naveen as well as account ID of Naveen. Done, guys? Once you have this, you're going to initiate, Rohit going to initiate request and saying that, hey, VPC A wanted to connect to, saying that VPC A wanted to connect to the VPC VB. So it is an incoming request for Naveen. So Naveen have a full rights to accept it or deny it that I don't require connectivity with you, like a phone call. Clear this concept. Coming to that point, let me show you here. Read here carefully. What is mentioned? Requester. Like in our example, Rohit is trying to call. Who is the initiator of the call? Who is the requester of the call? Rohit. Who is the initiator of the call? We have a two-person, Rohit and Naveen. Rohit wanted to call Naveen. So Rohit required phone number na. And who is initiating the call? Rohit. And who is rejecting the call, incoming call? Accept it, red button or green button na. So if you press the green button, means you wanted to talk to Rohit. If you press the red button, you means you are not wanted to talk to Rohit. Same concept applies here. If you see that one is the requester who like a Rohit who is trying to call it. Okay. So which VPC? So we need to select the VPC. Assume that I am selecting this VPC. Just take assumption. Now tell me guys, if how this CIDR I received, because from where you initiating from this region, we already selected it. We already selected the account. You are presenting in this account. So that is why it is able to give you the which CIDR or which VPC is running on the Mumbai region. Because currently you are in a Mumbai region. Clear? Clear? That is why it is automatically fetching the CIDR detail because you are the initiator. Now, come to this part. Are you wanna to connect? Because what? VPC1 wanted to connect to the another VPC2. The VPC2 are running in your own account. Which account? This account, or it is owned or running on different account. Like I'm talking about Naveen. If it is running on your own account, did you require to give account ID? No. Why no? Because you already log in into the same account. So account ID is not required. It is already You logged in. In case I need to connect to the other guy, other VPC, which is running on a other account, what I need to do? I need to select this account. Now, as Rohit wanted to call Naveen, what Rohit required? Phone number, na? Now Rohit wanted to connect to the other account. Are Rohit is aware about the Naveen account number? Where it's going to connect? No, na? So he need to connect with the Naveen and asking the, hey, could you please share me the account number? Then whatever account number you receive, you need to mention here. Account number means what? This is your account number. Okay. In the both case, either your own account, either your other account. What you required, either your other account, either in. The requirement is in which region this other VPC is running. It is running in the same Mumbai region or it is running in another region. Okay. In my case, I have multiple VPCs in Mumbai. So your requirement to connect to Mumbai or Mumbai to Singapore, whatever you have. Now people are going to ask me, hey Rohit, Mumbai is a different data center and Singapore is a different data center. Then how they are able to connect and communicate? If you remember, I already informed you, AWS created their backbone network. Backbone network means in Mumbai, they have 3 different data centers, which is AZs, which is already connected with each other with the fiber optical cable. Singapore also have a 3 different data centers, which is already connected to the fiber optical. Similar way, this Mumbai and Singapore is already connected. And this connection is already established by the AWS. Same way, this Mumbai is already connected to USA. This Mumbai is already connected to Australia region, Sydney. It is already connected to the Paris. So each and every region is already connected to the private connection. I'm hoping it is done. Okay. Assume that you are using a different person, Naveen account, or you wanted to, if you're going to, either you're using a other account or if you're going to use another region. So if I'm going to select other region, let me choose, I'm just going to give you simple example, Singapore. Why I am not able to select the VPC from here? Because right now I am in the Mumbai region. My URL is accessing which information? Mumbai information. Is this Mumbai information also holding Singapore data center information? Tell me, guys. No, it is not going to hold any information regarding how many resource, how many VPCs are created in the Singapore and another region. Similar way, if there is a one account you holding and one VPC you created, I am not aware how many VPCs and what is the VPC CIDR. That is why instance of asking the CIDR range, we need to mention the VPC ID. But if you select is same region, if you selected the same region, because we are, it is a AP South 1, what is the URL say? AP South 1. So it's containing and maintaining the database. If you click here, it will going to find that all the VPCs are listed on this link. Okay. Automatically, the CIDR detail is also collected if we are using the same reason. I'm hoping it is clear. What is the one requirement of the creative VPC peering? What is the one requirement? Did you remember CIDR? CIDR. Are the CIDR need to be same or different? Yesterday we discussed. This CIDR should be same or different? Different. When I say same, it's also contain overlapping IP. Okay. There is no overlapping means there is no IP conflict between this VPC and this VPC. Then only you are allowed to create a peering connection. Let me show you. So assume that this is my one CIDR. Let me select other CIDR. This is my another CIDR. Might be somebody say that these CIDR are different. Correct, guys? By seeing that this is /16, this is /24. Rohit, this CIDR is different. I am able to create a peering connection. Is it true? Is it true? First of all, when we say is a different CIDR, that means there is no IP conflict. If you tell me, is this first IP is same on the both CIDR range? So are you going to say that these are the same different CIDR range holding different IPs? No, na. If it is no, so are it is going to be allowing you to create the VPC pairing? No. And somebody, I think, try to create a subnet and they are getting the overlapping IPs. That means some IP in the CIDR1 is already utilized in other subnet. And that is why the error is you received. I'm hoping now the concept is clear. Let me show you. Guys, tell me, do you see any error message? What is written? Overlapping CIDR, same error you received in your subnet creation. And it is not allowing you to create a subnet as well as it is not allowing you to create a VPC peering. Why? Focus here, VPC1 CIDR range, VPC2 CIDR range, they both are overlapping. This CIDR holding 65536 IPs. This one holding 256 IPs. But these 256 IPs are the part of this 65,000 IPs. Because starting IP of this is 10.0.0.0.0 until when 10.0.5255255. It is already occupied and given to this VPC. And what is the starting IP here? 10.0.0.0. What is the end IP? Are this range is already part of this range? Yes, na? That is why it is saying that overlapping IPs. So make sure whenever you're creating a peering connection, there should be no overlapping IPs, as well as when you're creating a subnet, there is no overlapping IPs which is already consumed by other subnet. What next I need to do? I just need to select a different CIDR to create a peering connection and create a peering connection now. If you wanted to give a tag, feel free to give a tag. Create a peering connection. Now, there is one thing is missing, saying that pending acceptance. What that mean? Now Rohit is trying to call Naveen. Now Naveen need to respond back and saying that yes, accept or reject the call. So what Naveen need to do? Naveen need to log in into their account. If I am using different account ID, he need to go to the VPC dashboard, go down to the peering connection. Once peering connection dashboard will be appear, similar information will be visible to Naveen account if I'm using a different account. And Naveen need to click here and go to the action and saying that accept it or reject it. Why this is visible to my account? Because my VPC1 and VPC2 is running in same region and in same account. Clear, guys? Then what I need to do? I need to accept it. Because until now I didn't accept it. What that mean? That mean status is pending. It means initiation of the creating a communication between two VPC are initiated, but still the connection is not formed due to we didn't receive the approval. So I need to give the approval now. Accept it. It will going to give you the brief about it. Who is the requester VPC ID? Accept VPC ID. What is the CIDR range? From which region to which region you want to connect? And account to account. Which account wanted to connect which account? VPC is a regional service. VPC hold all the AZs running in that particular region. That means if you're connecting the VPCs, what that mean? You automatically connecting your AZs as well. Yes, we need to give the approval. Why approval? Why approval? There are two different apps are running, app 01, app 02. App 01 running in the VPC1, app 02 running in a VPC2. VPC-A say that I need to connect, but without approval, our application 1 is able to communicate to VPC2. We need a solution board need to approve it. Yes, as per the solution, they need to communicate. And there are two different owners. Application owners, if anybody working, these owners need to approve that yes, we as per the solution design, we have to communicate with each other, and that is why we require this connection. Once you approved it, what going to be happen? It's active. Till now clear, guys? Just give me 1 second. I'm just removing it. If the connection is completed, it will going to remain same until you're not going to terminate it. Now guys, tell me. Now server A is able to connect with server D. Tell me guys. We have a peering connection. Our server A is able to connect to the server D. Tell me. We already done the peering connection now. Say yes or no. One reply only. Why no? Need to assign route table. Great answer. So now in this route table at this level, what information I need to provide, guys. At this level, what information I need to mention here? At destination level, at the target level. You need to tell me. Think and let me know. VPC CIDR, which VPC CIDR I need to mention here? Show this diagram, refer this above diagram and tell me the exact what thing I need to mention. The diagram is here. You need to tell me at this level, which destination, what is the destination I need to put? Refer the diagram and tell me. Correct. I need to mention 192.168.0.0.16. If you wanted to communicate to this complete VPC. If you say that, no, Rohit, we just require to communicate to this subnet. So what you need to do? You just need to mention the subnet CIDR. Correct? If you say, no, this server only. So whatever the IP of this server, you need to mention the server IP. And then what you need to mention? /32. /32 represent what? Single IP. Via which you can restrict particular subnet to access only one server or access complete subnet or access complete VPC. I am hoping you understand it. And in the target section, what are you going to mention? You're going to mention this peering connection ID. And in the both level, you need to modify the same. This VPC CIDR and PCX is the peering connection. So let me perform this in a demo. Where I need to go? I need to go to the route table. First of all, I note down which VPC I'm using. I am using demo VPC as well as ED8A 10.0.0.0/16. Now, where you need to go? You need to go to the route tables. Once you reach to your route table, you need to identify the which route table is running on the demo and in which your A server is running. Because in the case where server is going to communicate to the other server, so accordingly demo VPC. So first of all, you need to identify the demo VPC. We have two route tables, this one and this one. According to your use case, which subnet you wanted to access, then you're going to select that. For example, I selected this. I selected this route table. Once done, selection of the route table is done. Then what? You need to go to the routes. And then you're going to edit the routes. What is the VPC CIDR? What that mean? That means you need to enter this CIDR in this route table. So you're going to add a route and going to mention what? Going to mention CIDR block 172.31.0.0/16. Target, guys. Where I need to click? Where I need to? Peering connection. This is our peering connection. And save the change. And you're going to find that there is peering connection created. Same thing we need to perform it at the different route table. which is attached with my, like I'm taking this one, which is attached with my different VPC. Edit routes, add route, enter your CIDR range, and what you need to mention, peering connection. Done, guys. Clear? Now your complete network connectivity is done. Now you are able to communicate between subnet where this route table which you modify is attached to the subnet where the route table which you modified. I am hoping it is clear. Is I am audible? Now, my next question is, I have VPC1, I have VPC2, and I also have VPC3. I done the peering connection between these two. I done the VPC peering between these two. One server A is running here. One server B is running here. Our A is able to communicate to B. Our A is able to communicate to B. If this A wanted to do SSH or RDP or ping to this B server, it is not able to perform. Directly, it's not able to access the VPC2. Clear, guys? But indirectly he can. What that mean indirectly? What that indirectly? He required one more server here. First, this A need to have access to server C. It sends some file to this C server. Then the person need to access this C server. Now you are not connected to this. Now you connected to this. From server C, whatever data you copy from A, then you are able to send to B because we have a connectivity. But directly, it is not possible to send any data to connect to this server. I am hoping it is clear. Some A, B, C, D data is written here. Your task is to send this data to B. Are you able to send it directly? No. But you have to achieve it. Anyhow, this is the task assigned to you by your boss. How are you going to do that? First of all, you need to check, are this A is able to connect to this C? If you say yes, you have the connectivity, peering is there, you have access to this server, username, password is working for you, you have rights to perform something on this server. From this server, you're going to send this ABC to this server. Can we do that? Yes, done. We have a connectivity. We have access. Now, from this server, are you able to connect to this? No. So what you need to do? You log out from this machine. Then you log in into this machine. Once you log in into C server and then looking for the path where you copy this ABCD, and then from this C server, you try to access and move the data to B. For B accessing, you required a access, you required a connectivity. Then you are able to copy this data here, but not directly. Clear? You required intermediator. When application is communicating, they are not going to send data here and then here. No. Application needed direct connectivity to communicate. API calls they are sending. So this connection should be there. So what you understand, if there is a 3 VPCs and they need to communicate with each other, how many peering connection you require? If 2, we required 1. If 3, we required 2. If there is one more VPC, then guys, one more connection, 2, 3 more connection, total 5. If one more VPC is added, now guys, how many peering connection? 5 we already have. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. If 6 is there, 9 we already have, plus 5 more connection, 14. 7 is there, we require 20. 8 is there, we require 27. 9 is there, how many? Tell me guys, how many? If 10 is there, we require 45 peering connection. So via this calculator, what you understand? If the number of the VPC increase and they need to connect with each other, the peering number is also increase very in very big numbers. If there is a more peering connection, did you see some complexity here? Or it is feasible if we have a 10 VPC and handling 45 peering connection? It is very hard to manage it and track it. So it is not recommended to use this peering connection if you have more than 3 VPCs. But Rohit, in this case, if we require to connect to the VPCs, we have transit gateway, which I am going to cover once we have EC2 completed. Via this transit gateway, we are able to reduce the number of peering connections. Okay, this is the advanced level of networking. I will complete it once our EC2 section is done. Any confusion, guys? Now we are going to cover NAT gateway. NAT gateway. There are 2 type of NAT gateways are available, or we can say this connection type. There are 2 connection type is available inside the NAT gateway. One is the public, one is the private. So first of all, we are going to understand what is the use of this NAT gateway. Great. So now talk about NAT gateway. Assume that there is one house. In this house, there are 3 and 4 rooms. B is living here, A is living here, C is here, and 3 friends are living. Unfortunately, due to corona, this A is affected with the coronavirus. So as per the corona rule, so this person should be isolated. Yes or no, guys? If this person is infected with the corona, this person should be isolated or not? Then this B and C decided and requested A, hey, could you please keep inside this room? You already have washroom. So the A, B and C is going to lock the door so that this A is never going to come outside. And they requested, hey, A, if you required food, anything, any material, we are happy to help you out. One day, during the isolation time, A feel that he need to eat pizza from particular shop. Are A is able to go there and order the pizza? No. Then how is able to achieve and receive this pizza? Somebody say that use Zomato, somebody says Swiggy. But if you go here, the Swiggy will be going to drop here only. Are this A is allowed to come outside this room? So what he need to do? He need to request either B or either C. Assume that B is the person who is accepting their request. And B say that don't worry, I am going to bring pizza for you. So B will be going out, coming to this pizza store, standing here and placing the order. Now tell me guys, are B required this pizza? Are B required this pizza? No. Who requested this pizza? A. Are this order, this guy who's standing or this pizza owner who is taking the order is able to identify that actual order is given by A? What he can understand, that order will be placed by this B. Yes or no? He never knows the order will be received by this A person, not by the B. For him, the order will be placed by this B. Correct or not correct, guys? Correct? Now, order is received by this B. B again come and then hand over this pizza, knocking the door and saying that your pizza is here, please eat. And then pizza will be bring to A. Concept clear? Same concept applies on the NAT gateway. Let me show you. Assume that we already know that we have a VPC. Now let me do one thing. Let me copy the icon. Where is my diagram? Now guys, we wanna to access google.com or download some software from internet. Are B is able to do that? Are B is able to do that? Consider this B, or I will take a A. Consider this A as the A which is infected from the coronavirus. Done. This is the private subnet. And this is your public subnet. This house is your VPC. Clear? This B is running in a public subnet, is able to go outside and coming in. Done? Understood? Now, if this B wanted to download some software from internet, how is able to do that? It is running in a private one. To resolve that issue, AWS introduced the NAT gateway. AWS introduced the NAT gateway. This NAT gateway is going to run in the public subnet. This NAT gateway is going to run in the public subnet. And if you remember, I talk about there are two type of connection we can form. Public NAT gateway. When the NAT gateway is chosen as a public NAT gateway, it will going to run in the public subnet. Done, guys? Till now clear? And this NAT gateway is what? Is a server. In the back end, there is some servers are running. And on top of that, there is some app software is installed by AWS. For us, we are not aware which server it is running, how it is configured. For us, we receive a NAT gateway. Now, are this A is aware that there is a NAT gateway? No, na. We need to do what? We need to modify the route table. Route table destination and target. Now think logically and tell me where this A wanted to connect. A wanted to connect to the internet. What is the destination here, guys? What is the destination we need to modify? Yes or no? This is my destination. And what is my target now? What is my target? If I am going to put IGW in the target, then this subnet is going to become a public subnet. But our case is what? We need to keep this subnet as a private subnet. Recall the example, which I just example. A need to send the traffic where? To the B, which is running inside the same VPC. Which is running inside the same VPC. So what type of connection is going to form? Private na? Yes or no, guys? Tell me. Great. So route table will be going to hold the NAT gateway information. What that mean? That means once you done the route table entry, now this guy need to access Google. Traffic sent to the route table. As per the route table, router will redirect to the NAT gateway, which is also a private network. Now, as our example say, on behalf of A, B will travel to the pizza store and bring the pizza. If this guy need to download some information, now NAT gateway will be going to coordinate with internet. Clear till now? Let me give you one more example so that you can understand how the functionality is there. Rohit is here, Amit and Sumit. Amit is very busy. He need to send the parcel to Sumit. So he write to Sumit from Amit and address of Sumit. Rohit visited Amit house to meet Amit. And then Amit requested, hey Rohit, could you please help me to courier this to the Sumit? Rohit say, yeah, why not? I can do that. The parcel will be handed over to Rohit. Now Rohit is so smart. To Sumit is keeping same. Address of Sumit is keeping same. Instead of to Amit, from Amit, it's remove and mention Rohit. Instead of from Amit, he removed the Amit name and putting their own name. And then courier this. And the parcel will be received to the Sumit level. Now tell me guys, once the Sumit receive this parcel, Sumit is going to understand what? Who sent this parcel? Rohit. He never going to understand that the parcel will be sent by Rohit. True or not? Sorry, sent by Amit. True or not true? After that, Sumit received one parcel from Rohit as per him. This is the Diwali gift. Now or New Year gift. Now Sumit need to reply back. What Sumit done? Sumit buy one gift, packed it, and say that to Rohit, address of Rohit from Sumit. Send back to Rohit. Rohit received this parcel. By reading it to Rohit by Sumit, or Rohit understand that this parcel is actually for sent by Sumit, which belong to Amit. Yes or no? Yes, he know na, because he changed the name. He sent some parcel and same parcel is reply back. So he know na, actually Sumit is replying, returning the gift because Amit sent the gift, where I change my name. So what Rohit done? Rohit done same thing. To Amit, address of Amit by Sumit. Change this detail and hand over to Amit. Amit understood that this parcel he received from Sumit. Sumit understand he received the parcel from Rohit. But this Sumit never understand that this parcel will be received by Amit. Same concept applies here. When the traffic will be sent here, NAT gateway is going to remove the source IP address and putting their own IP address when requesting to the internet, so that this internet person never reveal the identity of this A server. I'm hoping it is clear, and the parcel will be sent back to Amit. Sorry, this NAT gateway, and NAT gateway already recording it. Yes, this parcel is basically received for B server, and it's going to send this data to A. What is the benefit we get? By using the NAT gateway, your A server will be going to become a private server. He never going to reveal their identity on internet and never going to be accessed from the internet, but he can able to access internet through NAT gateway. Clear guys? Yes or no? Yes, no, yes, no. Correct. Now, this is known as public NAT gateway. What's about the private NAT gateway, Rohit? You understand it is hiding the identity, changing the IP address, it's fulfilling the request for others. Correct? It's work like a proxy. Correct? Now, we have a VPC. We connect it to the on-prem data center. We connect it to the VPC, other VPC. In this case, NAT gateway running here, and one server is also running here. I'm talking on private. Okay, right now I'm talking about private, guys. Where is my diagram? So this NAT gateway is also going to run on the private. Your server is also going to run on the private. Now, there is one server B is running. A wanna to communicate to B, but don't wanna to relieve their identity. He say that I don't wanna to relieve identity to B that I am accessing you. How he able to do? A will be going to send the traffic to the NAT gateway. NAT gateway will be going to send to this VPC via peering connection or transit gateway. B will be going to respond back, and NAT gateway again going to send this traffic here. Clear, guys? Now in route table, what you going to do? This subnet or VPC CIDR, you going to mention what? NAT gateway. In NAT gateway route table, what you going to mention? You going to mention the CIDR of this server and peering connection. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Both are connecting to the same server, but the method of connectivity is different. Both are using the peering, but this server is sending the traffic to the NAT gateway. Then NAT gateway responsibility to use the peering connection. Clear? Concept wise clear, guys? Now, in the same AWS console VPC dashboard, on the left hand side, you're going to find the NAT gateway. Then what? Create a NAT gateway. If you already, as I already informed you, there are two type of NAT gateway you are able to connect. public, private. Let me select this private one. What is written here? It's not going to reach means the internet. If it is not going to connect to the internet, which subnet you need to select, guys? Private one. But we are talking about the public one. So first of all, how are you going to create? Name of the NAT gateway. I will put test. Subnet of the where you going to create it. I will choose the subnet. I will say that this subnet I'm going to choose. Done, guys. After that, you can find that elastic IP address. As I mentioned that NAT gateway is handled and maintained by AWS. Are you aware how many servers are running in the backend? No, na. Correct? Are they, how they're configured, how they are running? We are not aware about it. Assume that they are running one server. Assume that if this server goes down, they are going to create one more server. And in AWS, when you stop the server and start the server, your public IP address is changed. That is a dynamic public IP address. But when we keep creating a NAT gateway, we have to provide the static IP address. It's going to remain fixed. In a AWS, how you going to get the static IP address? Static means what? It's never going to be changed. Either your server stop, terminated, again created, you are going to use the same static public IP address. We require public IP address to access to internet. How we are able to do that? Via this elastic IP address is known as static IP, public IP. Do we have static IP? No. Then how I am able to create it? Just click here. Public IP is not free of cost nowadays. So make sure if you're going to create anything, it's not free. Done, guys. Automatically one elastic IP is created. I'm going to show you how and where it is created. For now, just hold on. Then what? Did I need to create anything? No, na. I just need to mention, I am writing down my subnet. I just need to create the gateway. Gateway takes some time for creation. See, it is in a pending. In the backend, some servers are creating and some configuration is going on. Meanwhile, let's talk about the elastic IP. If you see here, there is nothing is attached. No primary public, no primary private. Why? Because it is in creation stage. In the left-hand side, you find that elastic IP. Did you see we have a one elastic IP? This elastic IP is a static one and it is a public IP address. And this is the ID. Like whenever we create a resource, there is one ID. Same thing whenever you create a elastic IP, that is a static IP, it will going to give you the ID. Done, guys, till now? Now, once our NAT gateway is ready, what we need to do? What we need to do, guys, still is pending, is not created. We need to modify the route table. We need to modify the route table. Which route table? Server A, NAT gateway. The route table associated with this server, which is try to connect to this NAT gateway and via which they need to access internet. This route table you need to modify 0.0.0.0.0.0/0 and NAT gateway entry. Clear till now, guys? Any confusion? Any confusion? No. See here, it is available, the IP address assigned and the both IP addresses assigned. Great. So let me go to the VPC. We created in the demo VPC. Okay, this is created in the demo VPC. In the demo VPC, I need to go to the subnet and identify my private subnet. We created one private subnet as well, na? Or we just created one? Okay. We only created one. Yes. Demo IIT we created. We created on the demo IIT. See, both are the same. NAT gateway is running here. I choose the wrong one. So I need to go to the private subnet of the same VPC. Go to the route table and access this route table. And now in this route table, I need to modify the routing rule. Click on the routing rule. Edit routes. Add route 0.00 slash NAT gateway. We have a NAT gateway. Save the change. See here. Now any traffic is going to send to the NAT gateway. Now NAT gateway responsibility to connect to the internet gateway. I'm hoping it is clear. People are not speaking. I'm considering all okay. Now, the NAT gateway, I think concept is clear. You understand the peering connection. You understand the NAT gateway connection. That is known as propagated routes. The propagated routes need to be updated automatically in when you're going to use direct connect, when you're going to use the transit gateways. There are multiple options where the propagated routes will be there. But in this case, we need to modify manually. In this case, we need to modify manually. Now we are going to talk about network security. No, when you need to understand. There are two NAT gateways are there. Okay, one is public. So right now I am talking about the public NAT gateway. Now A doesn't require internet gateway. A will be going to send the traffic to NAT. That part clear when you? That part A doesn't require internet gateway. Not required for A. But NAT gateway is running where? It is running in the subnet layer. Subnet layer, it is running in the VPC. So it is going outside from the VPC when accessing google.com. So or it is going to pass through the internet gateway. Yes, this subnet required internet gateway. This subnet doesn't require internet gateway. Clear? Clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay, great. Now we are going to talk about the security. Security, we have two things in the network security. One is the security group. One we have a NACL, which is also stand as network access control list. Before going to dig down more about NACL and the security group, first of all, we need to understand that what? We need to understand the incoming traffic and outgoing traffic. Hey guys, I'm again repeating it. There are two types of subnets are there. Public subnet, private subnet. You need to answer, guys. How this public subnet become public? How this public subnet become public? Tell me, guys. When the internet gateway is there, yes or no, attached to the route table. When this private become private, when there is no internet gateway, this concept clear? Now requirement here, this A need to access internet, but it is not able to do that because it is a private subnet, and requirement is this private subnet need to be private, but still it need to access internet. How you able to do that? For that, they create a NAT gateway. So NAT gateway is running where? NAT gateway is going to run here, guys. Where? In the public subnet. If this public subnet doesn't have any internet connectivity, our NAT gateway help you to connect? No, na. So please don't confuse about either we use a NAT gateway or either we need an internet gateway. Without internet gateway, you never going to access internet. Simple, straightforward rule. NAT gateway is just utilized when you need to hide your server identity. And there are two type of NAT gateway, public one, private one. In the private one, did this act as accessing internet? No, na. So then why you guys are confused that NAT gateway is alternative for the internet gateway? If you are using a private NAT gateway, it's only allowed to communicate privately. It is not allowed you to go outside. No public IP assigned to the NAT gateway. Only in terms of when we're using public NAT gateway, it's allowed to communicate to internet gateway. How? Because NAT gateway is going to run inside public subnet. I'm hoping now it is clear. Yes, it is chargeable. Plain simple, just you need to select a private NAT gateway and nothing else. Only the IP address is not you are going to assign. If you say here, I'm not going to create it because it's going to charge me, but I'm going to show you. When I choose a private one, did I need to select IP address? Rest are the same name and subnet, and then you just need to click create. Nothing else. NAT gateway creation is not going to say that you are not able to create it. You can create the NAT gateway. But to use this NAT gateway, definitely you require a connectivity. If in your case, we say that we need to connect to the VPC to VPC, and I need to connect to the via NAT gateway, then the peering is required. So right now we are discussing about the security. Security, I already mentioned there are two things, security group and NACL. When we talk about network security, why I'm talking about network security? Because right now we are talking about network part. Before discussing about the network security, you need to understand what is inbound traffic, what is outbound traffic. Now guys, I'm going to ask you one question. When you connect to Google, or first of all, I'm going to ask you, what is the inbound traffic? What is outbound traffic? How many people are aware about it? Everybody aware? Freshers, non-IT guys? Inbound traffic, outbound traffic. So you have to reply na, so that I can understand. Okay, now you open the browser. You open the browser, and what you type, guys? You type google.com. Enter it. And then this page will be appeared. Correct? So are you going to consider, think logical and let me know. From your laptop, You open the browser, enter the google.com. As I mentioned, it will going to connect to the Wi-Fi, then ISP, then it's reached to the google.com. Yes or no? Agree or not agree? So are any traffic is going outside from your laptop? Tell me. The request is going outside or not? Everybody agree? So it is going to be considered as outbound traffic. Done? Clear? Did you see this page? And if I'm going to write Rohit Malik, I received some output. Now tell me guys, once Google received that information that Rohit is searching for Rohit, our Google is replied back yes or no with some data which is visible on your browser, yes or no? So can you consider this is the inbound? Now any confusion? Inbound traffic, outbound traffic. Now any confusion? Outbound means you're sending some request outside your laptop boundary. Inbound means you're receiving some information from outside your laptop boundary. And this inbound and outbound is very, very important when we talk about security. Assume that this laptop wanted to connect to the Google. How the connection will be formed, guys? Tell me how the connection will be formed. Any idea? Source IP, source port number. Source IP means what? Your laptop IP address. Yes or no, guys? Correct or not correct? In this case, request is an inbound or outbound? Traffic is going out, outbound traffic. The source IP will be your laptop IP. Let me consider this is my laptop IP. Done. What is the destination IP, guys? IP address of Google. When you send it, you're going to receive the IP address via DNS. Consider this is your IP address. Done. Source port number and destination port number. How I am accessing the google.com? Via HTTPS. Everybody agree? HTTPS working on the port number 443. So I am trying to connect with Google via the HTTPS. So I am sending a request to the Google and saying that, hey, Google, I need to connect to you with 443 port number. Clear, guys, till now? Now you have a monitor or TV and you have a laptop. If you wanted to connect these two devices, are you going to use a HDMI cable? Correct? Are this HDMI cable is installed in the port here? HDMI port. Same way in the TV, we have a HDMI port. In TV, you can find that there are multiple HDMI port, USB port, multiples are there. Correct or not correct? There are two ports required. One at laptop level, one at monitor level. Same thing applies to our normal connection as well. Destination port number, we already know 443. From laptop, you wanted to connect to the monitor. Monitor port number, you already know. But you also required one HDMI port in your laptop. Same way, in the laptop, there are multiple ports are available. From that port, there is a temporary ports are there. According to different operating system, different temporary ports are there. This is the temporary port range. Out of this temporary port, it will go into select one port and try to connect with Google. Assume that it selected this port number. There is one connection form. There is one connection form. All the requests sent and received on these port number only. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Clear? Now tell me, guys, simple way. Many people say, what is port? HDMI is what? Physical port. Monitor, laptop also have a physical port. How you connect it, guys? Physical cable. Are you able to attach with a single HDMI cable multiple screen? Tell me, guys. No, na. One physical connection will be only going to connect with one device. Same concept applies in the computer connection. If we have a LAN cable, two laptops are connected. If we say that this end is connected, and this connection is only utilized one application, sending one file, and you want to send another file, are you able to do that? No, na, because this cable is already used. That is why the computer genius came with logical port number, so that single connection, physical connection, will be utilized for multiple connections. Clear, guys? Yes or no? This is the connectivity. When you call somebody, there is a connection happen between your phone to that guy phone or that person phone. If the connectivity break, your connection is lost and you are able to seamlessly communicate it. And in your network, in your house, your parents are using, your kids are using phones, and all are going to use the Airtel connection, and they are trying to call somebody in the same time. Are they able to establish a connection? Yes. How they able to establish a connection? Because they are working on the virtualization. Are there is a physical cable? Are there is a physical cable? No, na, but still you are able to connect. Same concept applies. Over the network, I have one cable installed. If this cable is only, we have one port number, it is only allowed you to communicate one connection. But you can find that your laptop is able to open multiple tabs. You are accessing multiple websites. Each website connection is formed as a separate connection. How you are going to form this connection? Via this temporary logical ports, which is already available on your operating system. And from that temporary port, thus your operating system going to assign you one port number to create a connection with your destination. I'm hoping now it is clear. So every connection using one port number. Great. Assume that in this case, it is using 1427. Okay, 26, whatever you mentioned. Then connection received at Google. For Google, it is an inbound or outbound? Guys, reply na. Inbound. And for you, it is outbound. Google search your data and it will going to reply back with the output. Now, this connection will be, traffic will be inbound or outbound for Google now. It will going to become outbound. And now you receive a data from Google. It is going to become a inbound. So what you understand? Via this example, you need to understand a single communication having both type of traffic, inbound traffic and outbound traffic at the both level, your source level at the destination level. Clear, guys? Every connection which you're going to create, there is a temporary port will be assigned to that. That is simple, straightforward. Okay. If the new connection form, new port number is assigned until your connection is not disconnected. Now, at the outbound level, this is your source and destination. For Google, at this level, what is your source and destination, guys? You initiated the traffic, source IP, source port number, destination port number, destination IP is there. Now Google is replying. The source IP and destination IP will be changed. Now your destination is what? Your laptop IP at Google level. So destination port in which Google receive a request, which port number? 1027. On the same port it will be replying. Done, guys, till now. So in this case, the source and destination is different. In Google level, the source and destination is different. Why I'm teaching you this? All the network security is depends upon the port number and the IP addresses. Let me change the diagram now. Let me say that this server is running on AWS. This server is running on AWS. If it is running in AWS, what we required, guys? If the server is running in AWS, what we required? Where the server will be going to run? Where the server will be going to run? AWS, I know. It's going to run inside the subnet. It's going to run inside the subnet. And then where? Inside the VPC. Now tell me, guys, if the traffic is initiated from outside, if the traffic is initiated from the outside, what we require to reach to the internet gateway? Great. Now you guys are experts. All the traffic will need to pass through this internet gateway. Now, you need to understand the concept now. Traffic will be go inside. There the two security layers are applied. One applied at the subnet level. One applied at the subnet level. Whatever the security applies at the server subnet level is known as NACL. And there is one more layer of security applies at the EC2 level. That is going to be considered as security group. Till now clear? Till now clear? Okay. If you see in this diagram, I'm just giving you, are this traffic is inbound traffic or outbound traffic? This traffic, inbound. This traffic is outbound traffic or inbound traffic? Outbound. So there are two rules applies. Inbound rule, outbound rule. In the both level. Because traffic is coming into your subnet, first need to check the security at the NACL level. Is my data is correct, port number is correct, which I need to know. Once it's done, it's enter into the subnet. SG is a short form, which means security group. NACL stand for, and NACL stand for Network Access Control List. Both are the type of firewall. Both are the firewalls. These firewalls are basically used to secure or restrict access at VPC level, or we can say that network side. Okay, these firewalls are helping you to manage the what? It's going to managing inbound traffic and outbound traffic. So when I'm saying that inbound traffic and outbound traffic, what that mean? That mean that I am not talking about your laptop side. I'm not talking about your laptop side. Don't start thinking, okay, from my laptop, if the outgoing traffic will be there is some firewall is there. No, we are talking about at the AWS level, this portion. Okay, so the firewall rules which we are going to apply in either in the security group or either in the NACL, it will only going to apply at the AWS level. At the AWS level. And as yesterday we discussed, the security group will be applied on EC2 level and NACL will be going to apply it at subnet level. Whenever you create your VPC, whenever you create your VPC, the NACL and security group also created automatically, like your route table is created. Done. In this picture, I already explained you the NACL will be securing your subnet. Okay, but how it is going to securing your subnet? If you remember, we also say that one route table is associated with the your subnet, which is already created. Same way, when you're going to create a subnet, automatically one NACL is automatically associated or attached to your subnet. Let me show you quickly. So where we need to go? We need to go to the same VPC section. And everybody aware how to access the VPC. And once you scroll down a little bit below, and you're going to find the network security. In this network security, we have two things: network ACL, security group. Okay, but right now what I'm focusing, I'm saying that we need to see the subnet. Whenever we create a subnet, the NACL will be automatically attached. So let me open my subnet. First, verify your region. So we created our VPC on the Mumbai region. Let me go to the Mumbai region. Let me open my subnet. Either click here, either click here. Which subnet we created? I think this subnet we created. I'm not sure, or this IIT one we created. I think IIT one we created. IIT one we created, na? Demo IIT one. I think this one we created. So let me select this. Did you see here? Previously we checking this route table level, correct? Now we are checking the NACL. Once I click here, did you identify there is a one NACL is already attached or associated with this subnet? Are we done it? No, we didn't done it. Automatically, when the VPC is created, the NACL will be created, and that particular NACL is going to associated with your subnet whenever you're going to create what, guys? You're going to create your subnet. As we are able to change our route table or change the association of the route table at the subnet level, and we are able to modify the routing rule, same way we are able to change the association of the NACL at the subnet level, as well as we are able to modify the inbound
and outbound rule at NACL level. Any confusion till now? Okay. If you find below, there are two rules are there: inbound rule and outbound rule. Inbound and outbound, you already aware about it. So this is my subnet and this is my NACL. So when the traffic will be going to come inside, that is a inbound traffic. So which rule it's going to read? I already mentioned it is a firewall. Which rule it is going to be refer? It is going to refer outbound rule or it is going to refer the inbound rule? Tell me guys. Inbound rule. So before entering the traffic into the subnet level, the NACL will be going to execute and going to refer the inbound rule. Great. If it is clear, that means great. Now, how these things are working? So you need to understand one small difference between this NACL and security group. NACL is, so right now I am focusing on the NACL part. So let's talk about NACL. NACL is stateless firewall. Stateless firewall. Then security group is stateful firewall. Now, what is stateless, Rohit? What is stateful? This securing your EC2, this securing your subnet. But what is this stateless and stateful? Consider I have a building, office building. Now tell me guys, if you're trying to enter into this building, are somebody going to check you are authorized or not authorized? So there is one person sitting here, security guard sitting here, it's going to check. Once you are authorized, you have an ID card or everything, you come inside, and when you going out, are this person is again going to check you? No. No means what? Why? Because this person already know that you already authorized to go inside. If you already authorized to go inside, that means you are also authorized to come out. So it's never going to check when the traffic is going to come out. Clear guys? Small. Second one. Or I will going to discuss the same thing in server level. This is your server. So if I am going to talk about server, so which firewall I am talking about guys? If I am talking about server, so which firewall? Security group. Great. Security group applies here. Now traffic is coming in. Say that SSH, everybody aware? RDP, SSH. To access your Linux box is going to use SSH. RDP when going to access your Windows server. So once you coming in, security group going to check the inbound rule. Inbound rule for what? Are this SSH or this IP address from the CIDR range from your request will be coming, it's allowed it or not allowed it. If it is allowed it, your traffic will be going to come inside. Now, once you enter SSH IP address, username at the rate IP address of your server, then after the server received it, after the authentication is done, you're going to receive the console of that server. Everybody agree? You are able to access that server. What that mean? That means there is some reply came from the server. Server will be authenticate and sending some reply. So when the reply is going back at this level, security group is not going to check. Why? Because it's maintaining the state of the request. It say that, okay,
I received one A request, I need to reply back to the same request. So that is why it is not going to check the at when you're going to reply back at the outbound level. Clear, guys? Only one time it's going to check the security at the inbound level, and it's maintain the state that definitely if there is an incoming traffic, your server will be definitely going to reply back. So that is why it's not going to check the outbound rule. Straightforward. Now you need to ask me here with, okay, this is the incoming traffic. For example, this server wanted to communicate to B server. So traffic will be initiated like this. Yes or no? It is the outbound traffic. Who is initiating the request? This server is initiating the request. If this server is sending the request, your laptop is try to access google.com. So who is initiating this request? Your laptop na? Same way, is if this server EC2 need to connect to other server, so the traffic is going out. In this case, or it is going to look for the security group. Tell me, or it is going to look for the security group outbound rule. Why no? Why no? Why no? Think logically. Consider this first action. Your laptop is try to access this server. So traffic will be coming in. First time this server is going to receive the traffic. First time. The traffic will be land at the security group level at a first time, na? It's receiving the traffic. So it is going to check at the inbound, and the same request is going out. So it is maintaining the state. Yes, I received a request and now my server is going to reply back. That is why it is not checking the outbound traffic. But in this second case, who is the initiator? This server itself is the initiator. The traffic will be going to hit at first time. So it will going to check your outbound rule. Clear, guys, or not clear till now? Now this server, B server, is going to reply back on the same communication, or it is going to check at inbound level. No. I'm hoping now you understood the concept of the security group level. It depends. Who is the initiator? Which initiator? Communication initiator or traffic initiator. If traffic is coming out from your server, then it's going to check at the inbound level. If the server itself requesting something, then it's going to check at the outbound level at the security group. This is the same concept which office example I gave. No, I just talking about security group. Hold on. That is why it is known as stateful. It's maintaining the communication state. Yes, there is a incoming traffic. Yes, there is a outgoing traffic. And if it is a outgoing traffic, definitely I'm going to receive a reply on the inbound. If it is the inbound traffic, yes, I need to reply back to the outbound. That is why it is not going to check vice versa. Now, NACL. NACL, I mentioned that it's a stateless at the security group level. Now, there is one building, prison, jail, whatever you wanted to call it out. This building is all the people are not allowed to go outside this building, okay, because due to some restriction laws they need to stay here, because I'm talking about prison or I'm talking about jail. Okay, so if somebody wanted to meet this guy, this person, so the person will be going to come. Now tell me, at this inbound level, at the entry level, is somebody going to check it? Police guy is going to check, na, you are authorized to meet this person, are you allowed to meet? Correct or not correct? Okay, Once you meet somebody inside and going to come back, are the security team is again going to check you? Yes, they are going to check you, because might be you change your cloth and the prisoner is going out. Correct? At the both level, they are going to check it again. Clear? Now, how this concept work on the NACL level? NACL is securing what, guys? NACL is securing what? Subnet. Great. So NACL traffic will be coming in. It's a inbound traffic. Or I'm going to check my firewall at this level, inbound level. Yes. And then traffic will be going back. Or it is going to check it again. Yes. Vice versa. If the initiator is from inside, the traffic is going out. The traffic will be checked at the outbound level, and then its reply came. It's again going to check at the inbound level. At both level, the traffic should be allowed. If there is no allowed at the outbound and inbound level, it is not going to work. And that is why it is known as stateless. It is not maintaining any state of the communication. I'm hoping you understand the concept at least. How to do that, how to configure it, now we are going to learn. And using this both security group and NACL provide you the layered security approach. Both are the firewall. One is the stateful, one is the stateless firewall. And these are the network firewall basically. And by using this two layer security group and NACL of firewall, it's going to provide you the layered security approach. Why I'm saying it's a layered security approach? Because first layer of defense is where the first defense you are going to received at subnet level once you entering into the subnet. Second layer of defense at the EC2 level. Correct. Stateless means it is not going to maintain the state. State means what? If I am going to say hi to you, I am waiting for your reply. Yes, the communication happen two-way, na? I send something, hi Venue, hi Naveen. So definitely you're going to reply back. Yes or no? I know that you're going to reply back. If I am going to put one filter, I first reply hi. Then the filter, there is a layer is there. Is going to check this word is proper or not proper. The bad word is not used. If the bad word is not used, it is going to send to you, Naveen. And then Raveen is going to reply back. Okay. And this Naveen is replying back to me. At that time, the incoming traffic is not checked. So what that mean? That means I know that I am going to receive the reply. So that is maintaining the state. Only filtration is done where at the outbound traffic, because I am the initiator. I am running inside the EC2. Done, Naveen. That is security group. That is maintaining the state. NACL. If I first say hi, it's again filter, and Naveen is replying back. NACL is never going to maintain a state. What maintain a state? That NACL just say that I send the traffic, I consider this traffic as separate traffic, and Naveen is going to reply, I'm going to consider as a separate traffic. It's not going to consider as a single traffic. It is going to consider the same communication but differently. No, I can't say that. I can't say that. Both are a different role, both are the different functionality. Now, in the secure EC2, let's focus on this diagram. Correct? In the laptop, either you connect it to the LAN port, either you use the Wi-Fi. Only one medium you use to connect via your internet. Assume that you use the LAN cable. Assume that you use the LAN cable. Now guys, all the traffic will be going to come in and going out. From where it is going to come in and going out? Via this LAN cable and the port. Yes or no? Everybody agree? Great. If this LAN port is not there, are you able to communicate outside? Assume that you also don't have a Wi-Fi. Are you able to communicate, send any traffic, or attach your laptop into the any network? No. Correct. Now, if this is the only port from which you are able to communicate outside, this port. So where you going to place your security person? Like this is your house. In this house, this is your main gate. So where the security person will be sit? At this level, or you're going to place the security guard here? Or you're going to place security guard here? Tell me. The security guard will be sit at the main gate entrance only? Yes or no? Great. Same concept applied at the EC2 level. If your laptop containing some network port from which you are able to communicate, either LAN port or either Wi-Fi adapter, both are working as a one device is attached via which you communicated. Same concept applies to the EC2. EC2 containing one ENI. ENI. What is ENI, guys? What is ENI? Elastic Network Interface. Elastic Network Interface. What that mean, Rohit? You consider this elastic network interface. So you consider this elastic network interface as a LAN port or LAN adapter, which is installed in your laptop. If there is a something virtual LAN adapters are there, which is known as elastic network interface. Elastic means what? Virtual. Network interface means the LAN port which is attached to your laptop. Same thing. If we have a ENI, so where from where the traffic will be go out and coming in via this ENI only, via this ENI only. So where your security group basically going to attach, your security group basically going to attach at this level, ENI level. Okay, because only via that ENI you are able to communicate outside or able to receive some network. But for the representation point of view, we are going to show the security group as complete EC2 is there. Okay. As I already mentioned, it is an elastic network interface. It is same adapter like your laptop containing the LAN port. In the LAN port, you have a one interface, one card is installed, one port is attached to your motherboard. Same way in the server, we have a elastic means virtual network interface. Why virtual? Because this EC2 is VM virtual machine. It is not a physical machine. I'm hoping clear, guys. Yes or no? ENI is elastic network interface. It is similar like your LAN port, which you receive in your laptop. It help you to communicate outside or connect to the network. All the traffic will be going to come in your EC2 or going out from your EC2 through this ENI. If ENI is the medium from which you are going to communicate outside and receiving the traffic, so you need the security group will be definitely going to attach at the ENI level. I'm hoping now it is clear. I already repeated 3 times. If still you don't have any understanding, feel free to ask question. Great. If you have a ENI, either 2 ENI, 3 ENI, 4 ENIs, still you require a security groups. two VMs are not going to use the same ENI. Are your LAN port which is attached to your laptop? Are you able to attach to other laptop? Saurabh, are you able to use this for other laptop? Same concept, na? ENI is not going to create any security group. Whenever your VPC created, as I already mentioned, NACL and security group is already created by default, but you can create your own custom security group and NACL. Actually, I thought I will give you the exact information, but I'm what I understand that people are confused when I use this term. For you, you just consider that the security group is attached to the EC2. Now it is clear, guys, because we represent the same as well. Don't confused. But I thought I will give you the exact information. That is, I say that it is attached to the ENI, but we only going to represent like this, and we are only going to say that it is going to secure the EC2 because ENI is where it is a EC2 part. So if somebody going to ask you what security group is providing, so you can say it's securing your EC2. Don't say it is securing your ENI. Now, how NACL works? First of all, you need to understand it. Normally, NACL contains some policy or rules. So the first tab, which is known as rule number, then the protocol, and allow or deny. Now, you need to understand what that means. We have CIDR also, but I'm not talking about the CIDR right now because if I'm going to add it, you guys are going to confuse. So slowly, we're going to understand the concept. So rule number is what? It's just a number given to your rule. It's just a number given to the rule which you're going to add. Like I need to create one rule. I placed 10. I just mentioned the rule number 10. And the rule will be from number will be from 1 to 332,766 rules. You can create or add a number you can provide rule number. At rule number 10, at inbound level, I mentioned protocol is HTTPS, which basically you can consider as a port number 443. It's work on the 443. Everybody aware about it. And I say allow. And then again I'm putting 11 and I say FTP. FTP is one port. It is also, it say deny. I again mention rule number 20. Any rule number you can mention. I will say SSH allow. SSH work on the port number 22. And then I say rule number 2, HTTPS deny. There are 4 rules I placed. Okay. This is your server. This is your subnet. And this is your NACL. Now traffic is coming to access HTTPS. HTTPS request is sending by some other resource. So which rule is going to check at NACL level, guys? Inbound, na? It is a incoming traffic. Yes or no? So it's going to check the inbound rule. And it's come to inbound rule here. And now tell me, it is allowed to enter into the secure subnet or denied? Tell me, guys, which rule will be going to implemented? I mentioned this 10, 11, 22. Why? Because I need to teach you one thing. Which thing I need to teach you? When I say this traffic is allowed or not allowed, First of all, you need to understand the functionality of the NACL. How NACL works. NACL will always going to start with lower rule number or smaller rule number. So which is the very smaller rule number here? Is 10 is smaller than 2? So which one rule number this NACL will read first? Rule number 2. In the rule number 2, what is written? HTTPS deny. After that, what is written? Rule number 10. 11, 20 is more than. At rule number 10, what is written? HTTPS allow. Now guys, if the NACL start reading from here, it's read that HTTP deny. So are it is going to deny or allow it? Tell me guys. You need to understand. If it's read the deny, once it's read that I have a HTTP deny, it's immediately going to deny the request. After that, it's never going to read the other rule number. Clear? Once it's read the entry, which entry? The protocol which the traffic is initiated. If it is find this protocol in the rules, in any layer, first come and then serve, and it's not going to search other rules. Done guys, clear? Understood or not understood? Great. Now, let me open the console so that I will give you the little bit you are able to understand the NACL. In the security layer, we have a NACL. So right now we are talking about the NACL. We have multiple NACLs are there. Hold on, Navi. Did you see here? Yes, 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 and then no. What that mean? What that mean, guys? Tell me, guys, what that mean? Yes means what? And where this yes is written? Guys, forget about the whatever you're discussing, how the rule is. Just focus here, what I'm doing. It's a default one. It is a default one. Default one means what? The NACL which is created when you created the VPC. One NACL is automatically created when you create a VPC. And whenever you're going to create a subnet inside that VPC, this NACL will be going to applied to that particular subnet. I'm hoping it is clear. So let me pick any one, any default one. So let me choose our demo IIT or demo, anything I can put. Demo IIT, I click. Inbound rule, outbound rule, two things are there. Inbound rule right now. Did you see some rules are already existed? Did we created this rule? Did we created this rule? No. Whenever the VPC created, there is inbound and outbound rule is automatically created for you. Let me check, give you the outbound rule as well. So currently I'm in outbound. You find that there are two rules, 100 rule, star rule. Same way in inbound as well, we have a 100 rule and starred rule. This is the rule number which give you the which rule is going to execute first. The rule number give you the priority. If it is written 1, the first rule number will be going to execute is 1. I'm hoping it is clear. Done. Because it's always going to read from lower number to larger number. NACL. Okay. It is not directly jumping into the any number. It's always start with reading the rule number for lower priority first. Now, what is the source? Source means what? From where the traffic will be you going to received. Clear? If you just want to access, in this case, all a network. If you say that I have two VPCs, only this VPC1, which is subnet running here, is allowed it to received traffic from where? From only from this subnet. So this VPC subnet. So what you're going to mention here? You're going to mention the CIDR range of this VPC or that particular IP via /32, correct? So if you're going to mention that information or other traffic, even though the traffic from this VPC is allowed it to go inside the NACL, tell me. Think logical and tell me, guys. Think logical. Quickly. Did you understand my question? Did you understand my question? So who is going to ask this? Hey Rohit, could you please repeat the question? Instead of keeping you silent, please speak. There is a one VPC, one subnet here. The CIDR of this VPC is 10.0.0.0.0.16. We have one VPC. CIDR of this VPC is 192.168.0.0.0/16. In this subnet, in the NACL rule, instead to the source, you put 192.168.0.0.0/16. Now, there is one more subnet here. One server running here. This server is known A. One server running here, server B. And one server running here, server C. Now tell me, are the server A is able to communicate to server B? This is your entry. Now question understood, guys? Now question understood? Everybody say yes. It is able to communicate. What do you understand about the source? What do you understand about the source? Source means what? From where you're going to receive the inbound traffic. Right now, I'm talking about the inbound traffic. Are this subnet or this VPCs is allowed into the NACL? No. That means you are in same VPC, but you are not able to communicate because you denied it. You don't have any entry. Done? Understood? If there is no entry, Rohit, how you saying that is denied? If there is no entry, then how you saying it is denied? Did you see star rule here? And it say that what? Deny. This star rule is automatically created. If you miss anything to add above, other thing is automatically considered as a deny. Done? Clear? Only this VPC is able to send the traffic, but what first requirement? It should be connected. You can place any CIDR, but that communication should be there, na? If the connection is there, then this server is able to send the traffic to the B. I am hoping now you understand the concept. Same thing. Outbound traffic. Now, instead of source, it is a destination. Why destination? Because from this subnet, your server is sending the traffic. So you are trying to reach to some destination now. So you required IP range, IP address to access the network. In the network, how you communicating? You required address. So address should be the part of the CIDR which you're going to mention here. Once you allowed it, then only is going to communicate outside. Now, this is the NACL which automatically created. If I need to create my own custom NACL, then Rohit, straightforward. Go here, create your NACL. Write the NACL name. I will say test demo. Done. And then you need to select the VPC. Which VPC? I will say demo IIT. Let me create into the demo IIT. And then create an NACL. Nothing else. Just name it. Select the VPC. NACL is created. Which one we created, guys? This NACL we created. Let me open this NACL. We just created this NACL. What is the different you received? Please focus here, guys. Let me open the inbound traffic first. Rule. Did you see anything here? Difference. Tell me, did you see any difference? There is no 100 rule is there. There is no 100 rule is there. And when we talk about the default NACL, it's contain the 100 rule. The 100 rule number contain what? By default, which entry is created? Its entry is allow all the traffic. Clear? So whenever VPC themselves create a NACL, it will going to provide two entries. 100 rule, rule number 100, where all the traffic is allowed it. All the port numbers are allowed it. Done, guys? As well as star rule is there. When you created your own NACL, only the star rule will be there. No 100 rule will be there. That is the difference first. What the difference? The NACL which you created, by default, it is configured for no incoming traffic and no outgoing traffic is allowed. Outbound also, you can see outbound as well. When you create your own custom network, that it's not going to allow any traffic, and in inbound traffic and outbound traffic, it is restricted. So if you need to customize it, we need to create our own rules. How to create rules? And then add the rule and rule number. I can choose our own rule number. I will say 22 rule number. Which thing you wanted to communicate? All TCP, SSH, Telnet, SMTP, name server, DNS, all the port numbers are mentioned here. So you're going to select that. In this case, I selected HTTP. From where I will say all. Okay. And then I say allow or deny. I will say allow and save the change. Now, right now I'm in the outbound traffic. Server wanted to try to access SSH. Or it is allowed it to go outside. See this rule and tell me, guys. This server tried to SSH. No. Which traffic is allowed it only? Only HTTPS traffic. Clear, guys? How you able to restrict the traffic? Going out traffic, coming in traffic. Now, as I mentioned that it is at a subnet level. So if it is a subnet level, what that mean? What that mean? Whatever server is running inside this subnet, they will going to receive the same they will going to receive the same security policy. Clear? Yes or no? Understand the question? I will going to take your question later. Clear, guys? It is not talk about single server, it is talk about the complete subnet. In the subnet, if 100 servers are there, all the 100 servers are impacted with this rule. So you need to keep in the mind, understand your server. Like if there is a 50 server, you need to understand the each 50 server requirement, inbound traffic and outbound traffic for the each 50 server. Then you need to modify this NACL accordingly. Now, one question, can we set the rule number any? Yes, from 1 to 32,766 rule number you can add, but it's up to you which rule you wanted to say that is a higher priority. Then you're going to give them the lower number. Then you're going to give the lower number. Rule number you don't require to learn. You can add SSH at the first level. You can add SSH at 32,000 level. It's up to you. Great. It is fine because it is not going to, because in NACL what happened? Incoming traffic, it's treat as a separate traffic. Same server will be going to reply. It will going to treat as a separate traffic. If going to act and treat as a separate server, what going to be done? It's going to be search the same port number on the inbound, and when you reply back, it is going to search at the outbound as well. How you going to associate this at subnet level? Go to your subnet, select your subnet, go to the NACL. Right now I'm in a subnet, guys. I selected one subnet. In this subnet, this is the NACL attach. You can modify the NACL as well, like we're doing in the RT route table. Select here. If you have a other, because in this case we don't have. If you have other, you are able to attach the other NACL. Okay. Because I think I am accessing different VPs, different subnet. I'm not accessing the same subnet which is created on our VPC. I'm hoping it's clear, guys. NACL clear. Security group. I am going to discuss when I am going to discuss about EC2. Why? Because it is going to secure your EC2 level. Okay. So currently, now I am going to start your EC2 section. Most of the your network part is done. Two things is pending. One is the transit gateway, TGW, as well as the endpoint. Endpoint I'm going to cover when the S3 is completed. TGW we will see after EC2, or if you are say that rule later, I will happy to do that. Okay. Security group I am going to cover with EC2. So now you are very comfortable in NAC as a route table is able to associated with multiple subnet. Same way NACL will be able to associate with the multiple subnets. When you simple straightforward, we need to require a CIDR, but CIDR might be single IP as well. /32 you can use. Simple. We already discussed it long back. If you just want to communicate to one server, just you need to mention /22. Because when you created a VPC allow you to communicate to each and everywhere. Because if it is denied and you are not aware about the NACL, so it is not going to function. So you need to understand whenever the VPC is created, it will going to allow all the traffic. And whenever you're going to create your custom one, it is not going to allow the traffic everybody. Okay. Y100 rule that is defined by AWS. I can't say Y100 is used.
Naveen, we already discussed multiple times in the route table as well. In the main, it is written yes or no. Yes mean it is the created and it's the default VPC. Whenever you're going to create VPC inside the VPC, when you're going to create a subnet, the default NACL where the yes is written, it's going to attach to the subnet. Same thing in the main section of the RT. If written is yes, during the subnet creation, one route table, which route table where the yes is written is create, attach. And we already covered this multiple times. I am hoping Naveen you understood now. During the subnet creation, something is automatically created, attached. Na? So which thing is going to be attached? That is the default route table, default NACL is going to attach. But it's our responsibility to change it.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
We'll be covering the top 30 AWS interview questions, carefully compiled based on their frequency in real interviews. There are going to be 3 modules, easy, medium and hard, with 10 questions each. So without any further ado, let's get started. Like I mentioned, cloud computing started way back, meaning there must be thousands of other options available in the market. So the most obvious question becomes, what is AWS and what are its primary services? AWS or Amazon Web Services is a cloud computing platform that enables users to build, deploy, and manage online infrastructure without the need for on-premise hardware. Additionally, AWS has a pay-as-you-go model which allows users to only pay for the resources they have used. And some of the famous services offered by AWS include EC2 and Lambda in computing, S3 buckets and EBS in storage, Amazon RDS and DynamoDB when it comes to databases, and much more like Route 53, IAM, SageMaker, etc. Although keep in mind to only mention the services that you are familiar with. We don't want to venture into any unknown territories during the interview, because there's an 80% chance that the next question will be based on one of these services. Which brings us to our next question. Explain the key components of Amazon S3. Amazon S3 is a scalable storage service by AWS. It stores data inside a bucket, and every single bucket has a unique name. Not just within your Amazon account, but globally the name should be unique. Next, we have the data which is stored in these buckets. They are called as objects. These objects consist of data and metadata. Lastly, we have the key, which acts like the unique identifier for the objects in a bucket. It acts as a path to the object. Additionally, S3 bucket also has versioning for object recovery and encryption for both server side and client side for data security. Moving on to our next question. What are the different types of cloud computing models? There are 3 types of cloud computing models: IaaS or infrastructure as a service, PaaS or platform as a service, and SaaS or software as a service. Infrastructure as a service is like renting an empty plot of land. You have to build the house yourself, including laying the foundation, building the walls, installing plumbing, electricity, and so on. Basically, the land is just the starting point and you have to construct everything from scratch, like Amazon's EC2, Google Compute Engine, etc. Platform as a service is like renting an already existing house. Here you focus on designing the inside, like painting the walls and placing the furniture. You don't worry about the infrastructure like plumbing or electricity, just how you use and design the space, like AWS Elastic Beanstalk, Heroku, etc. Finally, software as a service is like moving into a fully furnished house where everything is already taken care of, like the furniture, kitchen, appliances, utilities, and even the decorations. All you need to do is just live in the house. It's ready for use the moment you step in, like Microsoft Office 365 and Zoom. One of the most popular topics on AWS is EC2. And now that you have mentioned it twice, it's only natural that the interviewer gets curious about your understanding of EC2. Which brings us to our next question. What do you understand about Amazon EC2? Amazon EC2 in its most basic terms is like renting a virtual computer in the cloud. So instead of setting up a physical computer, you can rent one on Amazon whenever you need it. You can even choose the size and the power of the computer and use it for as long as you want. And you'll only have to pay for as long as you use it. Once you're done, you can turn it off or delete it. After this simple explanation, the interviewer might want to check how deeply you have understood the concepts, or if you have ever put your theoretical knowledge into practice. Hence our next question. What is the difference between stopping and terminating an EC2 instance? When you stop an EC2 instance, it shuts down, but it does not get deleted permanently, meaning you're just temporarily shutting down your system. You can reboot it later whenever you want to, but the public IP might get changed. Terminating an EC2 instance, on the other hand, is deleting the instance completely. The compute and the storage are also released, meaning all the data stored in the instance will be lost forever. So in very simple terms, stop equals pause and terminate equals delete. Now after this question, it is quite a common one to inquire about the availability zones and regions within an EC2 instance. You can even see them in your AWS account while creating your EC2 instance. Which brings us to our next question. Explain the concept of availability zones and region in AWS. Now, region is like a geographically isolated area within AWS. Think of it like a large city in a country. So, for example, if you want your application or website to be closer to users in India, you can choose a region within India, like the Asia Pacific Mumbai region. An availability zone, on the other hand, is like an isolated location within a region. You can think of availability zones like the neighborhoods in the city. So, if something goes wrong in one neighborhood, the other one can still keep the servers running. In total, AWS has 34 geographic regions worldwide and 108 availability zones. Now, a very common question that might arise in your mind is, how does AWS manage so many servers? One of the answers lies in our next question. Define elastic load balancer in AWS. An elastic load balancer distributes the incoming application traffic across multiple targets, ensuring that the servers are always up and running, meaning highly available. It makes sure that in case one server fails, the traffic is automatically rerouted to other servers or has high fault tolerance. Additionally, ELB even regularly checks the health of servers, ensuring that traffic is routed only to the healthy ones. Alright, that's all you need to know about elastic load balancers. Now moving on to our next question. What are the differences between horizontal scaling and vertical scaling? Both horizontal and vertical scaling are strategies designed to manage and improve the performance and capacity of a system due to the increasing workload. Horizontal scaling is the addition or removal of resources such as these EC2 instances to distribute the workload evenly. Vertical scaling, on the other hand, is increasing or decreasing the capacity of individual resources to boost the power of existing hardware or instances by upgrading configurations. Moving on to our second last question. What is AWS IAM and why is it important? AWS IAM, or Identity and Access Management, is a service in AWS that enables secure control over the access to AWS resources. Or in very simple terms, IAM defines the who, that is the users, groups or roles, and the what resources they can access, such as the specific AWS services and resources. One of the reasons that makes IAM so popular is its ability to provide granular control over applications, such as allowing an EC2 instance to access an S3 bucket but not an RDS. Additionally, IAM also has the ability to provide temporary access to AWS services for users, applications, or even AWS resources. And finally, we have our last question for this module. What are security groups and how do they differ from network ACLs? To understand network ACLs, imagine you're hosting a party in your office at the floor level. Now, the building's management only allows the employees from your company to enter the building. This means anyone who is not from your company is stopped at the front gate. As for security groups, the room in which you're hosting the party is guarded by a security guard, and only specific departments like IT or marketing are allowed to enter the party room, even if they are on the same floor. Now, this double-layer security ensures that even if someone sneaks onto the floor or the subnet, they still need permission to enter your party room or the instance, enabling multi-level protection. Talking about the difference, security groups work at room level, making sure that they protect individual instances like the party room. Network ACLs, on the other hand, apply to the whole subnet. They control all the rooms on the floor by gatekeeping the main entrance. Another major difference lies in the security group being stateful and network ACLs being stateless. That is, security groups keep a log of who they let in, while network ACLs do not remember who they let in. Meaning, each time someone tries to pass through, the gatekeeper checks all the rules all over again, even while leaving. And with that, we have reached the end of this module. Now let's move on to our next module, the medium module. Now that we've done with the easy module, let's start with the medium module, with our 11th question. How does Amazon Route 53 ensure high availability and low latency? Now, Amazon 53 is a DNS or a domain name system. Now, the point of DNS is to convert human readable names into IP addresses that machines can understand. If that sounded gibberish to you, let me show you with the help of an example what I'm trying to say. So, say this person wants to visit the website Amazon.com. Now, Amazon.com has an IP address associated with it, and there are multiple servers with multiple IP addresses. Now, how would this person know which one of these servers is Amazon.com? That's when Amazon Route 53 comes into their rescue. Amazon Route 53 can translate the human readable name, that is Amazon, into an IP address. And this particular IP address can further be used to locate the server with which that you are trying to connect. That is how Route 53 works. This is one of the primary services provided by Amazon Route 53. That is, Route 53 is a DNS or a domain name system provided by AWS, which is designed to translate human readable domain names into IP addresses. Like I said, it is just one of the primary services of Route 53. Route 53 also assists in other services, such as there can be multiple servers for a single website. Now, naturally, it's very common to have multiple IP addresses or multiple servers. You must have heard of CDN, Content Delivery Network, that there also you have like multiple IP addresses. Now, all of these IP addresses are pointing towards Amazon.com's website. Now, Route 53 has another one of its features in which it can route you to the server which is closest to you and has the lesser amount of traffic in it. By traffic, I mean that in all of these servers, say hypothetically speaking, in this particular server, say Amazon has like 5 servers. First server there are 6 people, second server there are 10 people, third there's 4, fourth one there's 19, and the last one there are 12 people. You can see that in the server at the center, it only has 4 people. So it naturally becomes easier for Route 53 to connect you to the one with the lowest number of people on its server right now, so that you can have a seamless experience with the website. That's another feature of Amazon 53. That is, Amazon Route 53 uses latency-based routing to direct user requests to the endpoint with the lowest network latency relative to the user's location. Lowest network latency as in the network which has a fewer number of people on it, so that you can have a seamless experience, and the server that is closest to you, so that the fetching of the data happens at a quicker pace. Moving on to our next question. Describe the key features of AWS Lambda. Now, AWS Lambda is another one of AWS's interesting concepts. To understand this, think of it like you are hiring. AWS Lambda is like hiring a freelancer to work for your company. Now, this freelancer only responds to the clients. Say there's a client who is subscribing to your newsletter or your website, and only when the client subscribes to your newsletter is when you send an email, a confirmation or a confirmation email that thank you for subscribing to our website or something like that. So this trigger, the client subscribing to your freelancer or your AWS Lambda is a trigger, and based on that trigger, your AWS Lambda or your freelancer is sending an email to the client. That is basically how AWS Lambda works. So you just have to set up Lambda, and based on certain triggers that will be caused by the user actions, Lambda will automatically respond to it. And another fun fact about Lambda is, because Lambda is a freelancer, it's not just waiting there for the event to happen. It only happens when the trigger is happening. So that means you only have to pay for the services when that trigger happens, or for how much a compute and network storage the Lambda is using. And Lambda only uses it based on the triggers. So, or in technical terms, AWS Lambda is a serverless compute service that allows you to run code without provisioning or managing servers. AWS Lambda can manage servers on its own. Once you set up the servers, it can manage the servers on its own and respond when it's responding to the triggers. Moving on to our next question. What is AWS CloudFormation and what are its benefits? Now, AWS CloudFormation is like a template in its most simplest form. It is creating a template. Why would we need a template? Look at this example. Say there's a construction crew who had to build a house. So now they just somehow on a whim they constructed a house, and that house turned out to be really good. And now the people of the society, they're all like, wow, that's such a great house. We want the same house for us. Like the exact same house, the exact replica of the house. We want you guys to make the same house for us. But the construction workers had made this house on a whim. So they have no blueprint, no plan, nothing. So hence when they try to make the other houses naturally do not turn out like the first house. Or maybe if they had like immense amount of luck, then maybe they might. But this crew didn't. So hence the other houses didn't turn out like the first house. But if they had a blueprint of the first house, when they're constructing the first house, if they had a blueprint, they could have used the same blueprint for constructing the remaining of the houses as well. And the remaining of the houses will also turn out like this first house. That is exactly why we need a default template. That is where your Amazon CloudFormation also comes in. So if you consider AWS in AWS's terms, say you have this whole template where we have a Lambda, an RDS, an S3 bucket, there are IAM users. Now there can be specific configurations, like we've also already discussed in case of Lambda, that there can be some configurations you must have done within the Lambda, that when the trigger is happening, you're supposed to respond. Within the S3 buckets, you must have done certain configurations. RDS will look into what RDS is. RDS also, you must have done certain configurations. You must have selected certain databases. IAM users, you must have set certain policies for the IAM users. Now, how will you remember all of it? How will you remember that this is the exact configuration I gave? That is where AWS CloudFormation comes in. It can create a template which you can use as many times as you want to create as many replicas as you want to. So in technical terms, AWS CloudFormation is a service that enables you to define and manage AWS infrastructure as a code by letting you create a template in JSON or YAML format that describes the AWS resources and configurations required for your applications. Now, there are multiple ways in which you can create AWS CloudFormation templates. You can just type in as a code, or you can even make the templates using the designing part which AWS themselves provide. You can design the infrastructures, you can design services together, and then you can build templates. So moving on to our next question, explain the differences between Amazon SQS and SNS. So now Amazon SQS is like when you're chatting with your friend on WhatsApp. So you send your messages, right? You send like a number of messages. Say this friend is like super close to you. So you're sending like hundreds of messages. Hi, how are you doing? Why aren't you responding? What are you doing? Blah, 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 and a lot of messages. Now, all of these messages, they're stored inside a stack, which follows the FIFO rule, or the first in, first out rule. That is, the first message that came in is the first one to go out. Like your hi, which was your first message, is supposed to go out first. Then the next message will go, then the other message will go. Who makes sure that all of these messages are stored in the form of stack and the first message goes the first? That is done by Amazon's SQS. So Amazon SQS is a messaging queuing service designed to ensure the reliable delivery of messages by placing them in a queue where they can be processed asynchronously. So the first message comes in, it's sent to the second person, it's sent to the receiver, and then the next message is coming from the sender, it gets stored in the queue, and then it's given to the receiver. So the service that makes sure that all of this stays in a stack is called as Amazon's SQS. SNS, on the other hand, is like broadcasting. It's one-to-many. SQS was one-to-one and SNS is one-to-many. So say it's like a radio broadcast is happening. Now the radio broadcast everybody can hear. Whoever has subscribed to their particular FM or whoever is tuning into the particular FM, they can all listen to that particular radio broadcast happening. So that is how Amazon's SNS works. Or Amazon's simple notification service is a publish, subscribe messaging service that enables application systems or microservices to communicate by broadcasting messages to multiple subscribers. So if we were to look at the differences between the two, Amazon SQS is a queue-based service. We looked at the queue, the FIFO queue. SNS is a publish, subscribe, which means it's one-to-many. When it comes to Amazon SQS, the messages are retained up to 14 days because Amazon SQS's main motive is to make sure that the messages that is coming from the sender is safely given to the receivers. SNS, on the other hand, it doesn't really bother about retaining. It's just about broadcasting, that everybody who has subscribed to that particular channel, they all get the message. That is all that SNS bothers with. So SQS is usually paired with SNS so that it can make sure that when the broadcast is happening, every single subscriber who's connected to that particular broadcast is getting the message. So that's why mostly SQS and SNS are like paired up together. Moving on to our next question. What is Amazon RDS and when should it be used? We already looked at what RDS is, so let's look at it in a technical form. Amazon RDS or Relational Database Service is a fully managed service provided by AWS that simplifies the setup, operation and scaling of relational databases in the cloud. But why would we need a database in the cloud? We can just use a database on our own computers, right? We can just install MySQL and then continue using it. Why would we need Amazon's cloud? Let me tell you why. RDS also has like a lot of services under it, like MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, Oracle, and SQL Server. So now let's look at why you would need Amazon RDS. Say you are managing your own, you have a website hosted on the internet, a clothing store or an e-commerce website, any large-scale website, and now you have a database to manage. This database is fully managed by you, right? So you have to make sure that every single time some update is coming, you have to manually update it and patch the updates, right? Next time, the backup. You have to make sure that all of your database, whatever data is being stored into your database, you are actively creating a replica of it. You're actively creating backups of it so that if anything happens to your data, the database remains secure because you cannot mess around with users' data. Next, scaling. If your website grows, like your website is getting a really huge, really high traffic, and your website manages to grow, that is your website manages to scale up, then you need to keep on adding more databases. That's up to you. And you never know when the scaling is happening. You might be sleeping at 1 o'clock in the morning, and that's when the database scaling is happening. Then you have to wake up at that time and then scale your database manually. Next, monitor. You have to keep on monitoring for some fishy activities. If somebody is attacking your database, you have to make sure that you are patching up, you are protecting, you're setting up firewalls, you're doing everything manually to protect your database. SQL injection and all, you have to protect your database on your own 24/7. Next, high availability. In case due to overloading, say you were having multiple databases, multiple servers, in case due to overloading or something, one of the databases fails, you have to make sure that you manually reconfigure or manually reroute the traffic to the healthy servers. So all of this, if your website is small, if it's a small scale website, then still it might seem hectic, but not that much. It is like manageable. But if your website is a large scale website, this whole process can become hectic and really stressful after some time. That is where Amazon's RDS comes to your rescue. Because RDS can do all of this work, this patching, updating, scaling, monitoring, high availability. RDS can take care of all of this without you having to worry about any of this. Moving on to our next question. What are the core components of the AWS's well-architected framework? The AWS well-architected framework is a set of best practices, guidelines, and principles designed to help architects and developers build secure, high-performing, resilient, and efficient systems on AWS. What this means, or what the well-architected framework is basically asking you to do, is whenever you're setting up infrastructures or whenever you're setting up services on AWS, it's totally up to you to manage the servers and get the most out of it, to optimize it so that your users and you both can have a seamless experience with Amazon, with AWS in general. So when you're designing the services, there are a lot of factors that you need to consider, mainly the pricing models, then the servers you need based on the website's traffic, and then there are lots of things that you need to make sure are all optimized properly so that you can make the most out of the services with the least losses. So there are some of the things that you can do in order to achieve the AWS well-architected framework, such as operational excellence, security, reliability, performance efficiency, and cost optimization. Operational, I'll explain all the points one by one. Operational excellence is like monitoring, automating, and making continuous improvements. So when it comes to AWS, it's a fully automated cloud-based platform. So you don't have to manage everything manually. That is the main point of using AWS, that it is automatic. So operational excellence is monitoring, automating, and making continuous improvements, right? So you can set up certain services like the Amazon's guard dog, which can make sure, which we will discuss about guard dog more in the PPT. But right now, all you need to understand is that guard dog can do all of this stuff for you, like the name guard dog. it can monitor your services and check out for any fishy or shady activities and make sure that all of your services are under the whatever limit or whatever threshold that you have specified for the applications use cases, the CPU, RAM and everything. Guard dog can monitor all of that to you and send you notifications if something fishy or something unexpected is happening. Next, you have security. For security, protecting your data systems and assets and follow by security practices. For this, you can set up IAM users. IAM users is like assigning whoever is logging into your AWS system. You can use IAM to configure their whatever resources they are able to access within your system, whatever, how much of that access can they, like if they are able to access your EC2 instance, what all can they modify in the EC2 instance. You can set such granular control with IAM. So you can use that. You can leverage it to your requirements and make the best out of it. Next, you have reliability. Reliability is ensuring your systems can recover quickly from failures. You can use databases like RDS to make sure that even if one of the servers goes down, RDS can automatically connect to another server, or RDS can spin up another database, another healthier database, which will make sure that there is no downtime, or the downtime is like reduced largely. Next, you have performance efficiency. Use cloud resources efficiently to meet your system's needs and requirements. For this, you can, whenever you're configuring EC2 instances and all, make sure that every single configuration that you're making is according to your requirement. The rest, the scalability and all, you can assign different platforms. You can use Beanstalk and all to configure that for you. But whenever you're doing the basic configurations, make sure that everything is within your control. Next, cost optimization. For cost optimization, you can use services like AWS Lambda, which will only get triggered based on the user actions. So that also makes sure that your servers are not using the computing and the networking resources uselessly. Whenever they're gonna, only when the request is there, will your resources respond to it. So that makes sure that a huge part of your budget is like saved. Moving on to our next question. Explain the concept of elastic IP in AWS. Now, elastic IP, to understand elastic IP, say you have a main server and there are like multiple computers, multiple IP addresses connected to your main server. Now, something happens to your server and then you have to restart your whole server, which means that the previous IP address gets changed into a new IP address. Now the problem is all of these computers now have to connect to another server which has this particular IP address. And this can cause a huge downtime for your website. So to avoid this downtime, you can use elastic IP. Now what elastic IP does is, even if anything were to happen to your server and you were to restart it, the IP address will not change. It will remain connected to the same server with the same IP address. Or in technical terms, elastic IP address is a static public IPv4 address provided by AWS that you can assign to your AWS resources such as an Amazon EC2 instance for consistent communication over the internet. That means that no matter what happens, your IP address remains the same. So moving on to our next question. What is AWS Elastic Beanstalk and how does it simplify application deployment? I already discussed about AWS Beanstalk. So now let's look at exactly what it is, or in technical terms. Say there is a chef. Now this chef is an excellent chef. In our metaphorical example, he is an excellent chef, or in real life, it becomes an excellent coder. Now this excellent chef wants to build a restaurant because he knows that he can handle the food and everything on his own. So he wants to open his own dream restaurant. But the problem is he has to do the construction work. Now, will he do the construction work on his own to build up the restaurant? Will he do it on his own? No, he will not do it on his own, and he'll hire a set of construction workers who will build the restaurant for him. And then he can go on and inaugurate his restaurant and start serving food and continue being an excellent chef. That is basically how AWS Elastic Beanstalk also works. It is a platform as a service which offers the offering that simplifies the deployment, management and scaling of web applications and services. Basically, if you have a code written in Node.js and everything, you can just upload it to Beanstalk. Beanstalk provides a platform, so you can just upload your code the way you upload your code to GitHub. Same way you can upload it to AWS Beanstalk and it will host it. You can host it using Route 53 and other services, give it an IP address. Now, Depending on the traffic, it can automatically adjust, scale the websites' servers and the databases and everything. Beanstalk will take care of you. All you need to do is just make sure that your code is not crashing and any bugs are, like no bugs and all are happening. All you need to do is just basically maintain your code. The rest, every single thing that's supposed to happen in the backend, like the management of servers and databases and the availability of the servers, the fact that your website is always up and running at all time of the hours, depending on the traffic, your website is able to handle the traffic. All of that is taken care by Beanstalk. All you need to do is just make sure that your code is perfect. Moving on to our next question. What are the main features of Amazon DynamoDB? Now, we already looked at Amazon DynamoDB is also another database provided by Amazon. We already looked at a database called as RDS. RDS is like your SQL. It's a relational database. And Amazon DynamoDB is like your MongoDB. It's a NoSQL database. But most of the features of this DynamoDB is the same as your RDS as well. The scalability, patching, update, everything DynamoDB can also do. So in technical terms, Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service designed to provide fast and predictable performance with seamless scalability. So the features of DynamoDB, it's a fully managed and serverless system, low latency with high performance, seamless scalability, global availability, flexible schema design. Now it's a fully managed and serverless. By that, your AWS automatically handles hardware provisioning, software patching, setup, backup and scaling, the same as your RDS. Low latency with high performance, provides single digit millisecond latency. That is a lot. The speed with which DynamoDB works is just awesome. Seamless scalability, it automatically scales up and down to handle large volumes of data and requests. Global availability, supports global tables for multi-region replication. Flexible schema, schemaless NoSQL database. Now, I believe most of you must already know the difference between a SQL and a NoSQL database. So, it's not as strict as RDS is, but still it provides, when you need to store large volumes of data that you can access anytime you want to, you can go for Amazon DynamoDB. But if you have large volumes of data which you need to be arranged in a specific format, in a very strict format with all the foreign keys and primary keys and everything, you can go for RDS, which follows the ACID properties. Moving on, how does Amazon VPC enhance security in AWS environments? Now, Amazon VPC has two subcategories in it, which is the public subnet and the private subnet. I'll tell you why we need two of them. Now, say you have a server, you have a main website running on a server and multiple websites are connected to it. Now, there will be a front end and a back end. The front end is the part, like the front end part of the website that you will display to every single computer or every single IP address that is connecting to your main server, right? And there will be a back end, which will be the database where all this data from all of these users is getting stored. Will you show it to the rest of the world? No. You will hide it because it's private information about all of these users. So you cannot display it in the front. That is your public subnet and your private subnet. Public is where you can show it to everybody. It's accessible. Private is the kind of data that you cannot share with everybody. So that is how Amazon VPC works. Amazon Virtual Private Cloud is a service that enables you to create an isolated, secure section of the AWS cloud where you can define your networking environment. Similarly, if you go back to our AWS Beanstalk, if you were to host your website there, the database and everything that's happening in the background is, you will be offered a default VPC when you're creating your AWS Beanstalk. This default VPC makes sure that all of your database and servers, whatever is happening in the backend, is safe and secure, so that the front end keeps on happening. So there are, like I said before, there are two parts of it, public subnet and private subnet. Moving on to our next question. What is the AWS Transit Gateway? Now, the AWS Transit Gateway is like a service that enables you to connect multiple Amazon VPCs, on-premise networks and other resources in a hub and spoke model. So it's like it acts like a central hub. So there can be multiple VPCs, like multiple private subnets. Now, all of them, if you group together, there will be a central spot, a central hub for all of these private VPCs. That is your AWS Transit Gateway. Moving on to our next question. Explain the role of AWS Guard Duty in enhancing cloud security. So say you were throwing a party at your house and now there's a suspicious guest at your party, or aka our Mr. Thief. So now the thief is disguised as one of your friends, so you don't know that this guy is actually a thief and you're busy enjoying the party. Now this guy comes in and is trying to steal your stuff, steal your valuables. So the guy is going around the house and going into separate rooms to see what all valuables there are so that he can steal it. Now say you had a bodyguard in this house. So the bodyguard notices this guy being suspicious, this guy going into rooms, into different rooms, and he's not really interested in the party, he's much more interested in seeing what's behind the rooms. So your bodyguard notices this suspicious activity and reports it to you. Now this guard is exactly how AWS Guard Duty works in. I said guard dog before, it's not guard dog, it's guard duty. So AWS Guard Duty is a managed threat detection service designed to enhance the security of your AWS environments or your party by continuously monitoring for malicious or unauthorized activity. Now AWS Guard Duty has this quality to monitor all of your services. So once you activate your AWS Guard Duty, it can keep on monitoring all of the resources that you're using in your AWS accounts. And if it knows the habit of every other service, like how much of the compute and network resources your EC2 is using, how your RDS is performing, how many database and servers it's managing. But if it notices something unusual or something which is not a regular activity, it immediately informs you. It sends you a message that this unusual activity is happening in your account. We need to do something about it. What do you want me to do about this? So that is how AWS Guard Duty functions. It monitors all your services for you, so that in case some unusual spikes or any other unusual activity is happening, it can report it back to you. Moving on, how do you optimize costs for a high traffic AWS application? There are multiple ways you can do that. You can right size your resources, use saving plans, leverage Amazon CloudFront, optimize database cost, write storage your classes. Right sizing your resources means that you can monitor usage with AWS Cost Explorer and CloudWatch, so that you know how much of the expenses is happening. You can monitor it for maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, or maybe the whole month, and you can see that maybe some of the services are not used as much as the other services. You can reduce the number of resources being allocated to those services, so that you can make sure that your cost is within your budget and you don't spend anywhere where the money is not required to go. Next, you can use savings plan. You can commit to savings plan for predictable workloads, not for unpredictable ones. That's like out of your control. Leverage Amazon CloudFront. Now, Amazon CloudFront is again, it's a CDN, so you can cache your resources in certain servers so that the cost for your data to go from the main server to the other server is reduced. Like every single time loading the data from your primary server to the secondary server takes a lot of it wastes a lot of resources unnecessarily. So if you use CloudFront, it can cache your resources in the other servers so that this traveling cost is reduced. Next, you can optimize database costs. You can use Aurora Serverless and DynamoDB on-demand capacity to make sure that it is acting according to the demand there is, and it's not using any unnecessary space for storing the data or for storing the non-existent data. It is only taking the space as much as the data is available. Next, write storage classes for frequently accessed data. Inside Amazon S3, Amazon S3 buckets are also like storage classes where you can store data in it. We have discussed about this already. So for frequently accessed, in S3 also there are like certain categories. We'll look into the certain categories in the upcoming questions. But in S3 there are like certain categories. So one of the categories is S3 intelligent tiering, where you know that the data is going to be frequently accessed. So you can just put it in intelligent tiering, which largely reduces your cost. Moving on to our next question. What is AWS Direct Connect and what are its benefits? Say there is a office. There are two. It's one office is located say in Hyderabad. Other one is located in say Bangalore. So this office one has to send its resources from these two offices they're from the same branch only. So they have to send, office one has to send some confidential files to office two. Now if they use a public postal service to do so, the message might get sent, or a hacker might interfere in the middle, attack your particular server, send some malicious program in there and leak all of your confidential data, which is basically putting your whole company in a huge risk. So to avoid this, what you do, you instead of taking a public postal service, you take a private courier service and then you send your data, and now obviously because it's private, the data safely reaches the second office. So now this private courier service is basically how AWS Direct Connect works. So AWS Direct Connect is a dedicated network service that enables businesses to establish a private, high-speed and low-latency connection between their on-premise data centers, offices or co-location environments and AWS. So the benefits are mentioned here itself. It's private, it's high-speed and it's low latency. Moving on to our next question. How do you monitor and troubleshoot performance issues using Amazon CloudWatch? Amazon CloudWatch is a service in Amazon using which you can monitor every single services that are put into use. So if you were to consider an example, say there's a kitchen and there are two chefs preparing food. So now there's a senior chef who's observing both of them and making sure that the food is delivered on time. Now every single food has a specific timer to be prepared. So maybe say it's like 30 minutes, you're giving the chef half an hour to prepare a certain dish. And if the chef is not able to perform it within half an hour, there's a timer which goes off, that 30 minutes is exceeded. And then the senior chef comes in to check and the dish has not prepared and the dish has not even been prepared by this point. What went wrong? So there are like log files in which this particular chef has written down every single thing that she was doing, and then she has also mentioned what went wrong and why it wasn't the dish finished in the 30 minutes it was given. So after observing these logs, the senior chef came to know what went wrong. Maybe the microwave wasn't turning on, or maybe the electricity wasn't there, or some issues, she couldn't find a particular ingredient. So that particular issue is mentioned in the log. Now because of the log, she came to know what was wrong, and she was able to troubleshoot it and fix it. So Amazon CloudWatch is a powerful monitoring service that allows you to track and manage the performance of AWS resources and applications in real time. Now all of these things that we did in this particular kitchen is basically how Amazon CloudWatch works. That is, it can set up alarms that okay, after this EC2 instance was supposed to use this much of the CPU and this much of the RAM. So if it's exceeding that, it can set an alarm that, oh, this was not supposed to happen. And that alarm will notify you that the EC2 instance is performing abnormally. Something is wrong, check it. And then it even has this CloudWatch logs in which every single resource and every single second or millisecond, whatever your resources were using, all of that is mentioned in the CloudWatch logs. So if something went wrong, you can go through the CloudWatch logs and then you will come to know what is wrong. Another interesting fact is that all of this can be monitored through a screen, which is none other than the CloudWatch dashboard. It gives you the live monitoring feature in which you can see how your EC2 instance is performing, how your RDS is performing, what resources they are using. So that's how basically Amazon CloudWatch works. Moving on to our next question. What are the differences between Amazon Aurora and Amazon RDS? Now, Amazon RDS we've already discussed about. Aurora is another, you can say, a faster version of RDS, or in other words, you can think of Amazon RDS as a normal car, as a simple car, and Amazon Aurora as a sports car. Both of them are cars, but one of them is a sports car and one of them is a simple car, which is pretty self-explanatory. But if you were to consider the differences, RDS performs well when you have a smaller website, which doesn't have like spikes sometimes, and which when the spikes are happening, RDS might slow down. But when Aurora is there, Aurora, like even when there's a huge traffic on the website, Aurora continues to excel in retrieving the data and displaying the data. So that's why Aurora is preferred much more as compared to RDS. If you were to look at the services offered or the databases offered by RDS and Aurora, RDS offers MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, Oracle and SQL Server. Aurora on the other hand offers Aurora MySQL and Aurora PostgreSQL. Moving on to our next question. What is Amazon Kinesis and how does it support real-time data processing? So say you have you're hosting a multiplayer gaming platform where there are multiple players who are connected to your live game and their live data is coming in the form of streams. Now, how do you make sure that all of their live data is getting connected and that nobody else is cheating in the game? None of the foul play is happening inside your game. This is done with the help of Amazon Kinesis, because Amazon Kinesis provides tools to manage and analyze continuous streams of data from sources like application logs, IoT devices, or social media feeds. It is mainly used for when you need to process real-time or live data, then Amazon Kinesis comes into play, because it has the capacity and the tools to process the stream of live data that is coming. Not only does it fetch the data, but you can also operate and work with the data with the help of Amazon Kinesis. Moving on to our next question. What are the differences between Amazon S3 storage classes? We already talked about Amazon S3, and I also said in the beginning in one of the questions that there are different type of storage classes within Amazon S3. So let's look at them one by one. There are 7 different categories to start with. First one is S3 standard that we use for frequently accessed data. Next one is S3 intelligent tiering for automatic cost savings for data with unknown or changing access patterns. Now it's possible that during certain times of the day, if you have say a restaurant or maybe say a juice store, a fruit juice store, then it's not like people will come early in the morning at 4 o'clock, they're like, bhaiya juice. They won't do that, right? So it's like there are certain times when the customers come into your shop. It might be during the breakfast hours, or it might be during the evening when people are casually going for a stroll. So, but at that time, the problem is when the traffic is coming, it will be huge, right? So it's not throughout the whole day, but when the traffic is there, it's gigantic or it's huge. So for managing that, you can use S3 intelligent tiering. Then you have S3 standard IA for less frequently accessed data. Then S3 one zone IA, that is also again for less frequently accessed data. Then S3 glacier instant retrievals for rarely accessed long-term data that does not require immediate access. So you know you need this data, but it's not frequently accessed. It might get accessed, but not frequently, like a storehouse or warehouse kind of data. Next, you have S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval, where you monitor resources usage with AWS Cost Explorer and CloudWatch. Lastly, we have S3 Glacier Deep Archive for long-term archive and digital. When you know that you have a lot of data, but you need to preserve this data, you can use S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Moving on to our next question. What is the role of Amazon CloudFront in improving application performance? I already talked about how Amazon CloudFront is a CDN. The basic use case of CDN is, say if your website is located in India and there are customers accessing your website from say the European countries like German. Now naturally a customer, if your website and server is located in India and there are no servers in Europe, then naturally if a person is sitting here in Mumbai, then that person is accessing your website, naturally that the website's content will be first accessible to that person, and the person sitting in German, it will take a lot of time for your resources to get loaded and then go to their server. So the problem arises if you are maybe launching some kind of merch on your website. So all the people in Mumbai, they can like directly buy it because your server is located right in Mumbai. But the people in German, by the time even the news that the merch is getting launched reaches them, all the merch will be like out of stock, so they won't get anything. So that's where Amazon CloudFront comes to your aid, because with CloudFront, what you can do is the data that is going into the European countries, it is cached in the servers so that the data is accessible in a faster way. So that every single time the data is not directly getting accessed from your original server, but it is getting access from the CDN servers, which are like located every single where globally, which saves a lot of time. It saves like a lot of time. Or in technical terms, Amazon CloudFront is a content delivery network service that plays a crucial role in improving the performance and reliability of web applications. Moving on to our last question, what strategies can be used to ensure disaster recovery in AWS? Disaster recovery is such an important concept when it comes to any online cloud platforms, because when you're uploading your data on cloud, you upload a lot of your data, like huge volumes of data and private data. So disaster recovery becomes a very integral part of keeping all your data safe and accessible. There are certain measures that you can keep, that you can follow to make sure that disaster recovery happens seamlessly. Let's look at them one by one. First one is backup and restore. Naturally, regularly backup critical data to Amazon S3 or Amazon S3 Glacier. Next, you have Pirate Lite, which is maintaining a minimal version of the application. You don't have to store the whole application as a backup. Just make all the services that you're using, which you can even do with the help of your CloudFormation, create templates. But whenever you're creating these templates, make sure to create a minimal version of the application so that the next time, if in case something happens to the bigger version, you still have the smaller template to work with. So next one is multi-region active. that is running your application simultaneously in multiple AWS regions. We discussed about AWS regions and availability zones, right? So if one of the regions fails, then the other region will be there and it can act as a backup to recover the data in the first region. Backing up the data in multiple regions, so that if one region fails, data is safely backed up in other region. You can fetch the data from the other region. Multi-region active passive, if say something were to something happened and all the active region servers went down, then you have the passive ones, in which the data is kept safe, but they were not actively running, so it's like kept there passively, so that if something were to happen to all of the active servers, the data will still be stored in the passive servers. Next, you have data replication. It is the same as your multi-region active and multi-region active passive. You're replicating your data and you're storing it in multiple regions. Continuously replicate data to another region or storage service to ensure availability during disasters. Next, you have infrastructure as a code. This is your CloudFormation. When you're creating templates, write in the form of codes so that you can save. You can't save the services, but you can save the code. You can type it down the code and save it somewhere in your computer. That way, if something were to happen to the main services, you will still have the code to run all of this, and all you need to do is just upload this code to CloudFormation, and CloudFormation will spin up your templates just like this. Next, monitor and automation. You can set up CloudWatch and guard duty to make sure that in case some failures or some unusual activity or spikes is happening, before the disaster happens, all of these services will notify you about it so that you can take the required actions.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.